All right, good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock. We're going to get started here in a few seconds. Well, welcome everyone to a day last of our June meeting. Whereas these last days of council meetings tended to be half days, we're not going to be so lucky today. I think we have pretty close to a full day of business to do today. Before we get started, I'd like to recognize that council appointments have come out, and we've had Phil Anderson and Bob Dooley and Krista Svensson have been reappointed, but unfortunately for us, Louis Zim has not. While we will welcome Corey Ridings to the council table, we will miss Louis, who has been with the council for many years, even obviously on the GAP, and has been part of the council family for some years. So I simply wanted to recognize these announcements and to tell Louis that while this is the last day of the June meeting, certainly hope that Louis will remain engaged with the council on matters, and to say that we are all going to miss seeing him at the table. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Louis, it's been great having you on the council for these last 3 years. I hope that we still see you and you're involved in council business. You've been a great contributor. Give a really unique perspective, I think, to the council due to your time on research vessels and charter vessels, and your of course a private angler now, and so I think that's gives us a really broad perspective. You understand safety issues very well, which helps augment our Coast Guard perspective, and so we are really going to miss you on the council, around the council table. But again, I hope that there's opportunities for you to engage in council business going forward, and I encourage you to do what you can to stay with us. So, thanks very much.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I really want to acknowledge Louis' contributions in our morning delegation discussions. And Louis, you always have a seat at our table, and we really appreciate the insight you've offered on both agenda items and just other experience to bring to the discussions. So we wish you well and hope that you will continue to be a familiar smiling face in our room. Thanks.
Bob Dooley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Louis, thanks. You're really going to be missed. I particularly really enjoyed sitting by your side for the last 3 years. And I know, and probably a lot of people don't know, that we talk at least, I got to say 5 times a week. And I depended on your insight in the Southern California area that I did not have a lot of experience. And I look at this now as your phone will be buzzing, because your relationships and knowledge of that area down there is unsurpassed. And I totally valued the camaraderie and the collaboration that we've had over the last 3 years. And I'm going to miss you dearly, but I'm hoping you're not gone too far. And I look forward to your face every morning at delegation, and I may call you if you're not there. So I will call you. So thank you so much, Louis.
Joe Oatman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too would like to extend my appreciation to Lee. In the time that we were able to meet in person, I was seated next to him and greatly appreciate all of the conversations we've had there at the table, as well as on the side. I know he has come to me many times to ask about tribes, kind of what we're about, especially for salmon, among other species. And so I've come to really appreciate his perspective and insights that he's brought. Really enjoyed my time sitting next to him. Wish you the best, Dave. Thank you.
Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I also want to extend my thanks to Louis for all of your input, for your dedication, for your zeal, for all of the conversations that we have in this fora. Louis, you came on just very shortly after I came on in this position. So I have genuinely appreciated working with you over the last 3 years. I echo the comments of others and sincerely hope you will be engaged in part of the process in some form or another going forward. And I definitely plan to continue to be reaching out to you for your input and advice and just guidance on general issues. And I wanted to thank you so much for how much dedication you put into the council process every meeting over the past 3 years. And I really appreciate that and wanted to extend not only my personal thanks, but also thanks on behalf of the agency.
Heather Hall.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Louis. I know I speak not just for myself, but also Corey, who we both really appreciate what you bring to the council discussion and the dedication which you've put into representing California on the council is impressive, and you will be missed. And I do look forward to hopefully continuing to work with you if it's in a different forum. I know we both have recreational fishery interests, and I hope that brings us together. But thank you, Louis, and best wishes to you.
Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. And well, I share everyone's comments and won't belabor it. But Louis, it has been a pleasure and an education working with you. And I really, like everyone else, hope to continue to reach out to you and hear from you, and look forward to your continued participation. And also wish you the best in enjoying possibly a little bit more free time than the council is taking up now. Thanks, Louis.
Krista Svensson.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for really being wonderful our first term together, Louis. I appreciated being able to go back to DC with you. You always amaze me with your willingness to engage. I don't think I've ever been in a meeting, whether it's the SSC, HMS, the GAP. You are always there, and just your willingness to engage with others and different stakeholders is commendable. And I really hope to have the opportunity to continue working with you in the future.
And Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Louis and I have had a chance to exchange some pleasantries here by text and email the last few days. But as Louis has referenced a number of times, we've known each other for a long time. And I think the year was 1978 when he came to Westport looking for a charter boat. One of my business ventures was that I had a boat sales business, and and put him together with an owner of a boat there that he took south. So I've known Louis for a long, long time, and I've always greatly respected his knowledge, expertise, his willingness to volunteer his time to the betterment of the community, the fishing community, and the natural resources. So Louis, best wishes to you, man, and let's stay in touch and hope to see you again soon.
Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grelnick. And Louis, it's the 3 years went too fast. And I just think that you're really just the epitome of what a council member should be as far as representing his industry, his community. And I would like to say that my experience with you as commercial or sport fishing, I would like to point out that we had a day trip or day and a half trip lined up to go fishing out of San Diego by our chairman, and that the council members caught more fish than the council staff, entirely due to Louis. It was 3-0, and Louis caught every one of them. So anyway, just I just really pretty amazed at the breadth, the scope of your experiences, and I hope you would keep those engaged because they're valuable in this process, and look forward to seeing you down the road. Thank you.
Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Louis, you're so famous up here in Washington. You got our state songs named after you. I want to thank you. You've always been a scholar and a gentleman and a great person to work with and talk to, and your opinion I always appreciate it and listen to, and thank you, my friend, and I do hope you stay around the council because you're a real asset to this process. Thank you, sir.
All right, Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your heartfelt comments. My wife Gordy and I were listening to them. I was holding her hand. It was a beautiful moment. I view this term on the council as the peak of my long and varied career, and I'm going to have to try really hard to reach another peak like this. You are all the top of my favorite community, and I value all of you very much. I'd also like to say a word about my two mentors, Don Hanson, who was always there to advise me and to point me the right way and advise me when I needed to be a little bit more careful. And then, of course, my dear, dear friend, Bob Fletcher, and his wife, Ann Fletcher, who we've lost this last year, who taught me just about everything you need to know about working on the council. The council, I think, is one of the best quasi-governmental organizations in the world. And that is because it allows the stakeholders to be the deciding factor and inputs for this such important assignment we have, which is to protect our fisheries, to make sure they're sustainable, and to make sure that we provide needed protein to the United States, and I must say, the world. So thank you very much.
Thanks again, Louis. You'll be missed here, but I know that you'll continue to be involved with these issues. And with that, we're going to start with the regional operating agreement. And as a reminder, we are then going to go to closed session for the council members. Each council member has access to their dashboard with a link to closed session, and received earlier, just ahead of the meeting, the password from Renee. So when we're done with this first agenda item, we'll go to closed session, and then we will come back and pick up the rest of today's agenda. So Chuck, are there any other announcements before we get started here?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. That's the gist of the day's schedule. So again, if you council members, if you can use the same log-on information as you used at the closed session at the beginning of the meeting, found in your council member dashboard. If you need some assistance, you could reach out to to Chris Kleinschmidt. There's and the materials from the original closed session are available with that passcode that's also on your dashboard. And there's I will have an updated process slide based on the earlier discussion. So we will be using that as our only new material. I will just display that on that closed session. There's not an attachment for that. So, but other than that, yes, we'll start with the regional operating agreement, go to closed session, and then continue with the rest of our agenda.
All right. And with that, I will go to Chuck for the overview on the regional operating agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So myself and the Deputy Director, Mike Berner, have met with NIMS West Coast Region Sustainable Fisheries Division leadership several times this year and last to further our discussions on revising our regional operating agreement that is between Pacific Fishery Management Council, the West Coast Region, Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers, the Office of Law Enforcement, and General Counsel. Attachment 1 is a Joint Council West Coast Region staff report covering most of the subjects we intend to focus on for revision. This report is largely conceptual at this point, and we plan to work with the other parties over the next few months to develop more detailed recommendation. And we would like to propose a revised regional operating agreement to the Council by the November 2021 Council meeting for adoption. So again, not a lot of detail right now, primarily conceptual, mostly dealing with the Council and West Coast Region. There are some a couple other issues regarding BSIA and Council recusal that involve the Science Centers and NOAA GC. But we have yet to do some coordination with some of those other parties. So our intent with the revisions is twofold. First, to address recent policy changes, and second, to clarify roles and responsibility to improve efficiency in developing and finalizing council actions. So we hope this will also improve the comprehensiveness of information available to the council for decision making and reduce the time between final action at the council stage and transmittal of regulations to NIMS, which starts the implementation clock. So the council action under this agenda item is just to review the conceptual changes to the ROA and as proposed by the council staff at NIMS, and to provide guidance for further development of a revised agreement. So with that, unless there's questions about the overview, I believe Keely Kent is going to present the joint staff report.
All right, Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, I just noting I have a couple overarching comments before I turn to Keely when you're ready for that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, just as I do routinely, see if there are any questions on the overview from council members. And with there not being any questions, Ryan, I will go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chuck, for those. I think you did a good job outlining our discussions, we have been in discussions from a NIMS perspective with council staff leadership for actually probably a little over a year now regarding these updates to the regional operating agreement. When I say we, I mean, it's from the West Coast Region's perspective, that's pretty much been myself, Kelly Ames, and Keely Kent, who have been the leads on this. Now, I understand that Kelly and Keely are typically associated with groundfish issues at this council. However, of course, these discussions and our engagement is focused on all the fisheries the council manages and all the FMPs. And we have, of course, been coordinating with the rest of our branches and leadership. And before I turn it over to Keely to walk through some of the more specifics, I just wanted to highlight, of course, that the first guiding principle of regional operating agreements is that NIMS and the councils are partners. And we should cooperate in working towards the common goal of managing fishery resources consistent with the Magnuson Act. And of course, we are very committed to working together productively and believe that addressing the topics that are in this report are necessary and actually timely items for being updated. And I think, as Chuck just noted, should we move forward with this and get this implemented, should actually lead us to hopefully a smoother and more efficient process going forward. And with that, I'd like to ask Keely Kent to summarize attachment 1 in your briefing books.
Thanks, Ryan.
Good.
Welcome, Keely.
Thank you. Quick mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Again, I am Keely Kent with the NIMS West Coast Region. And as Ryan said, I'll be summarizing the information presented in attachment 1 for agenda item C5, which is the joint NIMS and council staff report on major focus areas for revisions to the regional operating agreement. So for the benefit of those who have not yet been involved in the regional operating agreement, just a quick summary of what these agreements are and why we have them. Regional operating agreements are required by NIMS policy directive for every council and regional office pair. They serve as a roadmap for how NIMS and the council work together to carry out fisheries management. Our ROA includes the Science Centers, Office of Law Enforcement, and our 2 general council sections as signatories to this agreement. And our existing regional operating agreement was signed in 2017. And per the NIMS policy directive, the agreement should be reviewed every 3 to 5 years and updated as needed. So as both Chuck and Ryan mentioned, NIMS Sustainable Fisheries Division leadership and council staff leadership have been discussing updates to our agreement for the last year and a half. And through this report, we intend to provide the council and the public the scope of major topic areas that we seek to update in the agreement, and just noting that the details of these updates will continue to be discussed over the next few months. So for the next meeting at which the council sees the agenda item, we expect to provide a markup of the agreement for further consideration. So that will be, as we continue to work out the details, we expect that the next time we'll have a new marked up agreement for the council and the public to consider. So walking through the major topic areas presented in the report, the first major topic area is best scientific information available. And just noting that we expect that the regional operating agreement will reference the still under development BSIA frameworks for each FMP, though we don't expect that our ROA efforts will change the current trajectory of how those BSIA frameworks are being addressed. It's simply referencing the new roles and responsibilities and making sure that we capture that in the ROA. Similarly, the second major topic area is council member financial recusals. Again, we don't expect that the ROA discussions will end up, developing the details associated with that, but instead referencing that within the recent rulemaking that there may be some update to roles and responsibilities that is necessary in the ROA. The third major topic area is improved coordination between council and regional office staff. We intend to update our communication processes for both workload planning and project planning, and expect to develop some project planning tools as part of these ROA efforts, with the goal of ensuring early discussions on the necessary elements of the development of an action from council initiation through implementation an agreement on timing and roles and responsibilities. We also expect to be able to use these tools to better communicate about the sufficiency of analyses produced throughout the council process and to ensure all necessary regulatory and implementation details are decided by council final action. And the final major topic area under discussion is related, and it's specifically roles and responsibilities. In general, as is the case under the current regional operating agreement, council staff have the lead role in coordinating documentation supporting council action to ensure compliance with applicable statutes. For council actions that address NIMS priorities, NIMS may take the lead on analysis development to support council action. Regardless of who is the lead on the development of analyses to support council action, analyses and fulfillment of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, the National Environmental Policy Act, Executive Order 12866, etc., should be substantially complete prior to council final action. And the remainder of the report details additional roles and responsibilities held by council staff and by NIMS staff respectively. I don't intend to walk through all of those, but note that the separate items listed under each and I want to highlight how the successful fulfillment of all of these responsibilities by each group is crucial to the successful fulfillment of our fisheries management duties. That is the summary of the report that I have for you today, but I'm happy to answer more specific questions. I would also ask Mr. Tracy if he has anything else to add from council staff perspective on this joint report. Thank you.
Thanks, Keely. No, I think you did a fine job of covering the essentials here. So I'll just open it up to questions for the rest of the council.
Any hands from around the table? All right. Thank you very much, Keely. Heather Hall.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick. I do have a question on the process for coming to a final ROA, and understand that there will be a markup version of the agreement in the November briefing book. And then just wondered if, so from there, we would look at that markup and offer any additional edits there, but also at the same meeting, adopt a final version of the ROA. Does the council adopt it or approve it or just provide input, I suppose? But if Keely or Chuck explain that process to me would be helpful. Thank you.
So Chuck or Keely, want to address that process question?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll take a run at that. Yeah, so the council does approve the regional operating agreement. So we will have, our plan is to have a strikeout version in the advanced briefing book for the November council meeting. The council will have an opportunity to provide guidance and you know, if there's any changes they wish to make, to either make them at that council meeting. If they feel another step is necessary, they have that, you know, they could schedule a follow-up meeting at that point. But yes, the council typically does or has adopted our regional operating agreements in the past.
Thank you.
Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I'm not sure who this question is for, either Keely, Ryan, or Chuck, probably. So I'm primarily interested in getting, I'm trying to keep from reading between the lines here, but I tend to do that. And I'm in particular looking at the council staff role on council actions and then the following section on the North of the National Marine Fisheries Service staff role on council actions. And in the first paragraph under the council staff role on council actions, indicating that the council staff has the primary lead for developing the analysis for the purposes of MSA, NEPA, so on. And then in the first sentence of the NIMF section, it talks about that they bear the primary role of advising on technical policy, administrative, legal, and so forth. So does that just having the primary lead for the development of the analysis for MSA and NEPA, developing the documents versus bearing the primary role of advising on technical policy, administrative, legal. I'm wondering, does that represent a change in the roles, and in particular, does it change the role of National Marine Fisheries Service as it pertains to having a role in the actual writing and creation of these documents that are needed to implement a council action?
Ryan, were you going to answer that question, or?
Yeah, sorry, that's why I raised my hand. I can lower it now. Yeah, thank you, Phil, for the question. If you look at the current regional operating agreement, this is similar to the language that is in that. I mean, it is expected that for council actions, the council staff are the lead for developing the analyses for those actions. So this is not, this should be not only consistent with how this region is supposed to operate, but it's also very consistent with all of the other regions and councils across the country, which we have been looking at also and having discussions with their operating agreement. It's consistent with how NIMS, for example, is operating now on a number of actions and assigning lead staff to advise and provide this that kind of support as it's outlined here. So we're trying to flesh that out a little bit more and have those expectations understood by council members, by the public. But of course, acknowledging, again, like I said in my opening remarks, we also fully acknowledge that we are partners. We are working extremely closely with council staff, and there are sometimes situations where NIMS is driving certain issues and of course, would be prioritizing that and potentially putting additional staff forward. So does that answer your question, Phil?
It helps. Thanks. I may have some questions later on. I would appreciate hearing from Mr. Tracy on that same question.
Chuck.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think this necessarily is a change from the way we've done things in the past. I think it's, and we're obviously still discussing some of these issues, but I think it's just as we are sort of recharacterizing some of the roles to be, I guess, maybe draw some more distinctions and be maybe slightly more specific and less general. So as Ryan mentioned, if there are issues that the National Marine Fisheries Service identifies as a priority, they may in fact be the lead. But I guess in terms of contributing to the writing of documents and those sorts of things, I think we see potential roles for National Marine Fisheries Service to contribute to that through their participation in the management teams. So, in that first paragraph, first sentence, in the council staff roles, it says council staff with the support of the management teams, technical teams, and committees, et cetera. So that's where we see the potential role for National Marine Fisheries Service to contribute to those sorts of efforts. And then in the NIMS role, I think that's just a more I guess that identifies the the coordination role, where working out from either the staff lead or perhaps the management team participants, that NIMS has a lot of resources that are available and often necessary to complete the analysis, and so that just gets at the issue that that they will be available to contribute to those analysis through reaching out to other components of their agency.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Of course.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I appreciate that, and also, I understand the need to look across, into the other councils and how they're completing their work and implementing their actions, and that's always informative. I do, at least my interactions with other councils, like in my attendance of CCC meetings and so forth, has led me to believe that we have a bit of a unique approach here, in particular as it relates to the role of the states and the state staffs that participate on our teams and the role that they play in the preparation of analytical documents and so forth. So I just point that out, and that if there are, changes in the expectations, then, it's through this regional agreement, then it's important for everybody to understand what they are and ensure that we have the appropriate staff capacity as well as expertise to get these jobs done. So thanks.
Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe to help out here, just add a little bit more color. Of course, another aspect of this is general caution about separation of roles for us, right? From a NIMS perspective, we're in a challenging position when we draft substantial portions of a document or analysis and then are the reviewing and deciding agency. But I think it's probably helpful here to maybe just walk through an example for just of what we're trying to address and put forward here. And I'm going to actually turn to Keely Kent here, I think, to walk you through kind of what we're thinking here through as a specific example. So that might help kind of get at some of the points Phil's raising, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Can I call on Keely for a moment?
You may.
Thanks, Ryan. I thought it might be helpful just to think about this within the scope of, particular action that the council has taken. I do really want to stress that, what we've been discussing is what we view as a partnership, a dual lead situation. So the council staff lead has a particular set of responsibilities, and the NIMS staff lead has a separate but contributing set of responsibilities. And we really see, generally successful actions really need that dual role lead, and making sure that those two leads are in lockstep through the development of the action, so that the council is getting all of the information it needs to make its decisions, and so that NIMS is sure that we are getting the information that we need to be able to do rulemaking and implementation of the council action in an efficient manner. And I will just very quickly reference, if you remember, the seabird mitigation action for groundfish, I think, is a great example of this kind of dual lead role. So if you recollect, this was a couple of years ago. But the council staff lead, Kit, was the lead on developing the analysis that was used to support the action. And I was the reg lead on making sure that the analysis was sufficient to meet the analytical needs, but then also throughout the council action, making sure that we had all of the decision points we needed to get to rulemaking and implementation. I was doing all of the coordination with our law enforcement and our general counsel to make sure that we were creating enforceable regulations, and also working with our state partners to make sure that we had what we needed implementation-wise. So those are, I think that's an example of how we would see, in an ideal world, proceeding through an action with these dual leads. And I just want to highlight that, we think it's really important from our side that we assign a NIMS staff lead to the action as early as possible so we can be doing all of that coordination and support of council staff in the development of analyses, so that the council can be really efficient in how they develop actions, and then rulemaking and implementation can happen quickly thereafter in a very straightforward manner. So, I think that's a good example, and I'm happy, hopefully that speaks to Phil's question a bit, but I'm happy to answer anything more if that would be good.
Thank you, Keely. Phil, and a follow-up?
So I appreciate that follow-up with Keely. I'm sorry if I'm poking a little bit here. I'm just think it's really important that we have a understanding of who's doing what, and I know that that's the intent, and I think the emphasis of the partnership is really good and in keeping with how we've operated in the past. The skill set needed to do the analysis and prepare these documents is a specialized skill set, and I very much admire the people that do it. But if you're in a position where you don't have people with that skill set, then that obviously puts us in a bad spot. So appreciate the conversation and your indulgence for my inquiries.
All right, thanks, Phil. Are there further questions from around the table of Keely or Ryan? All right, thank you very much. We'll come to council discussion in a moment. I don't have any management entity or advisory body reports. Takes us to public comment, and we have one, Lori Steele. Welcome, Lori.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm going to assume everybody can hear me.
Fair assumption.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the changes that are being considered to the regional operating agreement. My name is Lori Steele. I am the executive director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. As some of you may recall, I provided some testimony at the March 2021 council meeting regarding under the groundfish workload agenda item regarding some frustrations that I and others have with the process for developing council actions and implementing the corresponding regulations through rulemaking. I'm here today to build from those comments and provide some constructive input that will hopefully be received in a positive manner and considered seriously by this council and the council members, as well as NIMS. My comments relate primarily to improved coordination between the council and the West Coast region staff that's discussed on page 2 of C5 attachment 1. I'm encouraged by the intent of the revisions to the operating agreement to clarify roles and responsibilities and improve efficiency in developing council actions, and I hope this effort does continue. I really hope the council starts to spend less and less of its limited floor time discussing things like staff workload issues. I'm encouraged by the intent in C5 Attachment 1 to update the operating agreement to capture a more formalized project planning in order to facilitate effective and efficient coordination and communication between staff. This project planning early on is critical, and this is the key to reducing the amount of time spent on the council floor addressing and planning and staffing and scheduling issues. Many of you also probably know that before moving to the West Coast, I spent almost 18 years working as a fishery analyst on the staff for the New England Fishery Management Council from late 1997 through late 2015. I served on management teams, which are called plan development teams in New England and the Mid-Atlantic, and I chaired a number of these management teams for many years. In this role in council staff, I spent years working with the New England and Mid-Atlantic councils and with the NMFS Greater Atlantic region and the Northeast Fisheries Science Center. Through facilitating the council decision-making process and developing the necessary documents for submission to the council and for NMFS to review, I came to understand the rulemaking process very well. And after almost working under it for 2 decades, one thing that I can say I am most proud of is the work that I did serving as a member of the Northeast Region Fisheries Tiger Team. I can't remember why we were called the Tiger Team. I don't know where that came from, but the Tiger Team was created in the Greater Atlantic region in about 2012, and it was created at a time when the New England and Mid-Atlantic Council staffs and the New England and the NMFS regional office staff and council members and everyone, all stakeholders, were fed up with the process. We were all frustrated by delays, lack of clarity, lack of accountability, and the inability to move anything from the council floor through the rulemaking process. At that time, the council knew we could do it better. So the council mandated that the Tiger Team be formed, and council staff, NMFS staff, and Science Center staff were selected by leadership to participate on the Tiger Team. Very briefly from the Tiger Team report, the Tiger Team's scope was focused specifically on improving the process for developing FMP actions. The team's objectives were to identify major challenges in the process, highlight best practices, and make recommendations for process improvement. This includes all activities directly related to improving the efficiency of FMP actions. Through its effort, the Tiger Team was intended to realize the following outcomes, and I think everyone involved in the Pacific Council process can relate to these desired outcomes. 1, improved, more efficient process to ensure documents are completed and implemented on time. Efficient use of everyone's time, less of the crunch at the end of a development process. Lower frustrations among staff and increased staff morale and retention. That was number 2. 3, stronger sense of collaboration across all organizations within NMFS. 4, commitment and accountability from all key players. 5, improved consistency in document structure and expectations across all FMPs. The Tiger Team created a playbook for the council and for NMFS through the fisheries management process in the Greater Atlantic region. And this went from the council decision-making process all the way through to NMFS rulemaking. The Tiger Team got way into the weeds. We hashed out every last detail of the process and laid it out so that we could all try to figure out where our biggest problems were and how we could do it better. Things got very specific and very detailed in the Tiger Team report. There was nothing about the process or roles or responsibilities that was left vague or general or subject to further interpretation. And then we all agreed to take these recommendations back to our staffs and lead the charge for implementing the recommendations. The report that we came up with represents the rules of engagement and the tools to facilitate project planning. This is the very thing that this region is looking for, according to the text on page 2 of C5 Attachment 1. This will reduce uncertainty about who is in the lead on a particular project, who is responsible for which elements, and what the steps are that are necessary to fulfill every entity's responsibility in an efficient and effective manner. As someone who is a member of the Tiger Team from start to finish, I can say for sure this was not a fun process. It was very difficult and challenging, But for those of us involved, we were committed to it. We put the work in, we had the hard conversations, and with the help of a fantastic facilitator, we dug into the process and agreed by consensus on all of our final recommendations. With my testimony today, I would like to submit the final Tiger Team report and recommendations for the council members and for NIMS leadership to consider. I'm not submitting the full report with all of the details. I'm just submitting the executive summary. All of the appendices include 56 pages that are very in-depth, but I encourage everyone to take a look at the final report and the executive summary. I think you will find it interesting in terms of the issues and challenges that we faced in the Greater Atlantic region. And I would encourage you to please contact me if you'd like to look at the appendices and talk about any of the details of this report. I want to be clear that I am not suggesting that the recommendations contained in the New England Tiger Team report be adopted in the West Coast region. What I am suggesting is that an analogous process like the Tiger Team process could be very beneficial for all entities involved in the council process in the West Coast region. This includes council staff, NIMS staff, science center staff, and perhaps even the state staffs, given the role the states play in the development of council actions in the West Coast. Without any specific changes for this round of the council's operating agreement, which we'll be approving in November, I would strongly encourage the council, when it approves the operating agreement, to also make a formal commitment to engage in a process similar to the Tiger Team process for the West Coast region before the next operating agreement is signed 3 to 5 years from now. A process like the Tiger Team takes a lot of time and effort, and it is not to be rushed. But a formal commitment in November could start this process. Leadership from all participating entities need to buy in, engage, and support this effort. And a strong independent facilitator is extremely helpful. As a former council staff analyst, I cannot emphasize how helpful it was to create a playbook for the fisheries management process that includes rules of engagement for every entity, clearly defines roles and responsibilities, and puts everyone on the same page in terms of process, timelines, and expectations. And while it didn't solve every challenge we had in the Greater Atlantic region, it certainly helped. The Tiger Team presented its final recommendations to the New England Council in April 2014, and the New England Council and Greater Atlantic region signed a new operating agreement based on these recommendations in October 2014. I moved to the West Coast in late 2015, but in less than a year and a half after going through the Tiger Team process, I could see the culture changing in the Greater Atlantic region, and I saw the management process improving on all sides. I really hope that when the council votes to adopt the operating agreement in November, it will include in the motion a formal commitment to engage in a multi-agency staff level process to develop common understandings and best practices for the council and rulemaking processes. This could inform the next operating agreement. And for those of you who are able to attend the CCC meeting in Monterey in October, I would encourage you to check in with Mike Pentney, the Greater Atlantic Regional Administrator, and Tom Neese, the New England Council Executive Director, about this issue. I imagine that both of them would agree that while the Tiger Team didn't address every problem and eliminate every challenge, it was extremely helpful in terms of clarifying roles, responsibilities, and expectations, and that it's very helpful to have a common playbook for all entities engaged in the council process. Thank you for your consideration of my comments and suggestions, and I would encourage any of you to contact me between now and the November council meeting if you would like to discuss the details of the Tiger Team process or see any of the detailed appendices. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lori, for your comments. Let me see if there are any questions. Virgil Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I have some interest in what the testimony was we just heard. I've had an opportunity for a conversation with Ms. Steele and have looked over some of the documents she suggested. And I think it warrants some further discussion in the future relative to how the council operates. I think she has some wisdom that we should give consideration to. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Lori? Heather Hall?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Lori, for your comments. I appreciate it. And this is the project plan that you outlined is something I'm not familiar with, and I look forward to taking a look at that as we talk about how we function at the Pacific Council. So just wanted to thank you for taking the time to make us aware of that, and agree that, thinking about the challenges we have with workload and process, and how we can improve that through a regional operating agreement, or maybe something else like a more solid project planning agreement is interesting. So thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Brian Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually would comment more than a question as well. I just wanted to thank Lori for your testimony. I did find this very constructive and appreciated it. And Lori, you're really getting at some of the key issues, or at least one of the key issues we are trying to address when it comes to action planning and to workload and to improving the process. So I wanted to thank you that we are having. I did want to also be clear. Of course, we are having conversations with our counterparts in these other regions. The New England model is one. There are other models that are other regions too as well that we're looking at, and we'll take you up on your offer to reach out to you and get your perspective not only on what you went through as part of the New England process, but also on some of these other approaches. And just wanted to thank you again for your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Lori? Thank you very much, Lori.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes public comment and takes us to our council action here, which is on the screen there, to review changes and to provide guidance for further development. And so the floor is open for council discussion, suggestions, whatever on this agenda item. Not everyone at once. So, okay, Phil Anderson, thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to say I appreciate the attention to this document. It's an important one, and part of it is what's written on the paper, to be sure, but a big part of it is just having the partners that make all of this work talking and coming to an understanding and agreements about workload and how it's going to be shared and who's going to do what. Because obviously, if you try to make that up on the fly and or assume that the other party knows what you're going to do and what they're going to do, it generally doesn't work out very well. So this kind of planning and coordination is extremely important from my perspective in terms of making the council process work, implementing the actions that we've taken. So just that, and maybe you could tell that was part of my questioning here, was just to understand what may have come out of those discussions and how that may have modified the current division of workload and how the two entities are coordinating with each other. And I too would just acknowledge and appreciate Lori's Lori's testimony. She was kind enough to share with me the Tiger Team report. Had a chance to look at it. Along with Virgil and I think Ryan and Heather also spoke to the value of looking at that and seeing if embarking on a process like that could help us improve what we're doing here. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Phil. Further comments? And I want to agree with what Phil said, that this is an important document because it shapes the relationship and cooperation between the entities. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. Just also agreeing and appreciate the staff work on both the Council and the National Marine Fisheries Service parts that have gone into putting this information together for us at this point. Look forward to continuing the dialogue and to see further details as they are developed, and also appreciate Lori's comments. She also shared the Tiger Team materials with me. I found a lot of value in there and would encourage others to take a look at those if you haven't, and look forward to the opportunity to address some of our challenges, both in workload and coordination going forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maggie. I'm not hearing any detailed suggestions for changes other than to continue working on it and to consider the comments and suggestions of Lori Steele. Chuck Tracy, how are we doing on this agenda item?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Well, I think we've had some good presentations, some good discussion. Appreciate Lori's testimony. Sounds like there's some follow-up that people are interested in. So I think that the NIMS and council staff will pursue that and stick with our plan to have our next iteration occur at the November council meeting and hopefully be better informed and a little more fleshed out proposal at that time.
All right, and Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to echo what Chuck just said, and just kind of that's similar to what I told Lori in her testimony. Right, I really appreciate, of course, the detailed look at the New England approach, but I think it also will be helpful for us to look at. There's some similar, but slightly different other models that are used in other regions, and I think it will be helpful for us to work with council staff and kind of look at all of those when we come back and report in September. And lastly, just kind of wanted to underscore too that in addition to addressing the kind of workload and the process challenges, I mean, part of this type of process that we're discussing and what you just heard from testimony is also getting to analyses that are as complete as possible, right, for council final action and stuff that then also prevents us from being in scenarios in the future where these things have to come back to not just implementing council actions, but trying to get the best possible analysis and documentation to support council action all the way through the process. So that's what we're focused on here. There's some good feedback we received today, and I'm committed to working with Chuck and council staff on the actual track changes version, and the next presentation we'll bring you back at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. And Heather Hall.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say I appreciate this conversation and look forward to continuing it when we see the next regional operating agreement, and highlight something that's come up a bit in the discussion this morning. You know, I realize this is an operating agreement between the council staff and NIMS, or proposed by council staff and NIMS, but just want to and appreciate that there needs to be some clear expectation of who's going to do what. I completely understand that, and but also want to say too that, you know, when those lines are drawn really tight, it, you know, I don't want to lose the ability to have a really collaborative process. And also really just wanted to make the point that, you know, in addition to rulemaking and drafting documents, there's the analyst component, and that often falls to state folks on management teams, and just want to make sure that that is incorporated, and the understanding of that analysis work is understood in the discussions, and also if working through the regional operating agreement highlights a need for additional analyst contributions in some way, you know, that maybe that could come out of this as well, and really improve our ability to get work done efficiently through the council. So I just wanted to highlight the link to state agencies in this discussion, even though it might be a bit on the edge, but did want to just add that to your thoughts as you work on the next draft coming to November. And if there's any opportunity to engage the states, I know we would be willing to offer any input if that comes up between now and November. So thank you.
Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Heather, for that. Yeah, and really, you're touching on something that is, I think, is relatively unique to the way we do business here on the West Coast, and that is, you know, our use of the management teams and their role in this process. And so that is something that we are, it's definitely on our radar screen to discuss on how to characterize that correctly in this operating agreement. So we appreciate your offer to provide your perspective on that as we go forward. So again, that's something that you know, I'm not sure how much we're going to well, I'm just not sure how much other regions you know, are going to have similar sorts of processes or that we might glean from our look around the other regions, but so it's something we'll definitely have to you know, work at here for our own unique perspective on that. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Chuck. And unless I see any other hands, we'll conclude this agenda item. And the dogs are at it. So that will take us now to our closed session, after which we will come back and pick up with the rest of our agenda items. I think that though council members have instructions on how to enter the closed session, same as we did on the first day of the council meeting. So it's 9:09. Let's try to start that closed session at 9:15. Give you a few minutes to look up those credentials and get in. And I think we're expecting closed session to last about an hour. So that would bring us back at 10:15. So council members will log out of this meeting and enter the closed session.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Real quickly, I would just encourage folks to keep an eye on the feed from this meeting. So, you know, we've got the reader board about when we will return. So, you know, if there's any updates to that, you can keep track of that at that point. So if we go, much quicker or need longer, just you can follow the YouTube feed, for example, so you don't have to be logged in to 2 meetings, but you can look at the YouTube feed and monitor that reader screen there. That's all. Thanks.
If we're going to come back, we'll certainly give notice. If we're going to come back early, we're not going to just jump back in this meeting and get started. All right, we'll see the council members in closed session. Okay, we're going to get started here in a moment. All right, it's 10:25. Apologies to the public that we had to step away for our closed session, but we're going to pick up where we should have started first thing this morning with fiscal matters. And for that, I'll hand the virtual gavel to Brad.
Thank you, Chair Grelnick, and good morning, everyone. With that, I'll turn to Patricia on F6. Patricia?
Good morning, council members. Just do a quick mic check for you.
You're good.
Thank you. The Budget Committee met on Monday, June 21st, just a while ago, at 10 a.m. to consider the issues as outlined in the committee agenda. Your reference materials for today is Agenda Item C6, Supplemental Attachment 1, the agenda, and then Supplemental Attachment 2 is the Executive Director's report to the Budget Committee. We do not have any reports from management entities or advisory bodies. And then your action for today is to consider the report and recommendations.
Okay. Any questions for Patricia? Okay. All right, with that, I will turn to Pete for the Budget Committee report. But Pete?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I'd like to request that Patricia read the Budget Committee report into the record.
Okay. Thank you, Pete. And back to Patricia.
Thank you. The Budget Committee, Council Budget Committee met via webinar Monday, June 21st to receive an update on the 2020-2024 Cooperative Agreement funding and expenditures through May 31st, the status of remaining funds from the 2015-2019 grant, review the 2020 audit results, and to consider the 2021 operational budget. The members present are attached on the report. National Marine Fisheries Service, West Coast Region, Sustainable Fisheries Division budget update. Ms. Kelly Ames provided the information that the West Coast Region has wrapped up its fiscal year 2021 spend plan and had rates near 100% of budget spent. Initial review of the fiscal year 2022 President's budget shows an increase over 2021. With the overall, and this should be NOAA, budget increasing 21% and the NIMS budget increasing 13%. NIMS is hopeful fiscal year 2022 appropriations process will be concluded in the fall of 2021. Executive Director's Report. Mr. Chuck Tracy presented the status of funds for the 2015-2019 grant and the 2020-24 grant. The second extension request to the 2015-19 grant was approved, and the remaining $1.2 million of funds available will be utilized in 2021. The Council is required to spend all funds by December 31st of this year. The 2020 spend from budgeted funds was 87% of the total budget, which is approximately $3 billion. Unspent funds can be used in the remaining years of this grant. New funds of $4.6 million were provided to the Council in 2021, which is a slight increase over 2020 funding levels. The Council also received an additional $250,000 that is earmarked for Fishery Ecosystem Plan implementation. Total combined funds available for the Council use in 2021 is $7.8 million, which includes the 2015-2019 extension funds and 2020-24 grant funds. Mr. Tracy presented the staff proposed combined operational budget of $5,040,430. This budget consists of $1.3 million targeted to spend down the 2015-19 extension funds and $3.7 million from the current grant. Changes from the provisional budget to the proposed operational budget are primarily due to the Executive Director's transition plan, the travel adjustments for virtual and/or hybrid meetings, delays in occupying office space and associated construction costs, and additional consultant expenses for Southern Oregon, Northern California Coast Coho, sablefish gear switching, and sablefish management strategy evaluation and geographic information system mapping. 2021 expenditures today are approximately 28% of the staff proposed budget through May 31st and are on target relative to normal timing of expenses. No-cost extension projects expenses over the remaining funds available will be charged to the current grant as a continuing project. Mr. Tracy presented information regarding the status of appropriations and noted that the fiscal year 22 President's budget proposal had a 2.4% increase for the Council and Commission's line item. It was also noted the President's budget has an emphasis on funding for climate science to improve surveys and fishery management decisions, and to study the effects of wind energy on fisheries and ecosystems and provide information for essential fish habitat consultations. Mr. Tracy commented that the 2021 NIMS request to roll up various funding lines was denied by Congress, so the funds will still be presented in base program, projects, and activities, and management programs and services budget lines. Mr. Tracy provided the 2020 audit results for review and noted that the unmodified opinion of the auditor and commented that council remains a low-risk auditee. Budget committee discussion on activities. The BC elected Mr. Pete Hasmer as chair and Mr. Corey Niles as vice chair of the budget committee. Budget committee recommended the council adopt the staff proposed calendar year 2021 operational budget. The status of tracking each of the funds was discussed, and it is noted that the council staff is tracking each of the grants separately and will continue to track until the end of the grant cycle. Mr. Hasmer affirmed the staff proposed budget is consistent with the intent of the council for funding of the liaison contracts at the 2020 funding level. The VC recommended the council adopt the 2020 audit results. Mr. Grelnick noted the staff's work with a consistent, unmodified opinion from the auditors. The budget committee discussed the potential for future meetings and noted that the September meeting is held to determine preliminary priorities for council staff to fully develop the 2022 budget, and the November meeting is held to recommend a provisional budget. Mr. Grelnick commented that the council will discuss a September meeting and recommended that if the council meeting is held in person, that the public should have opportunity to commit virtually. Budget committee recommendations. 1, council approved the calendar year operational budget of $5,040,430 for use in the remainder of the year, including the amounts for the no-cost extension projects. 2, approve the 2020 audit results. And 3, recommend a September 2021 budget committee meeting to set 2020 budget priorities, and a November 2021 budget committee meeting to recommend a 2020 provisional budget. And that completes the report.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Patricia. Questions for Patricia on the budget committee report? Okay. Seeing none. I don't think there's any public comment cards on this agenda item, so we'll go straight to council action. And I would look to a discussion and a motion eventually. Pete Hasmer. Pete?
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to do it, but I'll do it anyway to break some of the silence, assuming there's no discussion. I could make a motion.
Oh, okay, please.
I move that the council adopt the recommendations of the budget committee as outlined in attachment C6A, Supplemental Budget Committee Report 1, June 2021.
Okay, Pete, is that language accurate?
Yes.
Okay, looking for a second. Seconded by Chair Grelnick. Okay, Pete, speak to your motion.
Not necessary, but I think it's self-explanatory there. Thanks.
Okay, discussion on the motion? Questions to the maker? Pete, your hand's still up. Okay, unless you want to ask yourself a question. Okay, we'll go straight to call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay, with that, Patricia, I think, are we done here?
Mr. Hassmer has his hand up.
Oh, Pete, sorry.
Thanks. Sorry, I took it down and put it back up. Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, I'd like to provide a comment now.
Please.
Thanks. I just want to highlight again the efforts, the work of the staff on this. If people read the audit report, I'm not an economist. My training was in fish management, fish biology. But as we go through that, the audit, what it really looks at is just compliance with federal regulations, and it looks at all the records of the council and see if those records accurately represent the financial position of the statement and so forth. And we because of the good work they do, we get those reports, a low risk auditee and unmodified report. And that's excellent. What the audit report doesn't point to, and when you look in it, there is specific language the auditors use. They do not express an opinion on the effectiveness of the organization's internal control. And so that's left up to us to, report, I think, as a committee to look at that and report back to the council on are we doing a good job of doing that? And I think it's an excellent job. I just want to highlight the work that Patricia mainly, does, and the other staff, and some of the comments made by the auditors when we met with them to discuss the report. One of them is that with regards to the cash reserve, the council is in a strong position, and that's a very good place to be. I remember it was a number of years back, but that wasn't the case, and not because of the fault of the council staff, but just the way the money moved to the council in that process. But currently, we're in a very good position there. And also a note that the auditors made that because of the pandemic last year, not just this council, but entities, institutions were at a heightened level of risk with respect to audits and the bookkeeping. And over the past year, the staff managed two budgets. We had the no-cost extension on the previous no-cost extension, but that's managed as a separate budget, and then our operational budget for the year, and all the changes in how we conduct our business and the meetings and that. And we continue to receive those low-risk audit unmodified reports. So that's an excellent place to be. And I think on behalf of the committee, I'm pleased to say or express to you that the staff, the internal controls are very effective, that we don't have to change anything, that we have good reporting, good tracking of the budget, and we are in a good financial position. And so again, I just want to reflect the excellent work that's being done by the staff on there under the direction of the executive director, and again, especially Patricia, the work she does. So thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Pete, for pointing that out. You're absolutely correct. Sometimes it's the standard's so high that we get used to it, and it's glad you to point that out, because it really isn't spelled out in the audit like it probably should be. So, okay. Anyone else? Okay. Hey, Patricia, back to you.
It looks like you've actually finished this agenda item and you've done everything you need to do.
Very good. Well, thank you. And thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, with that, we'll go to C7, Legislative Matters, and I'll look to Jennifer. Jennifer?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the council. I just lost my tab. So I will be reading from agenda item C7. The Legislative Committee met on Monday of last week to review bills proposed in the 117th Congress. That's agenda item C7 attachment 1. At the direction of the council in April, council staff forwarded a letter to the Departments of Interior and Commerce on Executive Order 14008, Section 216A, regarding steps the U.S. should take to conserve at least 30% of U.S. lands and waters by 2030, and a separate letter to National Marine Fisheries Service on Section 216C of the same executive order. And the links are provided there in the document. That second letter is on increasing resilience to climate change. NIM will provide an update on, or did provide an update on, Executive Order 14008 under Agenda Item C3. So the council's task is to consider the legislative committee report, which is C7 attachment, supplemental attachment. Excuse me, it's C7A. I would be happy to read that report if you like.
Okay. Or do we?
Oh, and excuse me, I should add that there is a report from the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel as well.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, looking at agenda item C7A, supplemental LC report 1, the legislative committee met on Monday, June 21st. All committee members were present. The LC first heard a staff review of recent federal legislation, attachment 1. The council has not received any requests for comment on legislation at this time. Committee members discussed concerns related to bills promoting offshore wind energy and the effects of offshore wind projects on fish surveys, stock assessments, and the fishing industry. Current bills that encourage offshore wind energy projects include HR 3764, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act, which has been introduced, Oregon's House Bill 3375, which has been signed by the governor, and California HB 575, which is in progress. Future meetings, the LC recommends that they meet again at the upcoming September council meeting. And that completes the legislative committee report.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Questions for Jennifer on the legislative committee report? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the GAP report and Sarah Nayani. Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And for the record, I will be reading Agenda Item C7B, Supplemental GAP Report 1. The GAP received an overview of the agenda item from Ms. Jennifer Gilden, council staff, and offers the following comments. The GAP would like to thank Ms. Gilden for the great presentation and for keeping us apprised of so many complex bills in such an easy to digest manner. For members of the GAP who run small businesses, it is difficult to stay up to date on all of the significant legislative matters that could impact our fisheries, especially during this period of increased focus on offshore development. The GAP encourages the council to continue to prioritize the development and reporting out of these comprehensive legislative summaries from council staff. That concludes the GAP report, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Questions for Sarah on the GAP report? Okay, thank you, Sarah. And with that, we'll go to public comment, which there are no cards that I'm aware of. And so council action, that's to consider report and recommendations. Oh, wrong one. Consider the legislative committee report and any recommendations. So open the floor up for any discussion. Okay. Seeing none, I'll go back to Jennifer.
Maggie has her hand up.
Oh, Maggie, sorry.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Vice Chair. I just wanted to put in a hearty second for the GAP's recognition of and appreciation for Jennifer's excellent summaries of legislative info. It really has been so helpful to have the information provided to us in the manner that you do, Jennifer, and please keep it up. It is really helping our process. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. Anyone else? Okay. All right, Jennifer, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Maggie. Provided that the council agrees that the legislative committee should meet in September, we are done with this agenda item.
I think that'd be the case. And thank you. And all right. And with that, we'll go to the C8, which is to approve the council meeting record. And I would just ask if there's anyone has any comment or corrections on those records. I'm sure everyone has reviewed them thoroughly. And at some point, I'd like to entertain a motion. Pete Hassemer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did read through those as a matter of discussion, and I thought I found an error on page 16 of one, but with further research, I was incorrect. So I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
I move the council adopt there it is. I move the council approve the March 2021 and April 2021 meeting records as shown in agenda item C8, attachment 1, draft council meeting record, 258th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, March 2 to 5 and 8 to 11, 2021. And agenda item C8, attachment 2, draft council meeting record, 259th session of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, April 6 through 9 and 12 through 15, 2021.
Okay, Pete, is the language on the screen accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, looking for a second. Second by Louis Zim. Thanks, Louis. All right, Pete, I don't know if you want to speak to her or not, but.
No, I don't. I made my comments already.
Very good. Louis, your hand's up. Do you want to speak to it? Okay. All right. Not seeing hands for discussion. I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Motion passes unanimously. And with that, thank you, everyone. And I will hand the gavel back to Chair Grelnick. Mark?
Thank you, Brad. Excellent work there. So we're now on agenda items C9, membership appointments and council operating procedures. And I will look to Deputy Executive Director Mike Berner to get us started.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Good morning, council members. Agenda item C9 on membership appointments and council operating procedures. We have a little bit more business to take care of under this agenda item than normal, largely due to the fact that we're kicking off a 3-meeting process to address the next term for our advisory bodies. What we have to go through today is council designees and some changes to the enforcement consultants. We have a couple of advisory body appointments to take care of, one for the GMT and one for the Ground Fish Endangered Species Work Group. And then perhaps the lion's share of our time here today will be talking about council appointments for the next term with a focus on the composition of our term limited advisory bodies. And last but not least, we anticipate some announcements and perhaps a motion to create a committee to address the executive director situation. Mr. Tracy, as everyone knows, has announced his retirement. And so the council has been discussing this week a process to move forward with the recruitment and selection of the next executive director. So I suggest we go through those in that order when the time comes for council action, but I'm happy to give an overview of what we're looking at here. So if it's all right, I'll start off with the council officers and members and designees, and I'll also address a couple of changes to the EC all in one. None of these require any further council action, but I thought I'd make sure everyone's aware of what's going on here. In your briefing materials under attachment 1, we got a letter from the U.S. Coast Guard regarding Rear Admiral Voigt's designees to the council. In that letter, they note that Lieutenant Commander Scott McGrew will remain the Admiral's first designee, that Lieutenant Lilea Lingo will become his second designee, and Mr. Chris German will be his third designee. Additionally, the letter addresses Coast Guard participation on the enforcement consultants and notes that Mr. German and Lieutenant Lingo will serve in that capacity. And again, all of those are in the works and don't require any council business under this agenda item. Additionally, in your supplemental materials, we got a supplemental report from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding their enforcement consultants, letting the council know that Captain Eric Cord will be appointed as the agency's primary enforcement consultant, and that Lieutenant Jason Krause will be specified as the agency's alternate designee. And again, that those appointments don't require any further council action, but we will make those updates to our rosters, etc. I also forgot to note in my overview, we have, as we do every June, the election of the council chair and vice chairs. There's a segment pulled from COP1 there for your review, but every June the council looks to elect a chair and up to 2 vice chairs for the following year. That starts annually August 11th and runs through August 10th of the following year. At the moment, Chair Gorelnik and Brad Pettinger, Vice Chair, are finishing their first term. And so when it comes time for this under council action, we look for a council motion regarding the chair and vice chair for the next time around. Regarding council advisory body appointments, as I mentioned, we got 2 nominations for this session regarding both from the National Marine Fisheries Service. Regarding the groundfish management team, the service has nominated Miss Abby Moyer to replace Miss Gretchen Hanchu on the groundfish management team, and has requested that Mr. Dan Lawson represent the West Coast region on the groundfish endangered species work group. These nominations were reviewed and reported up by the SSC earlier in the week, and when we get to this portion of council action, we would look for council motions on both of those appointments as appropriate. Then perhaps what we'll spend a fair amount of time on this today is the next round of advisory body terms. The current term for our term limited seats on our advisory panels, the Habitat Committee and the SSC all expire on the 31st of this year. And so this meeting kicks off a 3-meeting process to fill those seats for the 2022 through 2024 advisory body term. As noted in the COP9 and as amended by the council after the last time we went through this, it's been extended to a 3-meeting process whereby at this meeting here in June, the council and the advisory bodies and the public look over the council operating procedures, particularly the compositions of the term limited seats on our advisory bodies, and make any recommended changes to those compositions as needed. Those would be adopted here to go out for public review between now and the September meeting. So if there are proposed changes, I would suggest perhaps a motion here when it gets to that time under this agenda item to adopt any proposed changes that would go out for public review between now and September. As COP9 continues, then in September, we would hear back again from the public and the advisory bodies on those proposed changes and adopt any final changes to the COP and the compositions then in September. And then shortly following the September council meeting, council staff would solicit nominations for those seats in time for the November council meeting, where the council is scheduled to make final appointments and put people in those seats for the next 3-year term. So regarding advisory body reports for this session in your briefing materials, the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, who discussed this earlier meeting, had a short report in the briefing book itself regarding tribal representation on that group. Additionally, this appropriately got a lot of discussion across all of our advisory bodies at this session this week. We have a suite of them for your consideration when we get to that point in the agenda. Lance Hebden is prepared to give you a supplemental Habitat Committee report, Merritt McCray a supplemental GAP report, Megan Waters a supplemental SABIN Advisory Subpanel report, Steve Stowe's a supplemental HMS Management Team report, Mike Conroy an HMS Advisory Subpanel report, Galen Johnson a supplemental SSC report, and David Crabb a supplemental Coastal Planning Advisory Subpanel report. So again, in review, there's quite a bit to take care of here under this agenda item. Unless there's questions of me, I recommend we go forth with those advisory body statements followed by public comment. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes time for council action, I might recommend that we start out with the advisory body appointments for the GMT, the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group, as well as the election of the council chair and vice chair. Then perhaps a discussion of council appointments for the next term and the composition of our advisory bodies and the COPs that govern their activities. And then conclude this agenda item with a discussion of the executive director selection process. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's my overview. Oh, I forgot to mention, there is also public comment on this agenda item that you should be able to find in our public comment portal. It's a letter submitted by the Ocean Conservancy and Oceana that has a variety of suggestions for how you might address the next term. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. You're gonna have to keep us honest to make sure we get it all done. That's quite a list. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the overview, Mike. Just looking for council action at the end of our discussion of potential changes to the COPs. Are we looking for a motion to specify changes to the COP language that will be put out for public review prior to November?
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question, Maggie. I do think motions might be appropriate. I don't know as we necessarily have to see all the strikeout underline language, particularly if it's just in regards to composition. I think if the motion was simply to say something like, I recommend we add a new seat representing this sector, I think that would be appropriate. I guess I would say, though, if there were suggested changes to other parts of the COP that talked about, alternates or any other governing thing, it might be best to see that language so that it's clear to everyone what's going on for public review. I hope that was clear.
Yes, thank you.
Phil Anderson.
And thanks. And Mike, in response to Maggie's question, you talked about taking action in November. And I guess that was my understanding that any changes in the composition of our APs or committees or the changes in COPs that we would be taking that action in September, and then in November is when we make the appointments. Do I have that timing wrong?
You have that absolutely right. And if I said something to the contrary earlier, that was my error. That yeah, we would put compositions and other COP changes out for public review in June. September would be when we finally approve COP changes or changes to the compositions, and then November would be council action to put nominees in those seats.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? Any questions for Mike? And if not, we will get started with advisory body reports. And I understand that Jennifer is pinch hitting for Lance for the Habitat Committee report.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. So reading off agenda item C9A, Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. The Habitat Committee discussed the fact that it has not had a North Tribal representative for several years, despite the fact that some of the more significant issues the HC brings to the Council are relevant to the Columbia River. The HC believes it is important that the Northern Tribal perspective be included in HC discussions and recommendations to the Council. That completes the HC report.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Jennifer on the Habitat Committee report? Not seeing any hands. We'll now go to the GAP report. Merritt McRae, welcome, Merritt.
Hello, Chair Gorelnik, council members. I'm Merritt McRae, and I'll be reading from agenda item C9A, Supplemental GAP Report 1, Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel, or panel, received an overview of this agenda item from the Pacific Fishery Management Council Deputy Director, Mr. Mike Berner, and reviewed the briefing book comments, or documents. We offer the following comments. General discussion. The GAP discussed the current panel composition, the current council operating procedures regarding advisory bodies and how the GAP operates. Panel members feel the current composition of the GAP is satisfactory and comprises a membership with sufficient geographic, sector, fishery, tribal, and conservation representation. Furthermore, the GAP frequently receives significant public participation, whether during an in-person venue or virtually, and allows for public comment and discussion during each agenda item. The panel appreciates this public participation and input. Regarding the concern about majority and minority issues, in panel statements, the GAP notes it has not always been able to reach consensus on some agenda items. This is not limited to GAP discussions. Other ABs have had similar divisions on especially contentious issues. However, the GAP has always been clear as to why or why not. The panel statements have clearly delineated the majority and minority statements or whether we could not reach consensus. We will continue to provide this perspective to the council so members can gain a better understanding of the background discussions in the GAP. Additionally, the GAP disagrees with the public comment letter regarding term limits. We reference the Highly Migratory Species Advisory Subpanel report under this agenda item that notes the difficulties of bringing new people into the process. While it is important to bring in new information and knowledge, term limits are not the sole process to achieve that change. The council can choose to appoint a new AB members every 3 years or when an AB member resigns. The GAP recognizes the individual panel members' dedication to this time-consuming process and is grateful for the many members' years of experience and historical knowledge base. Establishing term limits could have the opposite effect. Inclusion of a new member for the sake of filling a seat could result in points of view contrary to the goal of contributing to successful, sustainable fisheries management. Recruiting members to fill an AB seat already is difficult given the personal and business sacrifices required to attend meetings and commitments to understanding the agenda materials. For the above reasons, the panel believes the current composition of the GAP is working well and suggests no changes to the composition or governing COPs at this time. The GAP has specific AB recommendations. With respect to the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group, as the GAP noted in our statement under Agenda Item G4, Groundfish ESA Work Group Report, the panel recommends a fishery representative seat be formally added to the GESW. The work group noted in its report the value of having a groundfish industry member available at its recent meeting, and I quote, "We very much appreciate the protected species professionals for continuing to support these integrative discussions. The council appointed Bob Elder as an industry representative for this work group meeting. The work group found Mr. Elder's input to be very valuable and has helped provide an understanding of how the gear is fished and how vessels operate. The work group is supportive of an industry member having a more permanent position on the work group in the future," unquote. The GAP would like to thank Mr. Bob Elder for his service. With respect to the Scientific and Statistical Committee Groundfish Subcommittee, given the concerns about data moderate stock assessments, the GAP agrees with the Groundfish Management Team recommendations to create avenues for advisory body participation in the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee discussions, during which data moderate reviews are conducted, as noted in GMT report under Agenda Item G5. Thank you, and with that, I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Merritt. Are there any questions for Merritt on the detailed and complete GAP report? Thank you very much, Merritt.
Thank you.
We'll now go to the HMS management team. And I'm not sure if it's going to be Steve or Liz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. This is Steve Stoes. I'm HMS Management Team Co-Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. I'll be reading from agenda item C9, supplemental team report. The team discussed administrative appointment issues with regard to the council membership roster, including council members, advisory body membership, and relevant changes in council operating procedures or the council's statement of organization, practices, and procedures. With regard to council AB membership, the team would like to restate its interest in having a participating Washington representative on the team. With the extensive workload, fishery management plan revisions, albacore-related issues, and other recent staffing changes, having a complete roster is important for team effectiveness. In reports and public comment, there appears to be confusion as to which groups are considered advisory bodies. The team's understanding is that the various committees described in Council Operating Procedures 2 through 8 are all considered to be ABs to the Council and uses this definition in this report and the report under Agenda Item C10. The team supports the recommendation made in a written public comment under this agenda item to require training for harassment, bullying, equity, and inclusion for AB chairs, but suggests the requirement extend to all who participate in a professional capacity in the council process. That's our report, and I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. Are there questions for Steve? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Steve, for the report. We'll next go to the HMSAS and welcome Mike Conroy.
Good morning, Mr. Gorelnik. Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Perfect. I will be reading into the record the HMSAS supplemental report on agenda item C9. The HMSAS makes the following recommendations regarding composition of the HMSAS. We support relabeling the two current commercial fisheries at large seats as follows: a northern commercial fisheries seat and a southern commercial fisheries seat, as this aligns with the two charter boat operator seats. We also recommend the current at-large seat be converted to a deep set buoy gear seat. We support the SAS's proposal to increase the number of private recreational seats on the AS from 1 to 2, 1 south of Point Conception and 1 north thereof, provided it is done so by adding a new seat to the HMSAS and not taking one from an existing panel member. We offer comments on the public comment submitted to the briefing book. For convenience, we follow the heading used in that comment. Term limits. We agree that bringing in new people to the council public process is important for the transfer of information and knowledge external to the council process and building community and public trust. We disagree that term limits are the only mechanism whereby this can occur. Although this sounds like a good idea and mirrors council member term limits, the two are not the same. The council's ABs are made up of stakeholders with current and historical expertise in specific sectors, areas to advise the council in its deliberations. They include fishery participants, fishing community members, and the conservation community. Because most fishing industry members work in their respective fishery, often 24 hours per day and year round, it is often difficult to get dedicated advisors to agree to participate. Additionally, as fisheries become more restricted, the universe of fishery participants dwindles and those willing to serve shrinks even more. We appreciate an allowance for those seats where there is no other interest shown aside from otherwise terming out AB member. Aside from an otherwise terming out AB member. We would like to point out that some promoting term limits get paid a substantial salary from their regular job to attend those meetings in addition to time and travel if they are AB members. For newly appointed AB members, it takes a significant amount of time to get acquainted with the workings of the process and the various management entities. Most are paid a very modest stipend that does not begin to offset the loss of income producing opportunity while participating in the process. We believe it would be a mistake to force historical knowledge and expertise out of the process through term limits. Our discussions and deliberations on hard caps during this meeting greatly benefited from having the perspective of individuals who were present when that item was originally before the council. If term limits are deemed appropriate, we do agree they need to be staggered. With regard to AB seat composition, as mentioned above, we recommend a few minor adjustments, renaming existing seats to show coastwide stakeholder representation and accommodate the addition of Dietz at Buick as a new fishery. We feel the current representation is adequate and fair to all HMS stakeholders and complies with MSA requirements for advisory panels. Seats should be assigned to participants of productive fisheries as well as the consumer. Conservation interests should be allocated one seat in this same sort of advisory role. Majority minority opinions. The current policy on this topic seems to be working well. For the most part, we are able to reach consensus and do not have too many minority reports. Occasionally, members will have a difference of opinion and they are encouraged to submit a minority report. The HMSAS is aware that the verbiage of majority and minority reports may imply some kind of formal voting. However, polling members of the AS is only done for purpose of identifying any members who remain dissatisfied with a specific report to determine if further discussion is warranted or if another opinion on the topic should be included as a minority opinion. Any idea that minority reports are discouraged within the HMSAS is unfounded. Chair training and meeting inclusiveness. We disagree with the requirement that AB chairs receive training and harassment, bullying, equity, and inclusion. We do so not because we think those matters unimportant, but rather because of concern for potential legal ramifications and that it may actually discourage someone from seeking the role. We encourage the council to seek advice of legal counsel before implementing such a requirement. We would suggest that the signing of any statement agreeing to abide by the COPS should only be required of individuals who are proposed to be appointed to the ABs, not merely for applying. For example, what about an individual who does not self-nominate? We agree that new members should be informed about the council process, but acknowledge that this will not be a substitute for actually participating in the process. Inclusiveness, as we see it mentioned here, seems to imply that participation is discouraged in AB meetings. Speaking only for the HMSAS, the public is always welcome to attend and participate in our meetings. Meeting timing and format. While virtual meetings are convenient, we disagree with their effectiveness compared to in-person meetings. In-person meetings allow AB members to interact on a personal level with management team members, other stakeholders, council members, and staff. It has been evident that not everyone will speak up during virtual meetings, but will participate when meeting in person. By and large, fishing industry participants would have to pay their own way to physically attend meetings to engage with the council should AB meetings, I believe that was supposed to read be held virtually, but when they're not be held virtually. That expense, both monetarily and in terms of time, would limit industry participation in council meetings and deny access to the management process. We suspect some non-industry stakeholders, primarily those from the conservation community, will not suffer any financial hardship to physically participate in the process. Although it would save the council funds to continue the virtual format, it unfairly disadvantages fishing industry stakeholders regarding access to the entities mentioned above. Perhaps one idea is to offer the ability for AB members to participate remotely if they prefer. That may actually maximize representation and participation of the sector represented by the AB member. Perhaps another option would be to break AB meetings into subparts. One, a one-day meeting that would occur in advance of a council meeting and held remotely, and the second to be in person and occur during the council meeting. Public comment and participation. At the outset, we know that for the June council meeting, each AB agenda had public comment scheduled for their meetings. The HMSAS also routinely discusses written public comments on HMS topics included in the briefing materials. We support requiring public comment during AB meetings. The HMSAS scheduled 2 opportunities for public comment during each day we meet. We have also been known to take public comment outside of those scheduled times as circumstances allow. However, there should be some guardrails placed on this so that public comments do not become disruptive to the AB's functions and/or meetings. We believe our approach, scheduling comments before lunch and before adjourning for the day, could be a model for the other ABs. And that concludes our report.
Thank you, Mike. Are there questions for Mike on the HMSAS report? Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mike, for the very comprehensive report. Just had a question right up at the beginning where you're talking about renaming some of the seats and designating them for north and south. I didn't see a geographic designation there for some of them. I know we have we've run into issues with what does it mean north and south of what? So I was just wondering if the advisory subpanel had any discussions about that, and particularly, I guess, in regards to the new ones you're recommending, the northern commercial fisheries and southern commercial fisheries, for adding a private seat north and south of what, et cetera. So did you have any discussions about that? Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Tracy, for the question. And thank you for your service. And we're going to miss you. Thought I'll get that out there now while I can. So we did discuss that. With regard to the commercial fisheries seats, we mirrored that after what is currently in there for the charter boat fleet. We have a northern charter boat fleet and a southern charter boat fleet, and there is no geographic demarcation line. We tossed around the idea of whether it should be Conception or whether it should be Mendocino to match what we have for the processor, because there is a demarcation line for the northern and southern processor seat. But we just felt at this time, just to label those northern and southern with regard to the commercial fisheries seats. And then, as you noted, with regard to the SAS, agreeing with what the SAS had to say, we drew the line at Point Conception there. I hope that's helpful.
Thanks for your response there. Yeah.
Krista.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Gorelnik, and thank you for the comprehensive report, Mike. I have one question relating to your report, and then one question just because I know you guys well, and I'm curious about whether you discussed it. So I'll start with the one that's in the report, which is you mentioned in the first paragraph regarding term limits that there may be other mechanisms that can occur, and that gives the idea that you guys discussed those, and was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit on that in addition to the comments made around term limits.
Through the chair, thanks, Krista, for the question. We did. There were a number of ideas, both doable and not, that were kind of briefly mentioned, but we didn't really go in depth in detail with regard to what those may or may not be. I think that our thought process was that we could, if this is something that gathered steam, that we could put more thought behind it and gather up some thoughts and really put pen to paper on this in September or November.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, on the second question, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
So this is with regard to term limits, but not specific to makeup of the ABs. I was just wondering if your advisory body, because it is so comprehensive in terms of the report, had any conversation about term limits for chairs, vice chairs, et cetera, so the officers within to potentially grow leadership within different ABs.
Through the chair. Thanks, Krista, for that question. No, we did not discuss whether or not there should be term limits placed on either the chair or vice chair.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the HMSAS? Thank you. Thanks again, Mike.
Roger that. We'll talk soon.
All right. Next, the SAS, Megan Waters. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Megan Waters, co-chair of vice chair of the SAS. I'll be reading from agenda item C9A, supplemental SAS report 1 on membership appointments and council operating procedures. The Salmon Advisory Subpanel discussed the current composition of the council advisory bodies and offers the following comments and recommendations. The SAS believes that we have the appropriate representation to meet our objectives and duties, and we are not recommending any changes to the SAS composition for the next term. SAS members have noticed an increase in private recreational effort targeting albacore tuna, particularly in Oregon and Washington. The SAS does not feel like this growing fisheries sector has adequate representation on the highly migratory species advisory subpanel and recommends that the council adopt for public review a proposal to increase the number of private recreational seats on the HMSAS from 1 to 2, one south of Point Conception and one north. The northern position should have experience with private recreational fishing for albacore tuna. And that concludes our report. With that, I'll take any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions for Megan on the SAS report? Thank you very much, Megan. We'll now hear from the Science and Statistical Committee. Galen Johnson, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Committee, Chair of the SSC, and I'll be reading our statement on the membership appointments and council operating procedures. The SSC discussed potential changes to council operating procedure 4 regarding the makeup of the SSC and offers the following comments. The SSC recommends that the treatment of alternate members be consistent between agency and at-large seats. COP4 states that alternates for specific SSC meetings may be designated if members representing federal, state, or tribal agencies are unable to attend. However, designees are not authorized for at-large SSC members. The SSC recommends that either no alternates be permitted for any members or that all members be permitted to have alternates. The SSC recommends that at-large seats have staggered terms rather than all serving concurrently. More frequent openings as staggered at-large terms expire would allow for more opportunities to increase SSC diversity and add expertise in emerging areas. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you very much, Galen. Are there questions for Galen? Thank you, Galen. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Galen. In your discussions on alternates for the at-large members of the SSC, did you have any discussions, I guess, that you could share with the council on how the proposed alternates would be suggested and how their qualifications, how we would be certain they'd be qualified to fill the role?
We did not discuss their qualifications. How those would be assured, and I don't think we actually have a way of assuring the qualifications for other alternates either. But just not specifically, but the way people were talking about it would be, finding a colleague or someone similarly qualified and asking them to be the alternate.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Okay.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question much along the same lines. How would the role of participation on subcommittees work with alternates for at-large members? Are you expecting that the designation of an alternate or allowance of an alternate would allow that at-large member to put somebody else in a subcommittee meeting?
We did not get that far into the details of it. And I'm trying to remember the COP off the top of my head, but I think it says for specific meetings. So I guess that could imply for subcommittee meetings, but no one asked that question. You have a new one.
Thank you.
Last but not least, we have David Crabb with the CPS AS report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm filling in for David. He got delayed coming back to his desk, I guess.
Fair enough.
Okay, for the record, I'll be reading agenda item C9A, supplemental CPSAS Report 1, Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel Report on Membership Appointments and Council Operating Procedures. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel discussed agenda item C9, membership appointments and council operating procedures during the June 2021 meeting. The CPSAS supports the existing makeup of our advisory subpanel and believes its current membership provides an effective knowledge base to aid the council in well-informed decision-making. We oppose term limits and believe they would be detrimental to the quality of input provided by CPSAS. Further, finding candidates from the fishing industry to participate in the council process is challenging enough without the restrictions that would be imposed by term limits. Thank you for your consideration of these comments. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike on the CPSAS report? Mike Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike. Mike, my question has to do with the Washington commercial seat on the CPS advisory subpanel. You guys report that you're happy with your composition and the sectors represented there, which is fine. But I just note that we've gone through a couple of people appointed to that with very little success at getting participation. That seat has largely effectively been vacant for a while. So I wondered if the panel had any discussions about that seat or the prospects of getting an engaged participant given the small or the reduced amount of commercial fishing going on in Washington currently.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, Mike, we did not specifically on this discussion that I recall, and I think I would have remembered it, but we have talked about finding somebody to fill that position. I think we may have an option that could work out for us. We were going to wait until after a September meeting or in September, I guess, to nominate that person. I think what we're looking at here is maybe not the people that are filling the positions right now. In other words, we realize we're one person short. There's no, everybody in our panel knows that. But with that position filled, I think that's what it refers to as far as the number of positions go, not the actual body count right at this point, if that answers your question.
Does that answer your question, Mike?
Sorry, just to follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I wasn't necessarily referring to the people in the seat. I guess I thought maybe a discussion of perhaps changing the focus of that seat so it's not so narrowly defined as a Washington commercial seat might, if we change that to representation that was more broadly announced, we might expand the pool of candidates was the more I was thinking, but thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
Mike, we did not have that discussion specifically. I have thought about that myself and was wondering if something like that might be an option to get more participation. So I don't think we'd be disinclined to go that direction, or at least take a look at that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. No further questions for the CPSAS. There is one other report in the briefing book, and that is the ecosystem advisory subpanel. It's a short report, and I don't have a name for who may be reading it, but I will hope that someone speaks up to read it. And if not, I'll ask a staff member. Mike Berner.
Yeah, I'd be happy to read it. I don't think we line someone up because typically when things are in the briefing book, but I'd be happy to read it. Agenda item C9, EAS Report 1, the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel had a short conversation about the composition of the EAS. We recognize that when the EAS was formed, there was a designated tribal seat, which went unfilled. If the tribes now desire representation, the EAS supports the addition and encourages the council to consider this addition. Thank you.
All right, thanks for reading that, Mike. And I think the report speaks for itself, and I don't think it'd be fair to ask you any questions about it. So that completes the reports that I'm aware of from management teams and advisory bodies, and will take us to public comment on this agenda item. And last I looked, we had 2 folks signed up, or maybe one person signed up. Corey Riding, no, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong list. It is 2, Mike Conroy and Heather Mann.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, confirming you can hear me again.
Indeed.
Perfect. So my name is Mike Conroy. I'm just going to offer some very brief comments on agenda item C9. Just want to let you know that at the outset of our report for the HMSAS, we had a comment that was very much like what the management team had included. It was taken out at the last minute, but it still had some widespread support. It was the one where the management team supports recommendations made in written public comment under this agenda item to require training for harassment, bullying, equity, inclusion for AB chairs, but suggests the requirement extend to all who participate in a professional capacity in the council process. I and many others in the AS support that. I just wanted to make sure that that was put down as a marker. And then also just wanted to bring up, what happened during the council meeting last Friday. Gary Burke had signed up to speak on behalf of commercial fishermen of Santa Barbara, yet when it was his turn to speak, he only got 5 minutes, rushed through his thing. So, we need to make sure that when public comments are taken, that they apply evenly across the board. If you're speaking on behalf of an entity, that you get the full 10 minutes and not 5. And that's all I have on that. Thank you. And I will be signing off 8.5 minutes early.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for that, Mike. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that comment, Mike. I noted that also, that house, I think that was inadvertent, I hope, but let's pay attention. Particularly, I noticed that some of the commenters actually had to state their involvement, whereas on the sign up, their association was well stated in writing, and a few that I noticed that council members tried to engage them further to give them more time to express their opinions, which we sorely need. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Louis. Appreciate that.
And I'm sure it was inadvertent. All right. Thank you very much, Mike. Heather Mann, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I represent the members of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative, and I have since 2012. I'm going to be dating myself here, but I have been involved in the council process for more than 25 years. I began my fisheries career on the Pacific Council staff, and I've seen a lot through those 2.5 decades. During my time in the process, I've served on the CPS AP, the HMS AP, the Groundfish Allocation Committee, and the Groundfish Advisory Panel, which I chaired for several years. I believe that the GAP and the other panels are running really well. Even though I'm not a member of the GAP, I believe there's more than enough opportunity to participate in the process. I feel the same way about the SSC, the GMT, and any other committee I have interacted with in the last several years. I don't support term limits. I think that is disruptive and unnecessary. I don't support adding additional conservation seats, and I don't support eliminating the majority-minority reports. Basic decency and respect are important behaviors, and we see those displayed constantly at the council. We are all adults here. And I've seen firsthand when someone's out of line, another participant generally deals with it quickly. I myself have personally been on the receiving end of inappropriate and hostile behavior more than once over the years, much of it while chairing the GAP, but even more recently as well. But we dealt with it like adults. We do not need to have more rules and regulations that create cookie cutter panels that stifle authentic engagement. I just want to close with the fact that I do have a problem with adding people to council committees that are working for businesses or organizations that are actively working to eliminate some of our commercial fisheries and or gear types. I don't believe this meets the spirit of the Magnuson Act, and I believe it undermines the council process. Even now, unfortunately, this is currently occurring with some members of our quote unquote council family. And I find this behavior to be duplicative and unhelpful to council operations and our goals and objectives here. So I don't support socially engineering the council process any more than it already is. And I don't support an overreach in dictating how panel members can share their recommendations. I think things are running really well. I think the council leadership is good. And I think we need to focus more on getting the work done that needs to be done and spend less effort on figuring out how to, make sure everybody gets a trophy. So thanks for the opportunity to comment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Heather. Maggie Summer.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me? There we go. Thanks, Heather, for your comments. I think I heard you say that you don't support eliminating the majority and minority reports in advisory subpanel reports. Could you elaborate on that just briefly? And I'm curious if you have any objections or I guess in favor of using that terminology specifically, or if it's the concept of presenting divergent views when the advisory panel does not come to a complete consensus. Thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Summer, I think it's a combination of those things. I think that expecting a consensus, especially with our panels that are very diversified, can be difficult. And I've watched firsthand where on the GAP, people are agreeing to disagree up front. And instead of trying to come to a consensus, which is nearly impossible on some issues like gear switching, I think it's important that both sides get out there. In the cases where you have a strong majority and just a couple members in the minority, I still believe it's important to share both views, but make sure that the council understands that it is a minority of the participants that feel that way. For example, when I worked for processors, which I did for 14 years in this process, in the GAP, a lot of times during the development of Amendment 20, we were always in the minority. There were 3 of us on the panel and we were always the minority, but we still had the opportunity to share our view in the GAP reports as the minority. I don't have a problem being titled that way, I guess. But I think it is important that if you have a panel of 20 people and 3 of them are supporting one thing and the rest are not, that the council should understand that. And that's why people are serving on these panels, to provide their recommendations and to inform the council. I don't know that it's always helpful to have a consensus. I know that sounds odd, but forcing people to come to a consensus, you might be losing some of the nuances of why people have, support either the majority or the minority view. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I just, I feel like eliminating it is just one more sort of smoothing over of everything, when really there are a lot of differences within our businesses, within our positions and our recommendations. And I think that, we should be able to embrace and share those.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further questions of Heather Mann? Thank you very much, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that will conclude public comment. We had 2 folks here speaking at the meeting, and of course, there was a written public comment in the briefing book. And that takes us to our council action. And I think before we get started, maybe I'll ask Mike to remind us of our list of tasks here so that we make sure we don't miss anything.
Thank you, Chair Gorelnik. Be happy to. So for council action here, we have a bunch of things to take care of. I might suggest the following order. We would look to a motion to address the council chair and vice chair positions. We would also look to the council under AB appointments to look for motions regarding the nominations to the groundfish management team and the groundfish endangered species work group. Third, we have a variety of proposals we just heard regarding changes to COPs and perhaps compositions of advisory bodies. So I think it would be best to look to a motion to propose any changes the council wishes to put up for public review to our COPs or the compositions. And then last piece of business for this agenda item, in my suggested order here, is to address the selection of a new executive director. And I believe Executive Director Tracy has some comments about potential process moving forward there, and perhaps a motion to create a committee to address that. So that's my score sheet. I agree there's a lot of moving parts here, and I hope I've captured them all.
All right, thanks. Well, so let's do that in the order you suggested. We have some appointments to be made to the team and work group, chair and vice chair. Let's take care of those, and then we can move to a longer discussion on the COPs and AB composition and other suggestions we've heard from the public, as well as the management teams and advisory subpanels. Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the summary, Mike. Just as a point of clarification, I don't have a motion on the executive director business, but actually what I wanted to touch on real quickly was Mr. Conroy's comment about time allowed under public comment. And you know, I think maybe we could do a better job of communicating this, but it's difficult to always determine whether somebody is speaking as an individual or a representative of a group or an association. Even if they put in their sign up, you know, they may be members, but do they represent groups? And so that could be confusing. You'll notice that your time doesn't start until after you introduce yourself. So if when people are making public comments on behalf of either themselves or groups, if they could make that clear, I'm so-and-so and I represent such and such, that would be very helpful, and that'll allow me to make an adjustment in the time allotment as appropriate. So just wanted to, while people were still listening and had that fresh in their mind, just wanted to put that out there. So thanks.
Great. Thanks very much, Chuck. All right. So let me bring up on my own screen here. Unfortunately, I only have one screen, so I have to keep switching back and forth. We have some appointments to make to the groundfish management team. So let's have some discussion or a motion there. Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have a motion prepared on this. We have put forward some nominations, and I'm happy to make the motion and speak to them.
So why don't you go ahead with your motion, and then we'll have any discussion if necessary after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the council appoint Ms. Abby Moyer, to the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Region position on the groundfish management team, currently held by Ms. Gretchen Hanshu, and appoint Mr. Dan Lawson to represent the West Coast region on the groundfish endangered species work group.
All right, and that language on the screen is accurate and complete?
That is correct.
And I'll look for a second. Seconded by Pete Hessimer. Please speak to your motion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Moyer has been working with NOAA Fisheries in various capacities since 2014. She has broad fisheries experience. She has worked on ecosystem assessment surveys. She's written Endangered Species Act mandated biological opinion, analyzing impacts on protected species from fisheries. And most recently, she supported groundfish management by developing our exempted fishing permits and rulemaking packages. She led a couple of our in-season actions and has coordinated renewals of several of our West Coast region data collection. We think she will bring some valuable experience here and is eager and ready to serve in that capacity. And of course, this also goes with saying a big thank you to Ms. Hanshu for her recent service on the GNT and for all of her contributions and her insight on groundfish fisheries and her willingness to step up and be in that role over the past number of months. Mr. Lawson has been a long-standing senior staff member of the Protected Resources Division. He is incredibly knowledgeable, not only about Endangered Species Act, protected species issues, entanglements, and marine mammal issues, but he has been engaged and is familiar with the council process and works with us very closely on a number of issues, and also was able to participate in the most recent working group meeting and provided some valuable input there. So with that, I'll stop there. I think the rest of those qualifications will speak for themselves. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ryan. Louis Zim.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ryan, for NIPS appointing these very able folks, and I particularly want to appreciate the fact that we'll have a steady hand, a steady representative on the groundfish management team, which is so important to me. But having said that, I just wanted to thank Gretchen Hanshu for the work she's done to help our fisheries down here in Southern California in the months that she was in that position. I've been able to work with her over a number of years and greatly respect her knowledge and ability. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that, Louis. Is there any discussion on this motion? And I'm not seeing any hands, so I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that, Brian. Leaving aside for the moment the ED issue as well as the COPs, is there another motion? Perhaps as to chair and vice chair, Phil Anderson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a motion. Gives me great pleasure to make this. I move the council elect Mr. Mark Gorelnik as the council chair and Mr. Brad Pettinger as the council vice chair for the period August 11th, 2021 through August 10th, 2022.
All right, and the language on the screen there is accurate and complete?
Yes, it is.
All right, it looks like Bob Dooley beat Virgil Moore for the second. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Well, I know I speak on behalf of all my colleagues around the table in appreciation for both your work, Mr. Chairman, over this past year, as well as Brad. You've made a great team. You've led us through some very difficult issues. and you've led us through 5 virtual meetings here when we get done with this one successfully, which is no easy task. And you've kept the council, the two gentlemen have kept the council moving through some difficult times. So we very much appreciate the work that you've done.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Phil. And not seeing any other hands, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Not hearing a no vote. Abstentions? And it appears the motion passes unanimously. I want to say for myself and maybe for Brad, thank you very much for the trust you've put in us, and we'll do our best in the coming year to make you not regret your vote. All right, I think that does it for the current motions, and that will take us to probably the most substantive part of this discussion, and that has to do with proposed changes to the COPs that could then be put out for public comment. We received quite a number of suggestions from the various advisory bodies and management teams, some having to do with, some not having to do with COPs, some having to do with needing available positions to be filled. But let's talk about changes, because that's what we need to put out for public comment. So I'll look for a hand. We're running behind, but we can keep running behind. All right, thank you, Maggie. We can count on you to get the ball rolling. I appreciate it.
I will wade in. Thank you, Chair. Tried to compile a list of the recommendations contained in the advisory body reports and public comment, and will offer my opinions on what I heard. Look forward to some additional discussion on these or any points I haven't covered. So I heard one from the HMSAS to relabel the 2 commercial fisheries at large seats as north and south of Point Conception. That seems sensible to me. I heard a recommendation from both the HMSAS and the SAS to add a second private recreational seat and to designate the 2 private recreational seats as north and south of Point Conception. I heard a recommendation from the GAP to add a fishing industry representative to the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group. I would support that. I heard a recommendation from the SSC to allow alternates for at-large members, and I would support that. And then I would like to note my support for the recommendation to address the issue of majority and minority reports. I do think those, I think it is important for us to understand as we are receiving reports whether something was broadly supported in an advisory subpanel or only by a smaller number of members of that group. But I do think that the terms majority report and minority report carry additional connotations that aren't helpful to our understanding in the process. I would want those reports to reflect divergent views. I note that in our COPs, boy, I'm really wading into the weeds here, but there is early on, I can get to the right point here. In COP1, there is a note on report presentation that says advisory subpanel reports should describe areas of consensus and differences. And I think that really captures it. And so I am in favor of modifying language in COP2 in the section on reports to council to remove the terminology for majority and minority. And after we've had further discussion, I am prepared to offer a motion with some brief specific language suggestions for everyone to look at. But that describes the concept, really just removing those terms from it. Finally, I had one more item on my list that I noted that would be a potential change to COP was the HMSAS's recommendation to change the at-large seat to deep set buoy gear representative. I have neither support nor opposition to that at this point, but just wanted to flag it and hope for discussion by those of you with more knowledge of that particular issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Maggie. And like you, I was trying to keep a score sheet here, and I think you did a really good job. Bob Dooley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maggie, I just had a question. When you're talking about the alternates on the SSC, and it wasn't brought up in any of the discussion unless I missed it, I assume that this would follow the same procedure as alternates in any of our advisory panels, and that needs to go through the executive director and have a certain amount of notice and certain amount of approval there, or are you envisioning this being done by the person in the seat and just whenever they want to do it? How do you envision that?
Go ahead, Maggie.
Thanks, Chair. My vision was that it would be the same as the COP currently specifies with prior approval by the executive director. Of course, I'm not speaking for the SSC. I note that their report just said they recommend the treatment of alternate members be consistent between agency and at-large seats. So I inferred that was also their intent, that it would go through prior approval by the executive director upon a request for an alternate.
A follow-up there, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Of course.
Yeah, Maggie, that was my exact confusion there. Is I don't know the procedure that's in the SSC for an SSC agency person to be there to get a replacement for a meeting. Is it just they do that, without approval of the executive director, or is it done differently? And that's what I was pointing out. So thank you.
Further discussion on the points raised, either through public comment or from the advisory bodies or of your own creation? Here, Butch Smith, followed by Phil Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that if I'm understanding Councilman Summers right, that she just wants to rename the minority report. Because I think it's important that you, no matter what you want to call it, that you keep something like that. And here's why. I went on the SAS in about 2002 and took over the chairmanship in 2004 or 5. And there were a lot of spirited personalities in there. And, it was a consensus only. And the SAS was effectively, would never have any reports because of the dynamics of the situation. They never could come to consensus. So I was told by the chair then, Jim Lone, to fix that. And I thought, oh, great. But what we did, and that's what we came up with. And, after we came up with that, I don't think we probably had 5 or 6 of those reports after that. So I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Summers is just renaming that, but not taking that tool away for these different panels, because it is important that the, I don't want to say minority, but the people that aren't in the majority have a voice and are able to express themselves make sure the council knows that. And thank you, Mr. Chair. That is all.
Yeah, I think the notion maybe is that this labeling is somewhat pejorative. But I'll let Maggie speak for herself, but I think she's wants to maintain the all perspectives.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is exactly it. The existing language says that reports will describe both areas of consensus and differences. If necessary, majority and minority reports may be drafted to present the divergent views of the subpanel. And I would suggest we consider something like reports will describe areas of consensus and differences. If necessary, reports will present the divergent views of the subpanel.
Okay, thank you for that, Maggie. Butch, did you have a follow-up to your question, or?
I just want to thank Maggie for that explanation, and that sounds great to me. So thank you.
All right, Phil Anderson, followed by Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just had a few, hopefully brief comments, and I appreciate all the thought that everyone has put into the step in terms of us taking a look at both the composition of our groups as well as the operating procedures that guide them. And I know but I wanted to speak to just a couple of the other perspectives that have been put out during this review period. There's been a suggestion about term limits, and while there may be some, in some cases, term limits may make good sense. I don't believe in this case that they do, we are very, very fortunate as a council to have individuals that are willing to come and be a part of our advisory groups and offer us their expertise and opinions as we go through the various steps in our process. And I'm grateful, frankly, to those who have got a lot of experience and tenure in participation on those groups. And I would hate to lose that just by virtue of, well, you've been here X number of years, therefore you're no longer eligible to serve in that role. I think, so I appreciated the thought that was brought forward and some of the perspectives around that idea, but I think, I don't think it would improve. Matter of fact, I think it would do some significant harm to our process and to the level of expertise that is brought forward to us by our advisory panel. There was also some discussion around training. It was primarily focused on providing some training to the individuals that chair the various advisory panels. And I think that's a really good thing for us to think about, but I would not confine it just to the chairs. There are some, those of us who have worked in state or federal agencies know that there is some good online training material available, and our desire to have our APs conducted in such a way that is professional and respectful and inclusive of all of the opinions around the table, I think is well known, and for the most part we achieved that. But there is training in terms of harassment, bullying, and equity, and the language in the letter there, and inclusion that we may want to consider not only offering but requiring our members to take. I've taken a number of them. I think there are ones out there that might be beneficial to our members and to our process. And so I'm not signaling that we need necessarily to make a change in the COP, but I thought that was a good idea and one that would be beneficial and wouldn't be difficult to accommodate. So I think those are the 2 points that I wanted to hit out. I had some perspectives on the majority-minority opinions, but I think the perspectives that have been offered by Maggie, I'm in line with those and appreciate her bringing those forward. So thanks.
Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I had 2 points as well. The first is identical to Phil's latter point on training. I really think that's an important point that was raised. And I completely agree with everything Phil said on this issue. We'll reiterate it. We've got examples of that as well. I do firmly underscore that should be, while it's incredibly important for the chair roles, as they are ultimately responsible of holding the kind of decorum of their advisory bodies. I do think it should be extended, kind of across the board. Also, not sure what that might mean as far as a COP change. I mean, there's language in there that says that orientations will be given by staff. Maybe that's enough as far as COP languages, and this becomes just part of that orientation, if you will. But it is important, especially as an agency who frequently has to present things that aren't that are difficult discussions, and it is a very real issue to try and get. We talked about getting a pool of applicants. Well, it's the same thing for agencies. They're trying to get staff to be on advisory bodies or to present to advisory bodies if they are not treated with the respect that should be, especially in this public forum. So fully support that. And then secondly, and I was going to raise this in workload planning, but a number of this touches on it. There's some kind of sprinkled throughout some of these reports, discussions of potential uses of virtual versus non-virtual, and kind of looking at what things might be like. So again, I'm not necessarily proposing any changes or additions to the COPS or the operating procedures at this point, but there may be some changes in the future. And I want to flag here, because of those comments, as well as under our workload planning discussions, that I think it would be incredibly helpful to have an actual formal group looking into this, but at the very least, so I know our agency will be planning to have discussions with as many people as we can, whether it's advisory body, chairs, representation, states, council members, but looking at lessons learned from this pandemic and how we might change how the council does business. I'm very reticent to have the only two choices before this council going forward is either it's 100% virtual or it's 100% exactly how it used to be before the pandemic, looking towards the future, because I do think that there is some lesson learned here. There is some efficiencies that can be gained from what we've learned. And some of it comes up into these reports. Obviously, this is probably more relevant to workload planning. I'm not talking about September or even immediate. I'm looking more longer term here and think that there should be some valuable discussions at this council would welcome from advisory bodies as well as the public too on ways that we might improve our processes and procedures based on what we've learned through this time once we get to a point that we're back to the ability to meet in person. So I'll flag that here again, like I said, also relevant for the next agenda item, but that concludes my comments. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Ryan. Further discussion, there were some other things mentioned. For example, the GAP report suggested adding an industry member to the groundfish endangered species work group. I don't know if we need some more discussion on that. There was discussion about adding a sports seat to the HMSAS. And I think the justifications were articulated rather well in the reports. I don't know if we need discussion or not. Louis Zim?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did attend that endangered species workshop, and I was very impressed by Mr. Bob Elder's input, and and quite frankly, couldn't understand how they could have done their work without the input. So I don't have a motion prepared, but maybe somebody else does, or maybe we can just consider it. That I think it's a very good idea. It's not fair to that group to wade into that discussion without the input of industry. They would, without it, they can sometimes look a little foolish, as we often look foolish without scientific advice. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Louis. Well, Phil Anderson, please.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, not to, Bob Eder I know he did an outstanding job in participation on the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group. And I think Maggie spoke to that in her remarks too, and adding an industry seat to that work group, she supported, and I share that.
All right, Bob Dooley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to belabor this either, but I just want to make one point. I think when I support adding an industry seat to that, but I think given, whatever the particular topic is that they're discussing, it might be to leave some flexibility in this appointment to be able to make sure that the industry person is well versed in the particular topic. If it should shift to a different type fishery than Bob Eder did an outstanding job on that. I listened to that work group, and I thought he did an outstanding job. But if it pertained to a different fishery or a different region in the coast, then maybe we need other expertise. I think we need that flexibility built into it to have that have the right person, so it's not linked to a particular member.
Thank you. Heather Hall, followed by Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Maggie, for starting the discussion on this and summarizing what you heard from the advisory body and management team reports. I think you captured a lot of the things that I found in the reports too, and didn't really see anything missing. I appreciate the input from the SAS, and also backed up by the Highly Migratory Advisory Subpanel on the recommendations to the HMSAS to add seats that would capture input on the increased private effort for tuna in Washington and Oregon. Also, I wanted to respond to the comment in the Highly Migratory Species Management Team report and their interest in having someone appointed to the Washington seat on that, and just wanted to let the council and advisory bodies and management teams know that we're working on that, and hope that we'll have a recommendation for the council to look at on that really soon. The only thing that I also noted in the reports that we haven't really talked about is the GAP mentioned it under this agenda item, and the GMT mentioned it under, I think it was G5 or another earlier groundfish agenda item, is the idea that there would be some formal avenue for advisory body participation in the groundfish subcommittee discussions, particularly when they're reviewing data moderate assessments. And I'm pretty sure that's not a change to COP but just wanted to acknowledge that we heard that input, and if there's an opportunity when at some point down the road to make that adjustment, I thought it was a really reasonable recommendation, and maybe as we develop that discard or data moderate assessment process, something we didn't think about, how that review could just be more comprehensive to include the advisory bodies. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Chair. As I said, when we are ready, I do have a motion prepared to offer on the areas where I am sensing that we have consensus. I did want to ask if there is any further council discussion on the HMSAS's recommendation to change the at-large seat to a deep set buoy gear seat. It seems to me like that is narrowing the scope of that at-large seat. I certainly recognize the interest in representation for the new gear type, but as I am not very much involved in HMS fisheries, I just wanted to make sure that we have some discussion if the council has an opinion on that, whether there is interest in seeing that happen. I'd be happy to include it in a motion, or leave it to others wiser in the ways of HMS than I. Thank you.
Heather, Heather, do you have a comment on that? Okay, Krista?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely think we need to have buoy gear specifically represented. We've spent a lot of time working on EFPs and getting people involved and engaged in the council process specific to that gear type. I don't know if that's adding it in addition to one at large, or if that is replacing that, but I do think that buoy gear, particularly as we have more and more people in fisheries involved with that, really does need to have a seat of its own at the table.
Thank you, Krista. Mike Berner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, I don't know if it helps, just a point of clarification that at-large seat was created the last time we talked about composition, so in advance of the term we're currently in, back in 2018. At that time, the council took action to reduce the number of commercial at-large seats from 3 to 2 and created that at-large seat, just so for some historical perspective. That helps.
Thank you, Mike, for that perspective. That's helpful. Maggie Summer.
Mr. Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Please.
Sandra should have it. Thank you. I move the council adopt the following draft revisions to council operating procedures for public review. COP2, relabel the 2 HMSAS commercial fisheries at-large seats as commercial fisheries north and south of Point Conception. COP2 also, add a private recreational seat for north of Point Conception to the HMSAS and relabel the existing private recreational seat as south of Point Conception. This was recommended by the HMSAS and the SAS in their supplemental reports. COP2, change the at-large seat to deep set buoy gear representative. COP3, add a seat for a fishing industry representative on the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group, as recommended by the GAP. COP4, allow alternates for at-large SSC members, and as recommended by the SSC. And then in COP2, revise section on reports to council as follows. The proposed language is reports will describe areas of consensus and differences. If necessary, reports will present the divergent views of the subpanel. The subpanel chair will present the reports to the council. And included in the motion is the strikeout and underlined version showing the changes. I'll note that the old or the existing version of that COP language currently reads that reports will describe both areas of consensus and differences. If necessary, majority and minority reports may be drafted to present the divergent views of the subpanel. The subpanel chair will present both majority and minority reports to the council.
Thank you, Maggie, for the motion. Is the language on the screen accurate and complete?
Yes, thanks.
And I'll look for a second, other than my whining dog. Marcy Remco, thank you. Please speak to your motion.
Thank you very much. The advisory body reports provided justification for these, and I would refer to those. And I just have a few additional remarks. I will note that we did have a brief discussion. I appreciate Krista's input at the end, that one option for deep set buoy gear representation could be through the addition of a seat rather than changing the seat. I appreciate Mike's reminder that we just adjusted the composition of that committee in our last time we considered these. And I here am maintaining the total number and going with the subpanel's recommendation as what we are proposing for public review. In terms of adding a fishing industry representative on the Groundfish Endangered Species Work Group, it's the GAP's recommendation here, but I recall that the work group itself supported that when we heard their report earlier in this meeting. For SSC members, this would standardize the treatment of alternates across all SSC members, both appointed and at large. Recalling that currently COP specifies that appointed members are allowed alternates, but not at large. So this would propose that change. And then we've had, I think, adequate discussion on the topic of majority and minority report labeling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Questions for Maggie on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Marcy Remco?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Maggie for the motion and her amazing synthesis of the content that we had in our reports here today. We've been doing a lot of coordination with various CDFW folks and other state folks on these proposals, and CDFW is supportive of all of these. Also, just want to note that on the proposed COP4 revision on the SSC at large members, I do hope that the SSC will have some additional discussion of this and provide a little more detail on their recommendation in response to the questions that were asked on the floor here today. So I'll look forward to seeing that for September. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any hands, I will call the question. All those in favor of this motion say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Opposed, no. Abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Thanks, Maggie, for moving the ball forward. We're not done with this agenda item, but it is 12:23. So we will take our lunch break here. Would anyone object if we came back slightly early at 1:15? I'll look for hands. I'm not seeing any hands. So we'll be back at 1:15 to continue our council discussion and action on agenda item C9.
When I got out of high school, I jumped on Dad's rig, and it just gets in your blood. I didn't have a problem getting up and going to work every morning.
I enjoyed being on the water. And when I found that the fishing regulations were so complicated, I was angry.
It is really frustrating to not have a say in what is happening to you.
It's not just will the fish live or die, it's will the fisherman live or die.
Well, why is this happening? Or why is this, or why is that? Or they just want to shut it down. And
am I going to be able to survive?
It's hard.
I first heard about MRAP from two fishermen.
Got a hold of me and said, hey, I've got this great opportunity for you. It's a program that's by and for fishermen.
I was very skeptical going into that meeting and very enlightened coming out.
MRAP gives you the recipe.
Where does the data come from? How do people use the data? The laws and the steps that one goes through to translate into a regulation.
I was afraid of the rulemaking process, but I think they listened to what everyone there had to say, including myself.
MREP was really helpful in how I can be an active participant in the management of my fishery.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It is 1:15, and we're going to try to get through the rest of our agenda items in a reasonable fashion. We are still on agenda item C9. We've taken care of some motions, and we still have some more work to do. But before we get to the executive director topic, I want to make sure we've exhausted our discussion and motions on COPs for public comment. So I'm going to first see if there's a show of hands there. And I'm not seeing it. So we will then go on to the next topic under this agenda item. Yes, Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, Mark, I think I texted it to Maggie as lost internet at her house right before we went back online. So she's trying to get on with her cell phone here. I don't see her yet, but. That doesn't mean you should stop. I just let you know that.
Yeah, I know that she was having some difficulties earlier. So she almost made it to the end of the meeting without having these challenges. But so I'm not going to forestall coming back to the COPs, but we should continue to make progress here because we've got more to do here. I see someone with a phone number of 541. Is that you, Maggie?
Yes, it is, Chair. Thank you.
Welcome. Maybe I can ask someone to relabel that. There you go. They did it without my asking. So Maggie, what have you? I was just saying that before we moved on to ED discussion that we would see if there's any more discussion or motions on the COPs.
I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. All right, then we'll move on now to the executive director discussion, and I'll turn to Chuck Tracy. Hopefully, I'm not surprising him. He has the schedule he's going to put up.
Well, actually, I was not planning on putting up the schedule.
Okay.
I could share my screen, I guess, but the reason I didn't want to do that is to give the committee a little chance after we're done here to, because I mean, we haven't even decided on the committee membership, and I wanted those individuals to be able to review the schedule to see if there's any date conflicts that we might need to resolve, and just didn't want to, provide any expectations until we send out the recruitment announcement, which is due to go out on July 7th, so a week from today.
So we do have before us a few things. One is the announcement and application materials. And if we're going to have a selection committee, that will be an ad hoc committee, and that must be formed by council action. So maybe we can start by getting a motion perhaps on the ad hoc committee that will undertake this task. Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Well, with that, I'm ready to offer up a motion. And I move the council create the ad hoc executive director selection committee.
All right, thank you, Brad. It's so simple. I'm not even going to ask you if it's correct. I'll look for a second, seconded by Bob Dooley. Please speak to your motion as you think necessary.
Well, not much to say. Unfortunately, Chuck is going to be leaving us, and we have a big job ahead of us. And look forward to you selecting those committee members and moving forward here. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Brad. And this was discussed in closed session, so I suppose it's appropriate to, now that we have, well, actually, we need a vote here. Let's do the vote first. Let me see if there's any discussion. Got ahead of myself there. Okay, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Abstentions? Okay, motion passes unanimously. We have a selection committee, and the as an ad hoc committee with consultation with the council, as we've had during closed session. I'll make the appointments. Let me check with Chuck. Is this appropriate to do at this point?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Right. So the procedure is that in consultation with the council that the chair should make the appointment. So just confirming that adequate confirmation has occurred, or consultation has occurred. If there's anything additional that you want to discuss here on the floor, otherwise you can go ahead and make the appointments.
Okay. Well, let me first ask and see if there are any hands on the topic of the appointments, or whether it's fine with the council if I move ahead with the appointments at this time. I'll look for a show of hands for folks who want to have discussion on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So the motion does not specify the composition of the committee, but the committee will be comprised of one appointed member from each state plus one agency representative. The 4 appointed members that will serve on this committee are Phil Anderson, Pete Hassemer, Brad Pettinger, and myself. And the agency representative on this committee is Heather Hall from Washington. So I want to thank everyone for agreeing to serve and undertaking the significant and serious work ahead of us between now and when the council meets to make its selection of its next executive director. We have, again, I probably should have asked for some guidance here on from Chuck on this. There has been put together some draft materials, application materials. I'm not certain if that is something that we need to bring forward here, or whether we bring it forward once the formal announcement is made, which I know is scheduled in the near future. Chuck?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So we did provide some draft materials in the closed session, so people have had a chance to look at that. We have a draft announcement, a draft position description, and a draft process, schedule. So I would suggest that we have received some suggested edits to the announcement, so we will incorporate those. And I would suggest that if council members have other suggestions, that they forward them to either myself or the committee chair, or probably both of us, or to the committee in general. So if they've got any suggestions, please get them to us quickly, because again, the one schedule that's very firm is the announcement date, which is July 7th. So over the course of the next week, we'll be preparing those materials for a broad distribution. So I would just say if there's anything of concern or comments or edits, please get them to the committee and myself as soon as possible.
All right, thank you. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I know we have a significant number of people that are still with us, and I'm just wondering if just a brief summary of the approximate timeline might be appropriate to share with our followers here and our people that are with us throughout, without getting into any specific dates or anything. But I just, rather than leaving everything just up in the air, just a brief summary of the timeline in which we're going to try to find Chuck's replacement might be appropriate, but I'll leave that to you.
I think that's a fair point. So Chuck, you have the latest projected dates in front of you. So would you mind just running through the key dates, for example, for applications open, close, and decision date?
Yeah, I can do that. So again, the opening of the recruitment process will occur on July 7th with the distribution of the announcement. There'll be approximately 1 month, first week in August, for the applicants to submit their materials. Which case there'll be subsequently a review by the selection committee, and invitations will be extended to the candidates that will be interviewed. Excuse me. The first round of interviews occurring early in September, prior to the council meeting in September. After the September council meeting, we plan to have a second round of interviews, probably in late September. And then the final step will be the council will meet in a special session in October to interview the final candidates, and so that'll probably be about the middle of October. And the objective here is that the new executive director will be formally hired, as soon as possible, I guess. But the idea being that selected and hopefully an offer extended and accepted and some agreement reached that would allow some overlap time with myself and the new executive director to do a couple things. One, if it's possible, to be involved or possibly attend the CCC meeting, which we are hosting October 19th to 21st in Monterey, California. But probably most importantly is to be present for the development of the briefing book for the November council meeting, which is at about that same time in mid-October to early November. That's a fairly important function, and one that I think would benefit the new executive director if they were on board at the same time. I was still there, so that's the objective, and then some overlap, and then be able to attend the November council meeting as well. So that's the objective, and that's the reason that we're planning on having that decision point in October. And again, that will require a special council meeting with only that on the agenda.
All right, thanks very much, Chuck. So let me see if there's any further business of the council on C9, membership appointments and council operating procedures. And if not, that will conclude this agenda item. And will move us to our final agenda item of the meeting, C10, future council meeting agenda and workload planning. So Chuck, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It'll give me a moment to get my get all my files in front of me, which are all virtual, of course. So we are on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. This item is intended to refine general planning for future council meetings, especially in regard to the September 2021 council meeting. It's currently proposed as an in-person council session in Spokane, the council itself being in person, but the advisory bodies would be meeting via webinar. Again, that's the proposal at this point. There is a attachment in the briefing materials that attachment 3 is a proposed structure that you can review. The other briefing materials are the year at a glance, which is attachment 1, and the September quick reference agenda, attachment 2, which are familiar to you all. The September council agenda is proposed as a 5.5-day in-person meeting. There are candidate items, however, that are shaded in the year at a glance summary that have not been scheduled, as well as as we call it, the purgatory box and the quick reference that for those unscheduled items that are potential September topics. We've also just updated those year at a glance and quick reference from the advanced briefing book materials. So those are agenda items or attachments 4 and 5, supplemental 4 and 5. There's not been a lot of changes to those. I'll highlight those for you in a moment. I'll pause there just on the process. I'll again highlight those. We'll hear from our advisory bodies, public comment, and then go into council discussion for these issues. So are there any questions about the overview? Seeing none, then I'm going to move ahead. Again, not a lot has been added to the year at a glance or the quick reference. Primarily, the National Standard 1 tech memo on use of annual catch limits for data limited stocks. That is out for review and comment. Comments are due October 1st. If the council wishes to weigh in on that, then they should direct the SSC to put that on their agenda and review that and bring it to the council for their comment. So that would require putting that topic on the council agenda. So you'll see that as one of the underlined, what is maybe the underlined agenda item in the purgatory box and at the bottom of the year at a glance for September. We've kind of kept track of some other items that have come up during the course of the week that council should discuss that would potentially affect the September agenda, as well as agendas further out on the year at a glance. I'm just going to mention those real quickly here. There's a fairly extensive discussion about electronic monitoring and how the council wants to address the regulatory program there. And if the council wishes to make some proposed changes to the regulation, they would need to schedule a 2-meeting process. And so I think that is something for their consideration of if they want, when they want to do that. I think they've made it clear that they are interested in doing that. And I suspect sooner rather than later. The other things that have come up, I guess, potentially affecting September would be the marine planning issue. So the council has established a marine planning committee. We have yet to populate that. We should probably discuss that a little bit. But there is going to be a coordination webinar on July 22nd and 23rd with Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management that we would expect to engage that committee in if possible. Staff will certainly be involved, but to the extent that the council wants to hear about the results of that coordination webinar and weigh in on issues that arise there, they should consider perhaps looking at something in September to do that. That is not on the agenda at this point. Those are the two things that I note could potentially have be added to the September agenda. Looking further out, I think the next steps in the limited entry fixed gear review also should be scheduled, as well as the drift gillnet hard cap issue to see where that might fit in the future. So those are the things that we've kind of noted through the course of the week that the council should think about weighing in on and scheduling. I will point out that, given the current state of the September agenda, scheduled for 5.5 days, there's about 2.5 hours of time available with the existing agenda items. In the shaded items in the purgatory box add up to about 6 hours currently. And again, that does not include electronic monitoring or marine planning if that is the council's wish. So there's potentially a bit of work to do in trying to fit the council's priorities into the September meeting. So I think I'll just stop there. That's my overview, and see if there's any questions before we go on to reports of the advisory bodies and management entities. Oops, sorry. Well, not seeing any then. I think we should move ahead. Oh, there's Maggie Sommer. Maggie?
Thank you. Chuck, can you hear me?
Yep. Oh, now you're muted. We could hear you.
Okay, how about now? Sorry about that.
Yep, we can hear you.
And sorry for my, okay, great. Thank you. Sorry for my delay. Could you give us just a brief, little bit more refresher on what the candidate item number 10 for September is, National Standard 1 Tech Memo? ACLs for data limited stock?
Yes, I can attempt that. So National Marine Fisheries Service has been engaged in an effort to look at some additional guidance for a number of issues on National Standard 1. I think they had 3 topics. I'm going to struggle to recite them all, but one of them was the use of ACLs for data limited stocks. So that one is, this has been about a 2 or 3 year process. So I know that one of the items was completed a couple, I think maybe a year and a half ago. That we did weigh in on as a matter of fact, Dan Holland was the chair of that one. And again, I'm not going to remember what the precise topic was on that. But in any event, there is a tech memo out. It's out for public review or for the opportunity for the councils to review. It just came out shortly, I think in May, and was originally scheduled for comments to be due in July. The CCC requested an extension of the comment deadline, so that was granted until October 1st. So that would give our council an opportunity to review that tech memo. I'm not sure that's a big issue for our council. I think we are in better shape than most. I think a lot of its application, I think, is focused on the Caribbean and Western Pacific stocks. And so I'm not sure how high of a priority that would be, but there's probably staff members that could help me out a little bit with that, or perhaps somebody from the Science Center or region that could maybe add to my poultry description there.
I found it helpful. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I think you did a good job. This is just a little bit more color on that memo. We established our National Standard 1 technical working group some time ago, led by Science Center staff and SFD staff and Science and Technology folks looking on various technical aspects of the National Standard 1 guidelines. The subgroup 3 of that group was tasked with providing advice for managing data limited stocks with ACLs. And again, this is situations where data limitations challenge the council's ability to effectively manage with ACLs as described in the guidelines. 2016, we amended the guidelines to clarify that for certain data limited stocks, alternative approaches for satisfying statutory requirements other than those put forth in the NS1 guidelines, i.e. the quote unquote H2 flexibilities, and that's referring to 50 CFR 600.310 H2. That's what this memo kind of focuses on. It provides information about assessment methods for data limited stocks, and it also provides advice in the context of those data limited stocks about how and when to use those flexibilities in paragraph H2 of the NS1 guidelines.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, if there's no further questions, Mr. Chair, I suggest we move on to the reports of management entities and advisory bodies.
Chuck, you want me to make those introductions?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So first we have Galen Johnson for the SSC.
Oh, Mr. Chair, probably need to refresh your list there. I think we're starting off with Dr. Hasty and the NIMS report.
Oh.
That's a late breaking report. Very late. but it's here. But it's here.
All right, but it's here. Okay. Dr. Hasty, please go ahead.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can. Welcome.
Great, thank you. I apologize for the lateness of this statement. I was expecting to deliver it to the Secretariat later today for discussion tomorrow, and was mercifully advised by the region that we were moving on to this afternoon. So at least it was ready to submit in time to get it into the record here. Basically, with this statement, we wanted to acknowledge the requests that had been made as part of the stock assessment motions yesterday. I would note that these are preliminary plans for the summer, and we do have a conversation scheduled with a number of members of the SSC's Groundfish subcommittee tomorrow, in which we will talk more about the specifics and what we think can be done. Did want to note overall that we're committed to pulling together, assembling all of the relevant information that we can find on this question of the acceptable or defensible geographic scope for evaluating stock status, particularly for copper and quillback rockfishes, so that can be reviewed and discussed at the Groundfish Subcommittee's August meeting. Secondly, before we get into specifics, the California motion indicated or requested a sensitivity analysis for all stocks requested in their supplemental report 1. And I just note that addressing all of those, which include the full suite of data that were not used in the current assessments, including those that would only be possible in a full assessment, effectively represents a request to do full assessments for the species, and that we simply are not going to have the time to undertake that level of additional work between now and September. And I'll get into some of the specifics of why that is here in the specific sections. Would note, moving now to the copper rockfish south of Point Conception, that all of the recreational indices of abundance that we have used in our assessments previously from the California recreational fisheries have been created by staff of the Southwest Center in Santa Cruz. And they are going to be very busy finalizing the vermilion rockfish assessment and then preparing to review that with the Groundfish Subcommittee in August. So their staff are not available to help with developing any new indices, and that isn't a task that we're prepared to undertake without being able to consult with them. As I mentioned here, we would be able to do sort of an ad hoc inclusion of the prior indices that were used in the 2013 copper assessment, acknowledging that earlier assessment had separate recreational fleets for charter and private vessels, and the current model is not set up that way. There's only one recreational fleet. And we aren't going to have time to restructure that model, but we'll do what we can with that. In terms of including prior length data, we're certainly willing to do that, but we note here that we need California Department of Fish and Wildlife to provide those data as soon as possible to Dr. Chantel Wetzel, and that those data ideally will be ready to use and documented. One other bit of evidence or of information that could be added involves the age data collected by the Hook and Line survey. Those data, along with ages from the bottom trawl survey, were used to estimate growth outside of the current assessment model. There's a possibility that we would be able to include those age data directly in the model in one form or another, and so we can explore that over the summer. Lastly, on Copper Rockfish South, the California motion includes the statement for copper, consider if including additional catch indices are appropriate to better inform catch, and referencing the series of figures, I believe, in their supplemental 2 that was submitted yesterday. And if this request is referring to those time series of proportions of copper rockfish as part of minor nearshore rockfish landings, we note that those don't represent indices of abundance, which could be directly included as such in an assessment model. And that full understanding and ability to correctly interpret what those data are saying, in our minds, would involve concurrent evaluation of the management specifics for nearshore rockfish, including the landings restrictions on both sets of nearshore species and the RCA boundaries over the series of years that are illustrated. The depth distribution profiles for each of the nearshore species, time series of ex-vessel prices for live and dead fish, and the amounts of the landings that are partitioned into those categories, and more information probably about associations between those deeper nearshore species and shelf species for which targeting might have changed as well over the last 20 years. For California for copper rockfish north of Point Conception in California, would note that the indices that were the recreational indices that were used in the 2013 assessment covered the area from Point Conception all the way to Astoria, Oregon. And so those previously developed indices are not compatible with the Northern California model that is part of the current 4 for copper rockfish. So we wouldn't be able to go through the same kind of exercise that I just discussed for south of Point Conception in terms of including in an ad hoc manner that index, because it includes all of Oregon as well. If there are, and I believe there are, earlier historical sampled lengths for the portion of California north of Point Conception, again, those should be conveyed to Dr. Wetzel as soon as possible. For quillback rockfish, again, we did not include the early length data that were available from CPFB sampling, only that which was available from the MRF's shoreside sampling. And so similarly, those earlier lengths should be conveyed to Dr. Langseth as soon as possible. We have been advised as recently as last week that there is insufficient data to support a CPFB recreational index for quillback in California. There could be enough data to support a private vessel dockside index, but there isn't one that exists currently. There's no guarantee that one would be able to be developed. And historically, those dockside indices are less precise than the CPFB ones because we have poorer measures of effort the fishing that occurs on those trips. One of the major gaps that was clearly noted for the existing model was the lack of ages to inform growth outside of the model for the California area. Not sure whether sufficient collection of structures and aging to accomplish estimation of a growth curve could be developed this summer. However, if a sufficient number of structures could be collected by CDFW by the fall and aged promptly, and I think we could help with that via our aging lab in Newport, then potentially at least the growth curve that is indicated by those data could be compared to what was used for the current modeling that was based on shared information from Oregon. Would note too that the collection of those otoliths, whether it's conducted this year or sometime in the future, needs to ensure that the sampling is reflecting the entire size distribution of quillback rockfish. And then, let's see, I think this is the final point here. I think this is the final point, that the motion, CDFW motion, identifies errors in point estimates of annual catch in the California area. We would simply note that CDFW is responsible for resolving any errors that they see in their recreational and commercial data. We note that the stat used the data that were available from the recommended sources, and that the values that are noted or have been noted this week by CDFW as errors were included in the data presentation for quillback in the pre-assessment workshop in October. And then a quick comment there about sensitivity testing that was done and is reported in the current quillback assessment document in Table 13, where the high catch amounts in 3 situations were reduced to an average of the surrounding values, and that alternative sensitivity run ended up lowering the stock status and lowering the yield provided by an SPR 50 harvest rate. For square spot rockfish, there isn't a lot of additional data here either. Certainly any of the historical lengths from the CPFB collections back in the 70s and 80s, if those could be provided as soon as possible to Dr. Cope, then we would endeavor to get those included into the current model and new results based on that available for the August meeting, though Dr. Cope may not be the one actually running the model since he has 2 models to support during the Vermilion Rockfish review in about 3 weeks. With regard to the dogfish motion, we will review observer data from particularly midwater fisheries off the North Coast to document seasonal patterns in dogfish bycatch rates and compare those distributions throughout the year with the timing of the sampling by our bottom trawl survey and see what that tells us about how much of the average population or the wintertime population, or at least fall through spring, I guess, population that the survey might not be seeing. Additionally, there may be some value in looking at Pass 1 versus Pass 2 survey encounters with dogfish. It is possible that by the time the first pass is sampling from the Canadian border down through northern Oregon, that Many of those dogfish might have already moved north, but it won't hurt to look at those data and see if there's a clear pattern between pass 1 in late May and early June and pass 2, which is at the end of the summer. And then finally, as part of both the SSC discussion and the California Supplemental 1, there was mention of a new CDFW analysis of the percentage of habitat area closed to fishing for groundfish that addressed RCAs, CCAs, and the MPAs in California over the last 21 years. And it's not, I guess, we would ask the council to consider assigning the SSC the responsibility for reviewing that analysis in detail. What we have in the Appendix 1 of Supplemental 1 from CDFW is a summary overview of that study. And I think given the fact that that could bear on the interpretation of our assessment findings and comparison between data from fished areas versus unfished areas, that it would be useful to have the SSC review that and provide the council and the rest of us with any guidance on the implications of that study relative to stock assessment findings, and while not specifying a particular timeline over which that would be done. And that concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. Let me see if there are any questions on your report. Perhaps not, since it came rather late. I hadn't had a chance to look at it, but I do see some hands. So we'll go Maggie Summer and then Marcy Remco.
Thanks, Chair Grelnick. Couldn't pass up an opportunity to question Dr. Hasty, specifically on the process that these additional analyses will go through. We've brought up the August Groundfish Subcommittee meeting a lot. Will they all, including the dogfish, then also be going to the mop-up panel for review through that specified process? I'm looking ahead. I don't know if you have read the CAP's recommendations or not, but they bring that up. So I thought I'd take the opportunity to ask that while you're here. Thanks.
Yes, given my prior life on the GMT, I'm sensitive to trying to get as much of the loose ends regarding assessment results tied up by the time of the September council meeting as possible. My thought at this point is that we would try to do as much as we can by the end of July so that it's available to be reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee at their August meeting, which I think is at least tentatively scheduled for August 17th. At that point, then, if there are things that clearly we were not able to complete by that time, or if there are additional things that come out of the SSC review, then it seems to me that the mop-up would best serve to try and tie up anything that remains after the Groundfish Subcommittee meeting. But that's just my thoughts on it. And obviously, as I said, we'll be discussing the details of everything tomorrow with the SSC Subcommittee. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it is.
Marcy Remco.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Hasty, thank you for coming to us here today, even though it's late in the meeting. I appreciate you and the center folks putting their heads together and giving very serious consideration to the California motion, as well as the possibilities of what can be done. I appreciate that hard look and the written report. I'll note that I do not have the appropriate staff here today listening to the discussion. So I don't have any immediate feedback for you other than I really appreciate the planning to schedule time in front of the full SSC. So I'm very encouraged, and we will be in touch as you've put in your report. You have some very clear contacts and specific data requests of us that I am very confident that we can fulfill, at least in part. And we'll look forward to the dialogue with you and members of the STAT on that very soon. Again, I didn't come prepared with the right staff to this discussion to talk further, but I would like to note one thing, and this came up in your conversations with us over the course of the week. On the bottom of page 2, you're referencing the point estimate errors of annual catch in the Quillback assessment off California. And yes, we did paste that graphic into our CDFW report too, because in our view, those errors are egregious and clearly have some effect on scale. It's important to note that these aren't California data. You say that we supplied that data. We did not. Those data are pulled together from the catch reconstruction efforts and the expansion efforts that were not CDFW work product. Our work product, our fish ticket shows there was unidentified rockfish caught, but the method used to expand those unidentified rockfish landings somehow came up with 51 tons of quillback rockfish. We don't think that's reasonable. We don't think it's appropriate, but it wasn't a data point we provided. So I just want to make that clear. I would also point you to a CDFW report that we brought to the council last March. And that report is from agenda item H2A, supplemental CDFW report 1, March 2020. CDFW report on initial stock assessment plan and TOR. And I would ask that that report be considered as we proceed and in the Science Center review, because these issues need to be given some attention. And, we have done our best to bring the needs and the challenges forward, and that report memorializes some of them. So I do look forward again to working through the specific data needs and issues that we can resolve here and now, and very much appreciate the quick response, and appreciate a written report in the record back from the Science Centers, because it sure makes it a lot easier than trying to go off of the audio notes. So again, look forward to working with you further. And again, appreciate folks making time and adding more to the work plate. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Marcy. And we, of course, are looking forward to communicating with you and trying to get as much done as we can. I would only note on the Quillback situation that, as far as I know, our folks were advised to get data from RecFin and PacFin. And these data points are in the time period where we commonly go to those sources as the sources for catch information or landings information from those two fleets. And so my only point is that we have no additional information with which to resolve those errors or what you see as errors. And So I don't know what the path forward is on that, but we're certainly willing to talk about what it might be and go forward from there.
Thank you, Dr. Hasty. And yes, we may need to pull Pacific States into that discussion as well, as they oversee the commercial monitoring programs in California. So again, we'll look forward to more and appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for Dr. Hasty? I am not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much.
I'll stick around in case something else comes back up under discussion.
You never know. You never know. Thank you. So now we will go to the SSC, and I think Galen Johnson is presenting that report.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And good afternoon. This is Galen Johnson of the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, Chair of the SSC, reading our report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The SSC discussed future workload planning and has the following updates to our April 2021 statement under this agenda item. The SSC recommends a one-day SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee meeting on September 8th, 2021 to be devoted to the review of the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment products, including threshold relationships between environmental drivers and performance of salmon preseason abundance forecasts, year class strength and distribution of small groundfish, krill-based indicators, and possibly additional review of port level linkages between fisheries using network analysis. Review of the first item would benefit from the involvement of SSC salmon subcommittee members as well as interested salmon technical team members. And then salmon science review. The SSC salmon subcommittee convened an online meeting on June 4th, 2021 to discuss the SSC's role in reviewing salmon forecast methodologies and other analyses that inform Pacific Fishery Management Council decisions. The primary goal of this meeting was to reduce confusion and ambiguity about the role of the SSC for reviewing salmon science. During the meeting, the SSC-SS reviewed the Pacific Coast Salmon Fishery Management Plan and Council Operating Procedure 15 and highlighted areas where the SSC has a role in scientific review. The subcommittee report, which is attached to this statement, but I'm not going to read it, from the meeting identifies a number of specific cases where this role is unclear or where current practices may contradict what is written in the Salmon FMP or COP 15. Much of the discussion involved ambiguity in the SSC's role to initiate a review of topics and how frequently particular models and reference points should be updated. The SSC has three major requests of the Council that would help standardize the review process for science to inform salmon management. 1, clarify the definition of major stocks. COP 15 provides details on the process for conducting salmon methodology reviews and states that forecasting methods for major PFMC stocks is an issue that could merit full review, but it does not define major. The SSC proposes that the Council explicitly define which stocks are major. 2, establish a database that describes the forecast methodology used for each of those major stocks, when that method was adopted and when it was last reviewed. Ideally, the history of all forecast methods and reviews for each stock would be included. The performance of the forecast should be evaluated and reported on each year in Pre-1 and in the database. Number 3, establish a process that outlines how and when reference points and conservation objectives are reviewed and updated as appropriate. The first request can be implemented with feedback from the Council. The second and third requests could be implemented as salmon methodology review topics in 2021 and will relate to the Council's discussion of the best scientific information available. And that concludes our statement.
All right, thank you, Galen. Are there any questions on the SSC statement? Thank you very much, Galen. We'll now go to the groundfish management team. Mel?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Excellent. I'm Mel Mendrup. I'm on the groundfish management team, and we'll be reading our report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The GMT reviewed the draft agenda for the September Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting and draft year at a glance contained in an advanced briefing book and offer the following comments. September Council meeting. The GMT discussed the potential for a hybrid approach to the September meeting in which the council meets in person and individuals on advisory bodies have the option to attend the meeting in person but work remotely from their hotel room, and no team meeting room would be available. As noted in agenda item C10 attachment 3, most NIMS staff will not receive travel authorization in September, which inhibits 4 of the GMT's members from attending in person. Consistency, in person or virtual, for team members benefits the team's productivity by minimizing the amount of discussions in which some members are not able to participate. Additionally, the team sees certain benefits to conducting virtual meetings as mentioned in the April 2020 council meeting and has adapted to this format well since then. To maintain the best possible consistency and efficiency, the GMT prefers to maintain a fully virtual format for the GMT meetings until all team members are able to participate in person. Given that the whole GMT will not be able to meet in person at the September meeting, the team reiterates our request to not schedule groundfish agenda items on the floor or GMT meeting time over the weekend. Due to challenges associated with balancing personal obligations, the council workload under a virtual, balancing personal obligations with council workload under a virtual format. Additionally, the GMT was informed that the initial structure of the September meeting was predicated on the assumption that advisory bodies would attend the meeting in person. The assumption no longer applies to the GMT. Currently, the draft agenda shows significant overlap between groundfish agenda items that require heavy lifts by the entire team. For example, statements for gear switching, Sablefish gear switching, ROA, part 1, will be due on the afternoon that at-sea whiting utilization ROA, preliminary preferred alternatives, is on the floor. The following day includes the 23-24 preliminary harvest specifications and management measures and more Sablefish gear switching ROA floor time. Again, given the whole GMT will not be attending the September meeting in person, and the back-to-back scheduling was based on assumed in-person attendance, the team requests that the following 3 groundfish items be spaced out on the council agenda to ensure that the full team can attend statement developing discussions on the important agenda items, 2 of which will be led by the same GMT members. And those would be the at-sea whiting utilization item, the Sablefish gear switching item, and the 23-24 preliminary harvest specifications and management measures item. November council meeting. The GMT requests that if an agenda item is needed for November to approve stock assessments due to any delays in approval earlier in the year, that the agenda item be approved to approve assessments occurs as early as possible on the council's agenda, such as immediately following the NIMS groundfish report. Additionally, the GMT requests that there is as much time as possible, at least 24 hours between completion of the item and the scheduling beginning of the harvest specifications agenda item on the council's agenda. This will allow the time necessary to incorporate the results of the stock assessments into the harvest specifications. The GMT suggests the harvest specifications agenda item could be either the last groundfish item for the meeting or second to last immediately preceding in season. Year at a glance. The GMT is discussing a way to increase efficiency by considering a year at a glance that distributes agenda items in a manner that better meets the GMT's workload capacity and would be most likely to facilitate high quality deliverables. The team will further discuss these ideas with council staff and in agenda planning statements at future council meetings. Currently, the limited entry fixed gear review ROA PPA and the final preferred alternative, as well as the Sablefish gear switching, PPA and FPA, and the non-troll RCA, PPA, FPA. We love our three-letter acronyms there. Are not scheduled on the YAG or year at a glance, and the GMT will be willing to help the council strategically schedule those items in such a manner as well. Other workload considerations. The GMT suggests that the council could create an efficiency if they outline a process of when to address emergency rules, preferably earlier in the meeting than under the Groundfish NIMS report, so that the GMT can manage expectations and workload associated with the emergency rule and any other agenda items. With that, I conclude the GMT report and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mel, for the report and the detailed requests. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mel. I'm just looking at the September agenda and seeing that the meeting starts on a Friday, ends on a Wednesday. GMT doesn't want to have anything on Saturday or Sunday. I'm just wondering if you talked at all about being available on, maybe one of the 2 days over the weekend, like a Saturday, like occurred this week, to try to help us figure out a way to fit in the groundfish items. Just a question.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Were you saying that there were no groundfish items on one of the weekend days?
No.
Oh, sorry.
What I got from your report was you did not want to have any groundfish items on the weekend.
Yes.
And my question is, did you talk at all about the potential of having groundfish items on one of the 2 days, but not both?
No, we did not. We just, with everything back to back, it just spacing it out would be very helpful, but no discussion on when exactly where to place those items occurred. To my knowledge, however, I was in and out of the GMT room for part of this discussion.
Further questions of the GMT? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mel, and all the GMT for your testimony. You mentioned that that members of the GMT from the federal side would not be able to attend in September. However, somewhere back in my mind, I'm not sure that the CDFW folks would be able to attend. Could you illuminate me more, or maybe we'll have that in discussion with Ms. Urenko?
Thanks for the question. To my knowledge, CDFW has not been authorized to do any work travel. Marcy's hand is up. I'm sure she can elaborate on that.
Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mel. That's correct. We do not have any clear authorizations for travel. Circumstances are continuing to change, but there has been no lifting of the requirement not to travel.
Further questions of the team report? Thank you very much, Mel.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the CPS MT report. Lorna?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair Grelnick. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great, thank you. And I just want to say much thanks to Chris for helping me through some numerous technological difficulties getting to this point today. So anyway, yes, I will be reading the Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team Report on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the Pacific Council workload planning, preliminary year-at-a-glance summary, and the draft proposed council meeting agenda for September. The CPSMT offers the following for council consideration. Preliminary year-at-a-glance summary. Management categories. The CPSMT notes that this agenda item is listed as scoping on the council's year-at-a-glance for November 2021, which is C10 attachment 1. But the CPSMT does not view the November 2021 agenda item as a true scoping agenda item. The CPSMT has previously provided the elements of a scoping document, including a draft purpose and needs statement, an outline of 3 potential options, a draft process, and a timeline for implementation. This was presented in a supplemental revised CPSMT report, agenda item F4A, June 2019. At its June 2019 meeting, the council made a motion directing the CPSMT to produce a revised CPS fishery management plan that removes the nomenclature active and monitored management categories and instead provides individual descriptions of the management of each CPS stock. Originally, the council was scheduled to consider a draft FMP revision at the June 2020 meeting, but this was canceled due to COVID-19 scheduling difficulties. Therefore, November provides the council an opportunity to review draft revised FMP text. Essential Fish Habitat Review Phase 2. The CPSMT suggests the council consider placing the EFH Review Phase 2 on its November 2021 or April 2022 meeting agenda. The CPSMT and council staff could then provide an action plan to provide the scope of work, staffing, and tentative schedule to complete the work for EFH Review Phase 2. The CPSMT recognizes substantial new work with marine planning, potential council staffing changes, and the heavy dependence on the Southwest Fisheries Science Center expertise to accomplish some EFH review objectives. All contribute uncertainty related to scheduling this agenda item. Draft proposed council meeting agenda September 2021. The CPSMT is not currently scheduled to attend the September 2021 meeting, but anticipates developing a report and holding an online work session in early August to provide specific proposed FMP and stock assessment and fishery evaluation document revisions to comply with the standardized bycatch reporting methodology final rule. The CPSMT also intends to meet virtually after the September briefing book materials are made available, but prior to the September meeting to provide an opportunity to respond to other agenda items, for example, ecosystem, marine planning, and does not see a need to meet during the September council meeting. The CPSMT looks forward to a future when the council will be able to meet fully in person once again. And thank you. That concludes our statement.
Thank you very much, Lorna. Are there questions of the CPSMT on their report? Thank you very much, Lorna.
Thank you.
The HMSMT, Steve Strohs.
This is Steve Strohs. Did I hear HMSMT?
Yes.
I will be reading, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading from agenda item C10A, Supplemental Team Report 1. The team reviewed the proposed scheduling of HMS items on the Pacific Fishery Management Council's preliminary year-at-a-glance summary, agenda item C10 attachment 1, and offers the following recommendations. add standardized bycatch reporting methodology agenda items to September 2021 and November 2021 meetings in an effort to meet the standardized bycatch report methodology requirements by the February 21-22 deadline. And then sub-bullets on this are: the September meeting is needed for the council to consider draft fishery management plan amendment language and to adopt a preliminary preferred alternative or make recommendations for modifications or both. And then also the November meeting is needed for the council to adopt final FMP amendment language. Next, the swordfish monitoring and management plan should be scheduled for November. It's currently tentatively scheduled for then. And the sub-bullets are: the council tasked the team to come back with some more information for this agenda item in November 2019. And additionally, the team would appreciate the opportunity to seek council clarification on measures pertaining to drift gillnet in that plan to discuss, for example, how the foreseeable workload related to hard caps relates to other actions in the broader swordfish fishery. For instance, authorization of deep set buoy gear, performance metrics, etc. Next recommendation is add drift gillnet hard caps final range of alternatives to March 2022 to balance workload and allow adequate time for informative analysis to guide future council action on this item. Next recommendation, consider scheduling the essential fish habitat phase 2 review for a future council meeting in 2022 based on resource availability and workload considerations. So that's the end of our recommendations regarding scheduling. And then the team also discussed the council meeting format in a post-COVID era. With regard to future meetings, the team offers that the following be considered when determining the future format of council meetings. 1, for virtual meetings, a pared down agenda is necessary for advisory bodies and the council to properly address agenda items. 2, the virtual format is less effective for engaging discussion, resulting in additional coordination challenges for management team members in accomplishing their tasks and preparing reports, especially when agenda workload seems to be increasing. 3, heightened demands on council IT resources and disruptions to IT connectivity have made the virtual format challenging for meeting hosts and participants. 4, for some advisory bodies, as defined by the council, are meeting more days outside of regular council meeting time to accomplish the prescribed workload when using a virtual format. 5, sidebar and relationship building discussions are lost given the remote platform. 6, it is challenging to promote cooperation, mutual respect, and trust online. This also makes joint fact-finding and problem-solving inherently more challenging. 7, the virtual platform allows for more public comment from those stakeholders and members of the public who do not normally participate in the in-person council process. The team sees this as a benefit provided by the virtual format and believes providing a way to include virtual public comment at all future meetings could accommodate the benefits of both meeting formats. Finally, given the above-mentioned considerations, the team recommends that council move forward with transitioning back to in-person meetings. The team also requests that the council staff continue to make efforts to reduce AB meeting overlap to allow for member engagement and responses to other ABs, as well as reduce conflicts for the several management team members that are members of multiple council advisory bodies. That is the end of our report, and I'll take any questions.
Steve, thank you very much for that. Are there questions of the HMSMT? Thank you very much, Steve.
You're welcome.
Not seeing any hands here. Next, we have the CPSAS, Anna Weinstein.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be reading the report of the Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel on future council meeting agenda and workload planning. The CPSAS notes there are several September agenda items that may be relevant. Therefore, the CPSAS requests a 2-day remote meeting scheduled at the September council meeting in order to participate in discussion on marine planning and other topics. That concludes our report.
Thank you, Anna. Are there questions of Anna? Thank you very much, Anna. Now, we will get our last report, I believe, under this agenda item, unless I've screwed up again. And it's the GAP report. And we're really happy to have Sarah Nayani here for that GAP report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be reading agenda item C10A, Supplemental GAP Report 1. The GAP reviewed the briefing book documents under this agenda item and offers the following comments. In-person meetings. When it is safe to do so, the GAP recommends the council, including advisory bodies and management teams, return to in-person meetings. The GAP would like to express our gratitude to council staff for their excellent work to host meetings remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. While remote meetings have been the most effective option during this period, members of the GAP look forward to returning to in-person meetings when the time is right for several reasons. First, the issues in front of the council are complex and interconnected, and the sharing of ideas and cross-pollination that occurs in council hallways, over lunch, and at happy hour contributes to the foundational strength and problem-solving of this council. Online, we are siloed off, but in person, we have the ability to interact with people who aren't in our advisory panel, hop into rooms we might not by webinar, ask questions in the hallway, and brainstorm ideas that we might not otherwise. Second, we have a responsibility to encourage new participation in our fisheries and management process. Members of the GAP have observed that the ability to be part of the process happens much more naturally in person, where new participants can easily introduce themselves at a meeting or in a hallway and have a chance to get the interpersonal lay of the land and interact more informally than they could online. Third, many of us who serve on the GAP or other advisory bodies have businesses and full-time jobs outside of the council process and volunteer our time here. When we work from home, other issues crop up that we get pulled into, and our attention is sometimes divided between the immediate business needs and the longer-term needs of the council. Immediate needs often win out when we're online, whereas dedicating time to be in person at the council creates a separation that sometimes allows for greater focus on the council issues at hand. Last, the location of council meetings is important to our fisheries and often provides opportunities to show off our ports, boats, or local seafood after hours, and/or allows for more hands-on experiences with the council family. For example, the evening at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center a few years ago was enormously impactful for many of us on the GAP in terms of getting to see the science firsthand and interact in such a special place with local seafood highlighted. There was something for everyone, and people representing different interests across all fishery management plans in the council process interacted in a meaningful way. In short, there is so much to learn from each other, and something remarkable happens when we're all together in one place with one focus, the council meeting. Electronic monitoring. That's a hard left. Given the council direction under the EM update at this meeting and feedback from NIMS to the GAP about availability of recoverable costs under the 3% cap, the GAP believes it is a good time to resume discussions about potential cost savings that we have been discussing for some time, specifically within the economics and social science research category. While the GAP and council were previously directed to wait to begin these discussions about cost savings until the next 5-year review of the trial program, we see nothing in the current regulations that would need to be changed in order to streamline the economic data collection program to only meet minimum regulatory requirements under 660.114. From the regulations at 660 or at 50 CFR section 660.114, the economic data collection program collects mandatory economic data from participants in the trial program. NIMS requires submission of EDC forms to gather ongoing annual economic data, including but not limited to the following categories of information related to participation in the trial rationalization program. 1, annual data related to QS permit owner activity and characteristics of participation in the fishery, costs and earnings from quota trades and quota leasing. 2, annual data related to costs, earnings, value, labor, operations, physical characteristics, ownership and leasing information for vessels, first receiver sites, or shore-based processors. Cost recovery reports show economics and social science costs averaging $374,000 annually over the last 4 years, with the lowest amount in any year of $318,000. The April 2021 cost recovery report shows, starting on page 19, that tasks are primarily EDC driven. The required regulatory EDC information shown above seems limited in scope, and the gap suggests exploring significant savings if ESSR activity is streamlined for the minimal EDC regulatory requirements. EDC data entry is already significantly completed online by fishery participants. The GAP believes addressing ESSR EDC costs in the near term would be better than waiting for it to be part of a program review, where it could be difficult to be addressed with focus and in a timely manner. A small number of members of the GAP and/or industry would be willing to meet with NIMS personnel over the summer in advance of the September council meeting to better understand the details of these costs and work together on streamlining the process. It could also be helpful to set a target, for example, $100,000 or less of base annual ESSR recoverable costs, and see if a collaborative effort to streamline could get us there. Such cost savings under cost recovery could increase the likelihood that monies would be available for EM video review by PAC states, as discussed under the EM agenda items during this council meeting. The GAP recommends the council request NIMS provide a brief report under September NIMS report agenda item to detail potential cost savings under recoverable economics and social science research if the economic data collection program were streamlined to only meet minimum regulatory requirements at 660-114. NIMS briefing to the GAP. The GAP reiterates our appreciation for representatives from the NIMS West Coast region and Northwest and Southwest Fishery Science Centers providing briefings to the GAP. As we mentioned earlier at this meeting, we encourage council staff to coordinate these GAP briefings at each council meeting. Groundfish workload. The GAP suggests the groundfish workload and new management measures agenda item should be scheduled for the March meeting each year and shaded for the subsequent meetings that year. This agenda item could be unshaded for future meetings should the need arise. Stock assessment mop-up. The GAP recommends, given the council discussion on stock assessments earlier at this meeting, that the spiny dogfish assessment and the data moderate assessments for quillback rockfish and copper rockfish in California go to the stock assessment mop-up panel. This approach ensures that enough time will be available for the thorough review required, and as noted by the GMT in its G5 statement, reviews conducted through the SSC Groundfish Subcommittee do not provide explicit roles for members of other advisory bodies to participate in. Moreover, the mop-up stock assessment review panel will provide expanded opportunity for public engagement, which will be important both in providing input to these reviews and facilitating buy-in from fishery participants about the results. Therefore, the GAP strongly recommends the dogfish assessment and the data moderate assessments for quillback and copper rockfish in California go to the mop-up panel. September 2021 council agenda. We have no recommended changes. For the preliminary year at a glance calendar under this agenda item, the GAP recommends the following. Number 1, keep the non-trawl rockfish conservation area / area management issue range of alternatives on the November 21 agenda and add the selection of a preliminary preferred alternative to the April 22 agenda. The GAP and council staff have worked hard to scope this issue, and substantial public commenters have indicated this is an important issue for the non-trawl fleet. Number 2, move the whiting treaty implementation agenda item to April in order to allow joint U.S.-Canada treaty talks to take place in March as they traditionally do. Additionally, this agenda item should be unshaded in April. Number 3, schedule the limited entry fixed gear program review. The GAP notes the program review was not scheduled on the year at a glance, so the panel is hoping to see some advance notice of this 2-meeting schedule for future meetings so the GAP can be prepared. The GAP notes the timing of the 2-meeting review may be difficult to accommodate if proposed season changes, such as an extended season, are included as part of the action. This could make it difficult to implement prior to October 31, 2023. And that concludes our lengthy GAP report. I'd be happy to take questions, and fair warning, you'll have to hear me babble on one more time today under public comment. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah, for the statement and all your contributions to the council. A number of hands have gone up. Ryan Wolf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for the presentation. I don't have a question on the GAP report. I just wanted to join the voices you probably heard yesterday, thanking you for all of your hard work and your efforts on the GAP. I really enjoyed your insight, your expertise, and your input, both to me into NIMS directly, but also through the council process. And we'll miss working with you on these issues, but wanted to wish you the best, of course, in all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ryan. I really appreciate that.
Butch Smith, followed by Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple questions or one statement. If we don't accept this report from Sarah, she's got to come back and read it next time we meet. Other than that, Sarah, did the GAP talk about if this was the September meeting? I've heard a lot of variations of what people read, and I respect all of it, but of course, everybody'd rather have it open, wide open, everybody there. But did they talk about if some people could come and some people couldn't? That kind of format of what they wanted to do, was that still okay? Did you get a sense? Did you guys talk about that by any chance?
Thank you, Mr. Smith, through the chair. So we had the understanding that the September meeting was kind of already a done deal in terms of the GAP continuing to be virtual for that meeting and the council being in person. I don't think we talked about having the fact that some GAP members might travel for the September meeting and then have to attend the GAP virtually, but we did talk about that like in general as it pertains to the future. And our recommendation beyond September was that if you have a full in-person council, that it should be all the advisory panels and management teams as well. Or if it's an online meeting, everyone kind of be online. So I think the idea was that there could, we had a little bit of discussion about that there could be some unfair situations if part of the GAP was there in person because they were able to fly on their own dollar for a meeting versus people that were just not able to fly or had other commitments and so had to stay home. It would be a little bit of a different discussion for those people that they might miss out on some things.
Thank you, Sarah, and once again, thank you for all your time and your great service to this process. Mr. Chairman, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Butch. Chuck Tracy.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for the report. I did have a question about two items in there, and they are groundfish workload and September 2021 council meeting. So under groundfish workload, you suggest that groundfish workload new management measures should be scheduled for March and then shaded for subsequent meetings so that they could be unshaded as the need arises. Under September, you say no recommended changes. So under the September agenda, we have the groundfish workload and new management measures unshaded. So I guess I just want to confirm then that the GAP then feels that being unshaded for September is something they want. So they want to have that on the council floor for September, or is there some, should I read something into the earlier mention of scheduling it for March and then shading the others?
Thank you, Mr. Tracy, through the chair. I think that we just forgot to mention that piece under the September, but it's been the GAP's position for several meetings that the workload and new management measures is useful to have if there's like pressing new issues, but I think many of us on the GAP feel like there's a lot of pressing issues that the council has already prioritized, and that having this agenda item is just kind of takes up time if we're not doing anything but kind of reordering the list. So I think that, the intent was that if the council needs room, then basically you could remove that item from the agenda. And I think that would also apply for September in the GAP's opinion. And I think the idea is that if something pressing was coming up, you could leave it on the year at a glance shaded, and then unshaded if something did come up where you really needed that for a meeting.
Thank you very much.
Bob Dooley, followed by Brett Cormos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Sarah, for a great report here, and I'm really happy you're up here giving it. Gonna miss you a lot when you're not here. I did along the same lines. I see the advice from the GAP regarding EM, and it has to do with data collection and cost recovery and things like that. But then I go to the September council agenda, and I don't see any advice about EM there, and did the GAP, I guess the question was, did the GAP discuss a way forward on EM? Because I don't see it anywhere out here in a glance. And there was talk about a 2-meeting process beginning, and did they talk about what they were looking for in this particular item, and why is it not on the September council, a request for being on the September council agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Dooley, through the chair. I think that was a little bit of an oversight. We did not discuss when the EM agenda item should be placed next on the council's agenda. We did talk about it in the context of cost recovery, and I think we might have gotten a little bit wrapped up in that discussion, just wanting to create space for EM to continue forward and that discussion to keep happening. I hope Chair Holloway will correct me if I have this wrong, but I think the sentiment of the GAP is certainly that we want the EM to move forward and be, as occurred under the previous agenda item at this meeting, to be considered by the council. But we did not explicitly state that in our statement. And because we were rushed and putting so many topics in this statement yesterday, I don't think that we explicitly discussed that on the GAP discussion. So my apologies for that.
No, thank you, Sarah. That's what I suspected. I mean, there's so much here and so much to talk about. Perhaps we will hear in some of the public comments to follow here that some guidance on what's thought about here in this on that aspect. And once again, thanks so much, and I look forward to hearing you in your public comment. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Bob. Brett Cormos, followed by Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have any questions for Sarah or comments on this particular report, but rather I have some comments that I'd like to share regarding the SSC report. And unfortunately, I have a scheduled obligation at 3 p.m. that I'm unable to change. I realize there's public comment yet to come, and we are not at council discussion, but I'm not going to be able to participate otherwise. So I'll stop and see if you and the council are willing to entertain those brief comments out of order. And if so, great. If not, I will look for another opportunity at a later time should this issue move beyond this agenda item here at the June meeting.
Well, you're right. We're not at council discussion. I guess, would it be possible for another of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife representatives to offer that comment for you later during council discussion, or might you become available later? Because I'm not sure how long your obligation is.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll be available sometime after 4 p.m., which I don't imagine will be timely for the council discussion portion. And unfortunately, the other council members aren't equipped to cover me, if you will, for this particular issue. I can be brief, but again, I don't know that it's terribly consequential if I have to wait for this to come back, if it does, at another date. And again, I'm very sorry for this unorthodox sort of out of order request.
Well, I think that while I'm hopeful we're done by 4, I'm not going to put money on it. So I think you may have an opportunity then. And then if it's not that consequential, then maybe we can take it up another time, if that's okay.
It's not life or death, Mr. Chairman. So I will take a shot at coming back. And if not, I'll see if there's a need at a later date. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much, Brett. And any further questions on the gap? Thank you very much, Sarah. Now we come to public comment. And who do we have here? We got 2. Sarah, as promised, has come back, and Heather Mann. So Sarah and then Heather, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm providing these comments on behalf of Arctic Storm Management Group and would like to address 2 items. First, I'm very glad to see mothership utilization scheduled for PPA in September and then FPA in March. The items contemplated in this package are crucial for our sector and the whiting industry, and I want to compliment the council, NIMS, and staff for work and analysis conducted to date. I would like to ask the council and NIMS to keep this item on track as scheduled and to continue to reach out to industry leadership if there's anything we can do to assist. I also wanted to mention that we will miss Stacy Miller and her excellent contributions to the treaty process and whiting rulemakings, and look forward to news on who NIMS will assign to work on the MS utilization package. And I would like to address the written public comment under C10 submitted by Ocean Conservancy, Wild Oceans, Audubon, and Oceana. I would like to respectfully but strongly disagree with some of the recommendations contained in that letter. The letter recommends that the council meet in person, but the advisory bodies and management teams meet online permanently. I think this would be a huge loss for the council process for the reasons outlined in the GAP report, and recommend that if the council does want to host some online meetings into the future, that it be everyone, the full council online or the full council in person for a given meeting. For example, maybe you do the full March meeting in person and the full April meeting online. I think to have the process split where some attend a given meeting in person and some attend online could create some disadvantages for participants. And I actually just spoke to this a little bit in response to comment, but for example, if the council met in person, or if council members got together in the lobby or a side room, it could be a very different working experience for those who are at the meeting versus those participating online. If there's a way to make it so that the whole meeting is in person, but people have the option to attend online, that's fine. But if the meetings are permanently online and GAP members who can fund their own way to the meeting attend the council meeting in person, it would be unfair to those who can't make it or afford it. Also, as a relatively new participant in the process, attending meetings in person is what hooked me. I can't imagine coming into this space and being forced to attend online only. My connection to the process, my interest and knowledge in the process, and my understanding of those who is who and what each team does would have been at such a disadvantage. I also think, at least on the groundfish side, there has been a lot of turnover at the GMT and soon on the GAP, and that those teams working more closely than we've been able to do during online meetings would be beneficial to the process. I so appreciate the work of the GMT, but the ability to run across the hall and chat with someone like I used to do with Jesse and Patrick constantly builds relationships, understanding, and on-the-ground training that is just not possible otherwise. I'm so sad to have never had the opportunity to actually meet Whitney or Katie in person yet. Even though we speak often in preparations for council meetings, it's just not the same as the pace and function of being across the hall from each other. This is just an example from Groundfish, but if the Pacific Council process is to remain as remarkable as I have often found it, and for new people to want to get involved, I believe it needs to return to fully in person when it is safe to do so, at least a couple times per year. And thanks to Councilmember Dooley for pointing out that the GAP left the EM out of our statement. Arctic Storm would support that moving on the September agenda, as long as it did not displace the mothership utilization item. And last, I just want to say thank you to all of you, the council members, council staff, agency, and the GAP, especially Chair Holloway, and most of all, the incredible whiting industry who I have had the honor to work with. these past 5 years. This has been a very special part of my life, and I think the council is a very special place. I may be back at some point, but for now, I just need to take a step back. So this will be my last GAP meeting and likely my last public comment for some time. Thank you so much for everything you've taught me and for making me a stronger, more confident person. I have learned lessons here that I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Sarah, for those comments. They really strike home to me. When I first started at the GAP, the Whiting group, shall we say, was at the other end of the table, up next to Tommy. And I was like, what is going on here? And had really no way of understanding this. And it took a while. Your predecessor was very, very helpful. And I went, wow, this can't get any better. But then it did. And there you were. And this is one of the reasons why the in-person meetings are so important, to see the enthusiasm and ability on the face of somebody in my age group might regard as quite young. It was really inspiring, and I really want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zim. I really appreciate it, and all of you. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks very much, Sarah. And then we now come to Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Once again, this is Heather Mann. I'm here on behalf of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. First, I want to align myself with all of the comments just delivered by Sarah and continue to ask that you prioritize items that are related to the trawl fishery. No other sector faces the same extreme expense or burden that the trawl fleet does. And so getting more value out of that trawl fishery, I think should be a priority. I would also recommend the council find a way to include an EM agenda item in September to address any response that may come from NMFS to the council letter, which was just approved this past Saturday. And I know you have a difficult job to do. I think from an industry perspective, I know people have gotten used to not working on the weekends, I guess. As a lot of you know, and people that are in the industry, we work 24/7, it feels like. And so I'm fine with working on the weekends and figuring out how to fit things in. You know, I know it's a challenge. I also have two kids and a husband and a house and things to balance, but a lot of these things are really, really important, and finding time to fit as much in as we can, I think, is important. And I also agree that I don't think that the advisory bodies should meet separately, indefinitely online and not together. I echo all the comments I've heard about the importance of being able to just go out in the hallway and have a quick conversation. You know, there have been examples of where we've been able to make things work. For example, I've never met Anna Weinstein, but we've met several times by Zoom. I know, and formed a relationship to try to work through some of the issues on short belly, which I should note, she is going to be making a trip up to Newport here in August to tour a whiting boat and meet some folks. And I think that that's great.
Who?
So, sorry, I heard some background noise there. So I also, in closing, aside from those comments, I want to congratulate Chair Grelnick and Vice Chair Pettinger for their reelection to serve another year in leadership positions. You know, Brad still needs some lessons on speaking slowly, so I'm glad he's going to be learning from you for another year, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate Bob Dooley, Krista Svensson, and Phil for your reappointments to the council. Look forward to continuing to work with you for another 3 years. Obviously, I want to wish Sarah well in her endeavors. She's been a real positive light to this process, and she'll be greatly missed. And lastly, I want to thank Louis for his 3 years of service as a council member. You know, I first met Louis on the GAP when I came back to the GAP, and we were seated next to each other. I've never known him to be anything but thoughtful and dedicated to his role, whether that's a GAP member or council member. He does his homework. He's not bowed to pressure, and he votes his conscience, even when it may be unpopular, and that takes guts in the council process. So I feel really lucky having known Louis through this process, and I'm hopeful to continue my friendship with him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, everybody, for your hard work this week. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heather. Are there any questions of Heather? Thank you, Heather. So that concludes public comment. We've had all our reports, and that takes us to the heavy work here of council action. And I will turn this portion over to Executive Director Chuck Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks everybody for some good advisory body statements. Thanks to Science Center for keeping us up to date on the stock assessment issues, and thanks for the public comment from Sarah and Heather. So I think I'm just going to dive into the September quick reference agenda. So this will be supplemental attachment 5. And what we've, I guess what we've got to deal with here is we have a few hours of about 2.25 hours of available time. We've got 6 hours in the purgatory box. We've had a number of other requests for time in September. We've also had one potential removal of an agenda item for September that the GAP seems to have acceded to, to consider dropping the groundfish workload and new management measure item. So, so I guess in terms of September, the other things that we heard a request for, again, we're an electronic monitoring item, so that would add to the chore here. So I guess what we haven't really heard from, and maybe just to kind of get all the pieces out there for consideration. The other one is marine planning, whether that is something that the council wants to put in there somewhere in the candidate agenda items or not. But so I will pause there and see if there's anything else that needs to be put into play here before we start moving some pieces around. John Uritz.
Thank you, Chuck, for that. And I don't know if I missed it. I don't think I heard you say the tentatively planned Climate and Communities Initiative final report on September.
That is in the candidate box. So
okay.
Under ecosystem, there's a 2. Yeah.
Thanks.
Right. So yeah. So maybe just to remind people what is in the box: a standardized bycatch report, research and data needs update, a national standard 1 tech memo, ACLs for data limited stocks, Climate and Communities Initiative final action, and the FEP initiative. So consideration of new initiatives. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Chuck. I guess I might have missed it. You might have said it, but I just calling attention to the EM issue, and hopefully we'll have some response from the letter that's gone out, and it would be nice to have some time to chart a course forward and address the response if depending which way it goes, and at least have the ability to address it. So I'll stop there, and I'm hoping to include something about it.
Thanks, Bob. So maybe just to clarify a little bit. So are you expecting then that, I mean, we plan we will be writing the letter. Are you thinking that we need a response to the letter before we consider whether to schedule floor time in September for that? I'm not sure that that's a very timely way to approach that. In particular, we at least have to have agenda items they'll confirmed by the time we file the Federal Register notice in August. And I'm not sure no guarantee we'll get the letter out and get a response back in that time frame. So I guess I'd just like to know maybe it's something a little firmer on whether the council wants to schedule some time to consider. I believe the discussion earlier this week was to consider proposing a revision to the rule in terms of the third party component.
Yes, I would. I'll try to clarify it. What I'm saying is maybe we should put it on the agenda to be able to address a response. And there's several. The response could be a denial of all of it. We're going full speed ahead, and the council then would have to address that. If there's some agreement that we need to address, it would be nice to chart the course forward on a 2-meeting process and what we're looking to do. And once again, I think we'll have more information again on this as we get closer to that date. But absent a placeholder to discuss the results of that letter in September, and we will be waiting all the way to November to do that. So I think it's advisable to do that, to be able to have industry input and all of the things we had this time in our advisory panels to be able to weigh in on any response to that letter to help us chart the course forward. And the response to the letter, should it be, well, whichever way it goes. So either way, I look at this, since we have implementation coming up in January and how critical it is to the success of the program to do some reaction. Hopefully we've requested a delay, but if that's denied, we have to have a plan B, and not sure what that is. So I think that's what I'm trying to get at, is just to have an agenda item on the agenda for September to be able to discuss the response. Hopefully that'll be there, and if not, we need to discuss that too. So that's what I'm pointing out.
Okay, thanks. Maybe we can. Let's keep that in mind and try and find a place for it, and then we can talk a little bit about what we might need in terms of time to accommodate the various possible actions the council may need to consider at the time. But in the meantime, Ryan.
Thanks, Chuck. I can respond to that and also kind of dive in to NIM's perspective on the September agenda. If you're ready for that now, or are you still looking for just potential new candidate items at this point, just to clarify?
Well, I guess if somebody has something else they want to add to the mix here, maybe let's do that first. So, okay. John.
One other item we will need to consider is the hard caps item, whether it's on September. We should discuss it and then decide if it doesn't go there where it needs to go.
Okay. Anything else? Potential September items? Okay, well, Ryan, why don't we go back to you then?
Thanks, Chuck. Let me just, since it's fresh there, the comments Bob made on EM and in your comments there, let me just clarify there. Obviously, it won't be NIMS recommending for an EM agenda item, or at least myself. But to clarify, I do believe, I don't have the motion for me, but I believe the letter did discuss a delay and then extending the EFPs again As you correctly noted, Chuck, that would need to be a regulatory amendment. The delay on its own, similar to what we did last year, that doesn't preclude if the council wants a broader agenda item, but at the very least, such action to delay the implementation of the third-party system just on its own would require a 2-meeting process. So that would need to go on both the September and November council meetings and be agendized as such, as part of that regular, or at least have the council's ability to have those meetings move forward with a potential final preferred alternative for a regulatory amendment. So that's my understanding on that. As far as process, I'll leave that for the council to debate if and when, whether it goes. I do have some other comments on the September agenda. In particular, NIMS would like to kind of support what came a little bit, I think, out of the question and answer to the GAP report. We would strongly support, endorse, and propose to remove the workload and new management measure agenda items from both September and the November agendas when we get there. We're not going to have capacity for any new items that in the near term. I agree kind of just how Sarah laid it out from the discussions in the GAP. I mean, you don't want to give a false sense of our ability to start new items. We have specs, we have SAMTech, we have the widening utilization, the disabled fish review, non-trawl RCA. We've got a lot of things that are prioritized and a lot of workload capacity. And in addition, we are over the coming months here between now and September, trying to get our groundfish back up to full staff. We're going to be trying to backfill for Stacey Miller's position. We anticipate the catch share lead at the senior position should be announced sometime next month. And hopefully to have, some significant additional resources on the groundfish side come later in the fall. I guess I should have started with the process itself. Your proposal, Chuck, from NIMS perspective, we did receive word actually this week that we will have, let me back up, for those that were not aware, right now, any travel for a NIMS employee, even in whatever region of the country, has to be approved by the NOAA front office, basically in the Department of Commerce. So all travel approvals are not at the regional level. They're not even at the NIMS level. They're at the NOAA level. So it is quite a process, and is probably going to still be that way for the September meeting. That said, we have received already pre-approval, as this won't be the first council meeting to go back to in-person. So we have received approval for, my understanding is, at least 2 regional designees and 2 science center reps. I can't speak for general counsel. I think they're going on a separate process. But at least from a regional perspective and potentially science center perspective, there will be some approved travels. So the proposal for the council to be in person and the advisory bodies remote is something, at least from NIMS perspective, is something we would be able to do. I would support, though, however, something noted in the GMT report about having it be fully virtual for their reasons. Also, if there is ways to tweak the agenda days around, support that. I wanted to touch on the couple of other things. So that's really it for the agenda. I'll really wait to hear council discussion and how much room we have as far as the other candidate items. If I'm happy to defer kind of to the council. I think we'd probably put SBRM and the Climate Communities Initiatives within the FEP update, probably in that order. But of course, happy to also discuss the tech memo if that's what people would like. Regarding hard caps, we would support the MT's suggestion, probably March, but or even potentially November, but probably not for September. And then on the GAP request to bring forward an analysis of the cost recovery program. We don't have the capacity to pull together this information over the summer for a number of reasons. And I think the council has heard from the Science Center that the ESSR program manager, Jerry Leonard, is leaving NOAA this week. We also have not backfilled kind of our cost recovery coordinator position. And I mentioned, again, we'll be having a Catch Shares lead come on sometime over the coming months, who will be very heavily engaged in cost recovery to some extent going forward. The council has previously indicated an interest in looking at EDC costs as part of the rationalization program review, even starting that as early as March 2022, and we would support recommendation on that timing. So I raise that here. I know that's more related to the ag because the request was for us to do that in September, and we won't be in a position to do so. And then finally, I'm not sure, this may be more relevant for the ag, but there is some salmon methodology discussion on September. So I did just want to address the SSC recommendations, and I would welcome, hopefully, at some point we'll also hear what Mr. Cormos's concerns are. But regarding their recommendation number 1, we think the language in COP 15 is ambiguous about what constitutes a major stock, which is relevant as to what forecasts might qualify for methodology review. Currently, the SSC focuses those reviews on the ACL stocks. Happy to have the council provide additional clarity, but are concerned if this greatly expands the annual workload of the SSC, the STD, or state or tribal agencies that have technical review processes already in place. So we suggest council staff investigate archival information and documentation related to development of COP 15 as maybe an initial step. The second recommendation for developing a database, it's unclear how this qualifies as a topic for methodology review. Methodology review seems to include things more like model algorithms, forecasting methods themselves, experimental designs, changes in stock complexes and conservation objectives. And depending on the number of major stocks, this could be a substantial workload for the STT, and want to keep that in mind. And again, the assertion that those recommendations relate to BSIA, which is the September agenda item, kind of puts the cart before the horse again. The BSIA directive is specific to catch specifications and stock status determination criteria, which apply to some stocks and not other stocks in the FMP. They're relevant to determination of annual catch specifications for the 3 ACL stocks, and the SSC has conducted or is scheduled to conduct reviews of those methods. So while those could inform some aspects of BSIA, it's a little bit overly broad to state that, and we need further refinement. I imagine we'll discuss this under the BSAI framework agenda item. And that concludes my comments on September.
Thanks, Ryan. Phil, you have a follow-up for Ryan?
That's part of what I want to say.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to address three items. First is I'll just and I can wait for the other two if that's needed. But on electronic monitoring, and this question for Ryan, understanding that there's two meeting process needed if we were to amend the rule in such a way that would result in a delay. If we scheduled and used portions of our September and November meeting to complete that 2-meeting process, and if there was an affirmative decision by the council to make that change, is there what's in terms of timing of the implementation of approval and implementation of that change, what does that look like relative to the start of 2022?
Ryan?
Yep, thanks, Phil. To your question, so if it's a delay, right, if it's just the delay language similar to what we did last year, that in final action on that, it was in November, and assuming NIM's approved, there would be time to get that in place prior to January. It will again be a little bit of a challenge, I would imagine, as the process would be ongoing for provider applications, et cetera, at the same time. But from a strict regulatory standpoint, if that's just the action, I don't see why we couldn't do it if we approved it similar to last year. If you were talking about a larger change to the regs, it would be a lot more of a challenge. Actually, I don't know if we noted this in the NIMS report, but starting very shortly after this council meeting, Melissa Hooper will be out on maternity leave, and Abby Harley will be stepping in as our acting permits and monitoring branch chief. So we will be without a key EM person. Again, I don't think any of that impacts if the action is a delay, but if you're talking about a more substantive regulatory change, that might be difficult to too impossible, I think, to get in place by January 1st.
Well, I guess through
Go ahead, Phil. Just continue.
Yeah. Okay. So if we were going to make other changes, we could do that with a follow-up amendment to the rule. So it could be a two-step process to get to where we need to go.
That's correct. And we did this with the actually before, right, where we added we did the delay, I think, immediately. And when we added some of the other cleanup aspects to the forthcoming bottom floor rule. So you don't necessarily, even if council's final action was broader than a delay, you could potentially have two separate rulemakings, right? We could delay and then take the rest of the council final action and take the typical 6 to 9 months regulatory rulemaking package timeline. Does that make sense?
Yes. Just one.
You muted yourself, Phil. Go ahead.
I know, because there's a bunch of stuff going on here that. So my second question is, I see that we have 6 hours set aside for the gear switching range of alternative items on the September agenda. And then I was looking at which I know I'm jumping ahead, but I was looking at the future meeting agenda, and I wasn't able to find that issue scheduled on a future council meeting. So I was just trying to understand what the next steps were after we take that step in September, if we have any, or if we haven't made that decision yet in terms of when to bring that back.
Thanks, Phil. So actually, we've got 8 hours in September.
Oh, sorry, 8 hours.
Split into two, 6 hours.
Okay.
And no, the council has not scheduled further action on that. I think so. Presumably come back and do FPA or a PPA and then an FPA, but the council hasn't scheduled that.
Okay, and then just one more. I personally don't see the advantage of bringing the council members together in Spokane while the balance of our council team, family, advisory panel, so forth, is attending the meeting virtually. And I just put that out there. I'm not saying there isn't advantages for us being together, but the advantages quickly dissipate in my view when only a portion of our team is there. So there hasn't been a lot of discussion about that. Maybe it's a foregone conclusion in everybody's mind, or everybody's made up their mind that we're going to go to Spokane, and if that's the case, so be it. I'll be there. But I really question whether there are the benefits of having us being there without the rest of our team makes a lot of sense to me. But I understand that people are anxious to get back together. But whatever we do, at least for me, the sooner we decide, the better. I've got about 8 days set aside on my calendar for the September council meeting. So I'm hoping we can get a decision what we're doing here before we leave today. Thanks.
Thanks, Phil. On that last comment, let me just say that, attachment 3 is a proposal from staff, and I do hope we have a discussion about that. I guess I would like to save that discussion till after we settle on the agenda. I'm hoping that those two aren't too closely connected, that we could settle on an agenda and then discuss the meeting format. And so again, I don't think this is nothing's a done deal. I think until we file the Federal Register notice.
I mean, the linkage, there wasn't necessarily a linkage in my mind until the GMT said that they didn't want to meet on the weekend. And then all of a sudden, that there is a linkage potentially. So anyway, if you want to wait on that, that's fine by me.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So before I go to Ryan, I do want to touch on something Ryan brought up, and again, just sort of setting the table here. We added some things we want to consider, some pieces we want to move around, but there was some talk about groundfish workload and new management measures, and so I would like to touch on that and see if there is a general agreement that could come off, or if people want to discuss the merits of that, then that's fine. But if it's a piece of low-hanging fruit, I think it would be helpful to have that decision made sooner rather than later, so we could again see how these other pieces fit. So maybe we'll just see if there's some other thoughts on that. So Ryan, do you have additional thoughts on that, or?
No, I just forgot to say one thing to help the rest of council discussion. It's really quick, if it's okay. There was mention of the letter. I have spoken with headquarters since the EM agenda item, and I do anticipate the council will get a response by the September meeting, if that's helpful for the discussion.
Thanks. Okay, Heather.
Thank you, Chuck. The idea of removing the workload and management measure idea it come up for me, and I failed to ask the GMT about it when they read their statement, but we've been chatting with our GMT folks and also thinking about the specs item that comes up in September, and I think it's also a natural place to talk about workload. And so I think, and for all the reasons that have been mentioned before, that there's really not capacity to consider something new at this point, I think it's reasonable to remove workload and new management measures from the agenda in September and potentially even November when we get to that. I had one other item that I wondered if, I don't think Ryan mentioned it, but if he did, I apologize, but the C1 agenda item, the Marine Informational Program update, just wondering if that's something that is time sensitive or could potentially be moved to another meeting. Certainly interested in the update. I've been tuning into the RecFin meetings, and I know there's some stuff going on. I think the council would be really interested to hear about it, but just wondering if that's a potential 1 hour that we might be able to make room in September for some of these other more time sensitive items. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, that's the new recreational data standards, and if the council wants, I think we could delay that. I do think there may be some interest, but I don't think it's has to be in September.
Okay, well, then let me just ask if there's any objection to removing groundfish workload new management measures update or removing marine recreational informational program update. And I'm not seeing any, so I am going to, at least for now, consider those removed, so that frees up 2 more hours. Okay. Any other thoughts about what we've got on our list, perhaps, and what could go on there? So I think right now we've got about 4.25 hours or so, if we're talking. And again, we've got Climate Communities Initiative for 2 hours, FEP initiatives for 1 hour, standardized bycatch methodologies for 1 hour. How about the National Standard 1 tech memo and research data needs, EM and DriftGillNet? So those are the pieces to fit in. So Marcy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, well, I'm not responding to those items, but more following up on Phil's mention on the Sablefish gear switching item. I see it slated for 8 hours. It's our ROA. I know that in our agenda planning discussion back in April, we had pushed it forward from June to September to make room for other items at this meeting. But kind of been doing some thinking since April about the council's action to cap the gear switching level at 29%. And I'm thinking about the initial alternatives that had been developed by the SAMTAC. And there wasn't any consideration at that time of a concept of a cap. And now that we have a cap, I'm just wondering where we are analytically on building a prospective range of alternatives for approval in September, recognizing that, the cap is something we've done. It should be, I think, an element of any of the alternatives that we might consider. And one thing that I know, I was expecting to see now that we have a cap would be some additional alternatives that might meet the objective of the cap that I don't think were really envisioned back in the SAMTAC days. So I'm just wondering if you can give us a bit of an update on where council staff are at with preparations on this ROA. And we haven't really had any discussion about how to incorporate the cap. We got so far as to establish what a cap level should be, but we didn't speak further. So I'm just looking, I think, for a little more about what all is in the mix in this 8 hours and how ripe the work is at this stage.
Thanks, Marcy. Well, I know staff has continued to work on assembling some alternatives, and then in terms of other alternatives, I think that's when we get to establishing a range of alternatives, I think that's the time to give an opportunity for agencies, the public, to propose other alternatives to be considered within that range. And if the council needs more time after that, they can, delay the adoption of the range of alternatives or further modify the range at a future meeting if they want to take that step. But I think if you're probably looking for more than processed from me. So I'm going to ask Jim Seeger if he's available to give you maybe a very brief update on where staff is at with that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may I go ahead?
Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you. So what we're doing right now is focusing on, given the current range of SAMTAC alternatives, which have not yet been adopted by the council, focusing on what it would take with those alternatives in order to get to those 29% levels. There's a number of different kinds of trade-offs that will have to be made. Jesse and I are working on a presentation to present those to you. We're kind of anticipating that we would take a look through there, that you will want to make some modifications to the alternatives. Whether you establish the range at the September meeting or at a subsequent meeting, I mean, it'll just depend on how much variation you want to, how far away you want to move from the SAMTAC alternatives in order to get to that 29% level. But last November for the SAMTAC alternatives, we had everything on the table that we thought you would need in order to make decisions at that time. So there's not a lot more to do there with respect to the structure of the alternatives, how they work, and so forth. Really, the only question is, how do you modify the alternatives to get to 29%? And I think we're going to be in good shape for September to have that some information and a good presentation for you to help you work through that.
Does that answer your question, Marcy?
Sort of. I almost feel like it somewhat conflicts with what you said yourself earlier, Chuck, in that September would be the time for the GAP, the public agencies to bring new alternatives into the mix. So I'm just making sure that, that we're on the same page here. And I'll just give an example. Now that we have a cap, and the cap was set somewhat below, but not largely below kind of the average amount of gear switching. I think there was a lot of thought that precluding the concept of a derby fishery was appropriate, but that may not be appropriate now. We may wish to consider that option. And by derby fishery, I would mean you open the fishery, let it go when the point comes in the time of the year when we've attained the 29% level of the Sablefish North quota, then the fishery is shut down. And I'm assuming that the NIMS cost analysis of all of the alternatives will be coming to us at some point later. And I would just trust that, we'll want to be giving them a full suite of alternatives to evaluate. And like I said, I'm not aware that that is among them at this time, but so anyway, just wanting to make sure that what you said is correct, that we do have the opportunity to add in new concepts come September. Thanks.
Yeah. I mean, I believe you do, and I don't think I detected a conflict there. I'll see if Jim has a response to that. But Jim is working with what Jim and Jesse primarily are the leader. They're working with what they have, which are the SAMTAC alternatives and the cap. And so to go beyond that, we're going to have something on the council agenda to provide an opportunity to add alternatives into whatever range the council wants to adopt. So I think that's the first opportunity there would be in September. So Jim, is there anything else that you have to add to that?
No, I think that's exactly right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Krista.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciated the thoroughness of analysis this meeting on the fixed gear catch share review in terms of communities. And I am bringing it up now because we're talking about SAMTAC, but I have asked on a number of occasions for information around that in prior meetings. And I really think it would be helpful, not only for myself, but for a number of stakeholders who have reached out to me to see that type of analysis in terms of what this range of alternatives will look like for impacting communities. And not specific to just the gear switchers, but also in terms of the trawl vessels that might be participating as well in that gear switching component. So really taking a look at how this is going to play out in communities up and down the coast, I think is important. And it is why I'm providing additional comments and guidance to that point. So I am looking forward to seeing how that's incorporated. And if I need to talk about it again in September when we get down there, I'm prepared to do that, but just wanting to raise it today. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Krista. Okay. Any other thoughts about putting things on the agenda, taking them off? So we've got the sort of candidate agenda items there. You know, is there something? And we've got some time available right now. So do we want to discuss what might be the highest priority item to put on there, or are there some items there that are low enough that we could eliminate them at this point? Phil.
A priority among those for me is making some time for the EM issue.
Anybody else? Does anybody object to adding the EM to moving it out of the box onto the schedule? John Ugoritz.
I was not going to speak to EM, so if people want to speak to that, I'll defer.
Well, I'm not seeing anybody objecting to that. So, Ryan.
I'm not objecting. I'm virtually abstaining.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna just, at least for now, move that one up. I'm not sure what to put for time on that. It typically takes a while when we talk EM. So I'm just going to guesstimate it about, well, I'm going to go 2.25 hours since that's what we've got, plus that's what we had. So if we did that, then we'd have 2 more hours from deleting workload, new management measures, and MRIP update. So any other thoughts about priority items to move up, or low priority items that we could eliminate from the candidate box? John.
I do think it's a priority to finish up the Climate and Communities Initiative. We've been working on that for some time. The report should be ready. I believe the last time we discussed it, that was the plan, was to include it in September. And linked to that, I think there will be some suggestions for FEP initiative items during that discussion, but I don't think we need to include this FEP initiative items on September. I think those could move later. I believe we had discussed taking them up in March, if I'm not mistaken. That
would, well, I don't know if it's, I think we actually on a biennial cycle for initiatives, but it's in March, whether even or odd, I'm not sure. This one those would normally come up. Is there, John? Did you have more? Oh no. Anybody disagree with moving up Climate and Communities Initiative final action? Okay, I'm going to move that one up too. Okay, so now we are at 5.5 days. So any other movement is going to necessitate some removal. So we're still talking about September. So any other thoughts about changing the topics that we are considering in September? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I'm going to, if that's the will of the council, then I think we should move ahead to the year at a glance and take a look at what's a little further out in our future, and try and make some movement there. So I guess I will point out one thing I have not heard about is the marine planning item. So right now that is not currently scheduled. The other things that I think are sort of in the not too distant future are the drift net hard caps, limited entry fixed gear. The next step there. There's some advisory body recommendations to look at CPS EFH in November. Let's see, standardized. So we don't have standardized bycatch scheduled yet. That might be something to consider, that there's a statutory limit there. We're supposed to have our plans amended as necessary by November. And that we're still 2 meetings away from that. We've also had recommendations for the swordfish management and monitoring plan in September. That's a shaded item right now. And that's about, that's what I see. Other shaded items are adopt stock assessments in November. I think given the mop-up recommendations for stocks going into mop-up, I think that's probably one that we need to retain. We've got a few other shaded items in the year at a glance down at the bottom, the ROA final, the tri-state enforcement report, and again, final action on standardized bycatch reporting methodology. So let me pause there and see if there's some thoughts about November. Bob Dooley.
Thanks, Chuck. Actually, I was back in September again.
Okay.
I just want to, just a question. I see that under H3 on the adopt stock assessments, the 2 hours and 30 minutes is underlined. And I know our experience this time, are you comfortable with that? And I just bring it up just because it's better to know about it than overlook it and end up working till 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, well, I guess on that one in particular, so we added 30 minutes to that from the advanced version of the quick reference. Just being sort of unsure of what's going to actually be coming before the council. I think based on what we heard from Dr. Hasty on this, and I'll probably need a little help interpreting that, but I didn't think I heard very much business for the council on those on the issues from this meeting. being ripe for coming before the council again in September. So if that's the case, then we would just have the normal business to adopt. And I think if I've got this right, it's just the LNCOD and the Vermilion Sunset full assessments that will be there for the council's approval. So, if that's all, then maybe that, and they go all right, then 2.5 hours might be a little rich. But obviously things don't always go the way you're planned. So I'm open to suggestions on that.
Yeah, and one further thing is you mentioned marine planning, and we've got an interim meeting with the ad hoc committee, and just wondering how we're going to get advice if we don't have some, or give advice or weigh in on it if we don't have it on the agenda somewhere. So just a couple things to note there.
Mark.
Well, two things. One on the latter point that Bob just mentioned, we have this event in August, and we're not going to be meeting between now and August. The motion that Karin put forward a very specific way to appoint these members, for folks to nominate the members for appointment. So I guess one question would be, would it be possible for staff to reach out to these advisory bodies, at least on that side of the agenda, to put forward, to nominate the names that they wish to be a member of that body for appointment? The other issue I was going to the reason I raised my hand for November was I thought under CPS, we were going to talk about COP9 revisions, but I may have that wrong. So those are my two thoughts, and I'll shut up.
Actually, you are correct. That was part of the discussion under the management framework for anchovy, that there was a plan to bring back a modified COP9 to reflect the flow chart and the associated schedule. So that might be something else we need to think about adding into that. In response to your first question, and the appointment process for the marine planning, ad hoc marine planning committee, yes, I think we can, staff can reach out to the advisory bodies to accommodate that process. Ryan.
Hey, Chuck. Yeah, I wanted to raise the same point that Mark raised regarding the motion at this meeting to have the CPS-MT do that COP9 revision in November. So I agree with your response there. Looking at some of the other items, we will need definitely to unshade SBRM in November. If we're not doing it in September, I'm going to have some conversations with headquarters and about their timeline, as well as probably general counsel, to see if we can go straight to final action in November, or if we'll need to have a separate, or if we'll still need two meetings. So, but I can be prepared to do that when we come to workload planning in September. I would also support maintaining swordfish management and monitoring plan on the agenda for November, and can also support some of the other YAG comments made by the CPS-MT and the HMS-MT. Thanks.
Okay. Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. Hopefully you can hear me again. I would, yes, I was also going to speak in favor of adding an item for the COP9 for the anchovy management approach in November. And I'm sorry, I did drop off the meeting for a few minutes and missed your wrap up of September. It sounds like we're not putting standardized bycatch reporting methodology on there. I guess I thought we had to, but I would defer to Ryan on that. And back to CPS issues in November. I know we had a comment from the team that the management categories item is listed as scoping, and yet they thought we had moved beyond the scoping phase. We had some discussion at this meeting of whether or not to amend the FMP language to include a description of an anchovy management framework and approach. And I think we are looking forward to more information from NIST on that and more council discussion. So it seems sensible to me to leave that as scoping and make sure we have whatever flexibility we need there to move forward. And I guess lastly, sorry, I have some comments on September. It's not adding or removing items, but just some comments about timing of it. So I'm happy to wait until we're through the actual item discussion on the year at a glance. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think I agree that I think scoping is still probably appropriate for that agenda item. The action that we took the last time this was up was not clear to me that the scoping is complete, I guess. Anyway, anything else, Maggie? Your hand's still up. Did I miss something?
No, thanks. That is my novice use of the controller. I will star 9.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I think I just raised it again by accident.
It's okay.
Pardon me.
John Ugoretz.
Thanks. Ryan mentioned swordfish monitoring and management in November. I'm okay with leaving that there. I do think we should discuss where hard caps goes. I think November is November is an option. I'm not entirely sure if we can guarantee that in terms of how much time is on the November agenda. So I kind of wanted to get a feel for the other members on that item.
So the time we have listed on there is 5.3 out of 5.5 days. So we still have a couple hours there to give, I think. Phil, do you have some thoughts on that?
Just wanted to voice support for putting it on at least in so that we can discuss it when we're finalizing the November agenda and in September meeting. But I would support John's thoughts about putting it on there.
Putting drift gill net hard caps on there?
Yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah, I don't mind having hard caps. Essentially, I guess kind of what we're talking about is shaded for November. I mentioned support for the HMSMT's March proposal. Mainly, I think we're concerned on what analysis might be needed, especially if there is a revised economic analysis for that action. And also wanted to make sure that just from a workload perspective, it wasn't going to delay any of the buoy gear authorization, but I can easily, I will have more information on both of those questions in September. So don't mind having it as part of that discussion for November.
Okay, Krista?
Yeah, I'm also supportive of having the conversation in November. I'm not necessarily supportive of hard caps, as we heard earlier this week, but I am supportive in November. And I like the idea that if we are meeting in person, that it's in Costa Mesa. So hopefully we get turnout support to have the conversation from everybody if that is an opportunity. And otherwise, I hope to hear everyone on the webinar.
Okay. Any other thoughts about November? The council spent a fair amount of time on marine planning issues and establishing the committee, and we've got a coordination webinar, and it really hasn't been discussed much for either September or November. So I guess I'm maybe just a little curious about how the council is feeling about scheduling that. I think the motion indicated maybe 3 meetings a year. We typically have one in March, sort of as a regular agenda item, so that would make sense. But just going to want to make sure if we could get some clearer thoughts about how to schedule that. Maggie.
Chuck, your audio is sometimes dropping out.
Oh boy. Well, then you know what I would suggest is that if you can still hear me, if maybe we could take a short break here. I could switch out my audio. We've been at this for a while, and maybe we could come back in 10 minutes. Would that suit folks?
I think that's a good idea.
All right. Well, let's come back at 4:15 then. Okay, so I'm now Chuck Tracy too. You'll be happy to know that my new computer finally arrived today, just in time. Brett Cormos has rejoined us, and had a request that he be allowed to speak first. So I'm gonna call on Brett here to give him an opportunity to update us on his thoughts. So Brett, you haven't missed a thing.
Thank you, Mr. Tracy. And I certainly hope the council hasn't waited around just for me. Sorry if I missed any discussion on the SSC report to this point, but I appreciate the opportunity. So yeah, I have a few comments just generally to make about the report and the need for further discussion or adding this this item to an agenda or any other advisory body meetings, methodology review, etc. So just to begin with, I think to keep things simple and straightforward, I'll say that in my view of things, the council operating procedures and the FMP are fine as written and provide both the specificity but also the flexibility necessary for the council and the advisory bodies, including the SSC, to do their work. I'm not sure that something more prescriptive or explicit is necessary in order for us to achieve our objectives. I definitely see that the SSC has a role, a very important role, I'll add, in any sort of scientific review of methodology or best available science, or even as is standard practice, the estimates and data that are used in any given year for management. However, I certainly don't think that review of methodology or new things or things that have been changed needs to be, or even old things for that matter, needs to be automatic. I certainly want to make sure that the council retains its ability to exercise discretion on when or if things move forward for a more rigorous review by the SSC or other advisory bodies, or even through some sort of an ad hoc work group. And I don't want, through a prescriptive nature, to give the SSC or any other advisory body for that matter unilateral authority to move things forward without giving the council to weigh other, the opportunity to weigh other factors in determining whether or not certain actions are appropriate. So as I said before, I do think that the COPs and the FMP are well written and well designed and have served us well for many, many years. I'm not sure what new information has come available or what things have changed such that that's no longer the case. But I definitely think that conservation objectives and reference points are reviewed when appropriate, but also as directed by the council, given our other priorities, needs, or considerations. So the last thing I'll just say is that I'm not sure that the methodology review venue is appropriate for the items that the SSC has pointed to for that. But I'm also not necessarily opposed to some sort of further discussion or look by the council and other advisory bodies on how things might be improved, at least in offering some clarity where clarity is needed. But I would not endorse the SSC subcommittee report as quote unquote gospel in that regard, and would welcome an open and deliberative conversation about what changes, if any, are needed. So I'll stop there and see what others might have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thanks, Brett. Any thoughts on that? Marcy?
Yeah, sorry, Chuck, I had my hand up prior to the break to respond to your marine planning question. So I can put my hand down until the time is right.
Any responses to Brett's points? Brian Wolf.
I just want to say I support his comments. Brett, I did make some comments with some concerns that I had with some of the SSC remarks as well while you were gone. So thank you for your intervention as well.
Okay, thanks for that, Ryan. Karen Braby.
Hi, this is about marine planning as well. So if you are ready for some thoughts from me about that, I'd be happy to weigh in.
Well, Marcy had her hand up first. I think I would give her the first shot. She had her hand up for the whole break, so I'm sure her arm got really tired. So Marcy, why don't you?
I defer to Marcy for sure.
Actually, I'm going to ask Karen if Maggie's hand, which had been up before mine, that she had put her hand up for you, or if Maggie had a remark because she was in the queue before I was.
I believe Maggie is driving from her home to her office so she can get a good connection right now. So. Okay.
So all I wanted to comment on with regard to marine planning is I think we clearly need to schedule it at least once in November or December. I think a lot is happening very quickly, and we now are equipped to receive advice in I think a consolidated manner. I'm not clear that we need to schedule it for both meetings, but I think I'm leaning toward November, but I'll let Karen weigh in further as she's closer to the topic. But what I really was, I think, thinking about, though, is as I start to look at November, I'm getting concerned. We've now pushed some admin items into November that maybe we should think twice about doing in light of the groundfish items in November that really are not movable, and the expected time allotments for those items I expect could go very long, and particularly discussions on stock assessments, but also the specs and management measures, range of alternatives from those specs could be extremely lengthy. So I guess I'm just flagging that the items in the other category, the admin category, I think as this discussion has unfolded over the last hour, I'm getting less eager to push off either the standard bycatch report or the RecFin update. So I'm just throwing that back in the mix. Thanks.
Thanks, Marcy. Yeah, I don't think the RecFin update has found a home yet. For sure, we did talk about moving that to November. Let's stick with the marine planning issue here. And Karin, what have you got?
Yeah, thank you. And I am also driving. I am just a fly on the wall for the most part, but felt I should try and call in for this topic. And I agree with Marcy that we could either accommodate a September or November meeting for the marine planning agenda item with the following concept, which is that we've equipped that committee with the ability to initiate a comment letter outside of the time frame of a regularly scheduled council meeting. So if the council is comfortable with the process that Mark suggested, the council staff touching base with the advisory bodies in the next week or two to get nominees and have the chair appoint people, and that committee is active this summer as intended, the report coming back, a recommendation on letter topics and so on could be handled outside of the September council meeting if need be. So that's my thought on that. I agree it needs to be to meet the intent of the motion and the discussion that we had. It needs to be on the agenda in September or November, but I feel like we have the tools to do either.
Thanks.
And I'd be happy for other discussion or other viewpoints, but I think we can do that.
Okay, Heather.
Thank you. I was going to just tee up the marine planning item too. I know Maggie's having trouble engaging, and so appreciate Karin chiming in. And however, most efficient way to do the marine planning agenda item, I appreciate if it can be done outside of the council meeting. I think September's pretty full. Was going to say I had a couple items if we needed time for marine planning in November, but I also think something that we haven't brought up is the fixed gear 5-year review, which I also would like to see put on the November agenda and keep that ball moving forward and potentially get it finalized by March. I think there was a lot of good discussion at this meeting that streamlined that process. It's been one of those things that I don't know that it's going to be a huge workload burden. And if it can keep moving and get through the process, I think if we can accommodate that, that would be great. So I would like to see the fixed gear 5-year review added to November for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Heather. Any thoughts or comments on Heather's suggestion? Any objections? Okay, that's fine. I guess I'll note that I think we're probably at the point where we're over 5.5 days for November, but and nothing new about being over 5.5 days going into the council meeting prior. Just be more work to do that, but that's what we're about. So, any other thoughts then about November? It's 4:30, and I appreciate the fact that we've gotten beyond September and been able to do some work for November and have some good discussions. I'm going to pencil in a marine planning item for November as well. And then I guess we will see what we're able to do and what the need is coming out of our marine planning coordination webinar in July in terms of providing products to the council through alternative process. You see Maggie is back online now. I just want to, I guess I'm getting ready to kind of move off this and talk just hopefully very briefly about the September council meeting format. But I wanted to touch bases with Maggie to make sure she's up to speed or doesn't have anything to add to this discussion. Maggie?
Thanks very much, Chuck. Appreciate the patience. I'm back on a good internet connection. I don't have anything to add on the year at a glance. I share the concern Marcy voiced about how full November is looking for us now. But we can deal with that. I did want to circle back to September and note again the request from the GMT to spread out some of the big items. I think that is a higher priority than avoiding having groundfish on both weekend days. I would ask that as you are adjusting the September meeting schedule following this discussion, you take a look at whether some of the groundfish items can be moved up earlier, potentially to Friday. Or if not Friday, maybe Saturday. But it looked like maybe possibly the groundfish NIPS report and the adoption of stock assessments could occur possibly on Friday, and maybe habitat and salmon on Sunday. Something like that. Anyway, I don't think they're going to probably get away with or escape from having at least groundfish items on one weekend day. But I really do think that spreading out the items is going to be important to help them really be thorough and effective and give us their best input. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Maggie. Yeah, we will definitely be looking at how to arrange this agenda. But that's appreciated that advice. Yeah, so don't count on anything the way it's laid out here. That's always the caveat here at the end of agenda planning, rearranging things and taking that into consideration. Okay, so there's nothing else on agenda planning. Then I would like to just touch briefly on the September meeting format. Again, attachment 3 is our proposal, our council staff proposal. Our objective here, we have heard quite a lot of interest in meeting again in person. Well, we still have some challenges, as NIMS mentioned, that the travel restrictions for September I think are pretty clear. Obviously, California is also, I guess, maybe not as clear, but potentially there's some issues there. So our attempt here was to not bite off more than we could chew. And what I mean by that is, having meetings where you have a combination of people, a group in person, then a number of people being connected by webinar. There are some technical challenges that are that they can be overcome, but given the volume, the number of advisory bodies we have meeting simultaneously, and the amount of IT staff we have to help with that, just didn't seem practical. So, but we did think that having the council meet again in person was a message we were getting that there was some support for. And then I guess the other aspect that maybe I'm not sure has been communicated clearly amongst the advisory bodies is that while we do expect your meetings to be entirely virtual, we were providing the option for people to travel to Spokane if they wanted to do that. and be able to talk with council members, and speak to them and testify in person, have lunch with them, talk to them after dinner, and one-on-one, in a little more formal or less formal manner, and that the council would pay for their travel and staying at the hotel, just like we would if it was fully in person, to provide that opportunity. And we also thought that this would give, for example, state agencies the opportunity to have their staff sit behind them at the council meeting and be in more direct communication and support their council members in that manner. So that's what was behind our thoughts. Now, we did suggest that all council members would need to be in person. And while we are working on a potential solution that would not require that, we might be able to remote council members in addition to the public, which we can do. We are working on that. We're not there yet. And well, there's still some time. I don't think we could guarantee that. So I guess I would still like to have council members' thoughts about coming to Spokane, meeting in person in a ballroom, and conducting business in person, and the model that we've proposed here in attachment 3. Butch Smith.
Hey, Chuck. Thank you. First of all, let me tell you what a marvelous job that the council staff and Chris and you did, to get us through this pandemic, and how you did this is just an absolute miracle, by any stretch of the imagination. I do have some concerns about going to Spokane. I don't have any COVID concerns. I don't have any of that concern. But we heard it kind of in public comments and advisor comments that I worry about the perception of, we being there, some people staying home, some people going, on a controversial issue. People are going to think because I wasn't there, the council went this way. There's nothing more that I want to do is to give old big Ryan Wolf a big old bear hug in person. But, this council process has always been the fairest and most transparent that anything that I've ever dealt with in my life. And I want to keep us, not that we would do anything to tarnish that, but I wouldn't want the perception of that being tarnished at all. And I'm leaning to, if we can, when we do this, we open this sucker up like it was, the March of whatever that March was when we were still going, or before, with maybe some of the new additions of people being able to, that's up to you guys, testify, through the computer. But I certainly, I'll go anywhere you want me to go. But that's kind of my thoughts on holding off for September. So thanks, Chuck.
Mark.
Thanks, Chuck. We've been hearing for the last year about how inefficient this is. And we've heard from the advisory bodies that they're looking forward to being in person. Right now, the principal restrictions we have is that it's not clear that the state and federal, or it's not clear what the scope of the state and federal government permissions will be for their employees. And this affects obviously some council members. It also affects management teams and staff generally. But insofar as the public is concerned, which I think is what Butch was touching on, there are no such restrictions. I don't know what the status is in Washington. I know that both Oregon and Washington are now free of any restrictions aside from those that private businesses or the feds put in, for example, on airplanes and buses and whatnot. And so I think at some point, we're going to have to be ready to be back in person. And I understand and I agree that a full in-person meeting is ideal. But if we can't have, for example, the management teams and the advisory bodies in person, then the question is there a benefit to the council to at least have the council in person? Because keep in mind, even if the council is remote, so will the management teams and advisory bodies. So to me, they're not being in Spokane isn't a greater drawback than where we would have from a full remote meeting. So the question is, can the council itself be more efficient in this hybrid scenario than being completely remote? And my view is yes, because this is now our sixth, if I'm counting correctly, our sixth remote meeting, and it's been great. I mean, I think as Butch said, the council staff has been extraordinary in pulling this together, and it's worked far better than any of us feared. But still, it's not the same. And so anyway, so I guess my thought is that having the council meet in person as a minimum is an advantage over the council meeting remotely. And as far as who can show up in September, I can't say, but things are moving in the right direction. So that's what I have to say.
Louis. Well, thank you very much, Mark. And this is not my own personal consideration, but just a question about actually how meetings would be held. You mentioned the public can do what they wish. Does that mean the public can sit in on a council meeting or a, say, California delegation meeting, etc.? Thank you.
Well, my understanding is that the public can still come to the council meeting. Maybe Chuck can correct me on that, but the delegation meetings may be held virtually. So they would have to attend those virtually, which you can do from a smartphone or a laptop or whatever. And the same will be true, my understanding, with advisory bodies and management team meetings. But they'll be virtual one way or another. They're going to be virtual. So whether the council meets in person, that doesn't change that.
Thanks, Mark. And then so we do have the ability to have the public be able to comment virtually to the council. Yeah. But they would also be able to come and testify in person, just as anybody else that was there could. The chair of one of the advisory bodies was there in person. They could come into the council chambers, discussion, give their reports in person if that's what they wanted to do. John Ugritz. Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, if I may, thank you for that. The image that we had earlier of advisory body members sitting in their room and, you know, watching their computer, and then, well, you guys could come down in the evening, was not a pretty one. And I think this makes it much better. Thank you.
Well, I think that image is right. If they want to do that, they can. But they don't have to. They can stay. They can stay home. They can go to their office, or they can fly to Spokane and attend their meetings in their hotel room. But you know, when they're not in their meetings, they would be welcome to come sit in the council chambers. John.
Thanks. Unless Lily wants to jump in again. I think, so I'm understanding what the chair is saying. Yes, we would all like to get back to in person. Yes, there's this potential to do advisory bodies remote and the council itself in person. I just want to emphasize again, State of California does not have approval at this time for Marcy, Brianna, myself, or Brett to attend a council meeting in any location other than our homes. And so while I would like to be able to meet in person, we just don't know that that's the case right now. And I don't recommend moving forward with planning an in-person meeting when one of the states is unable to guarantee attendance. That could change. It could change before the date you have to publish notice. I don't know. But at this point in time, I think in order to allow participation by the state of California, we would prefer to do fully remote for September and cross our fingers that we can meet in person in November.
Thanks, John. So just to follow up, if that situation in terms of travel approval were to change, would you be all right having traveling to Spokane for the September council?
Personally, I have no problem at all. I would greatly enjoy getting off of my kitchen counter and seeing you all in person. I think it is more effective to meet in person. I do have some hesitation about splitting the main council from the advisory bodies for a lot of the reasons we've heard. And I have some concerns about, you know, the equity of those who can attend from the public versus those who can't, for a variety of reasons. So I do prefer that we wait until everybody can be there together.
Thanks. Brad.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I just want to support Mark, where Mark's coming from. It was pointed out to me that a lot of meetings or a lot of councils have separate meetings from their advisory bodies, so it's not like it's unprecedented in the management systems in this country, and so I don't think that's a big deal. Certainly, what John just mentioned about the state not allowing travel is concerning, because we certainly want California's participation. But I would point out that it's the end of July or end of June. I see that Oregon and Washington, I believe California too, have all they're opening up. You would think that states would allow folks to travel to a council meeting. You would think have under similar regimes to make this work. I think it would be maybe good if we would request that travel authority maybe here in some time frame to submit this thing down one way or the other. But anyway, just as chairing meetings or vice chair, I've been vice chair at these meetings for the last seven meetings. It'd be nice to be in person. I think there would be efficiencies gained, as Mark spoke about. Some fairly big issues up in September, and I think that it would be greatly benefited by having that in-person contact, at least the council members. So, thank you.
Thanks, Brad. Yeah, I guess I would. I think you do bring up a good point. Many councils just meet with council only for their meetings, and so I guess it would not be unprecedented. I know that we are different in that regard, and that I think that difference has been helpful to our council and our relationships with our stakeholders. So I do recognize that difference as well. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. or Chuck. I appreciate it. There's nothing more that I would like to do better than to get back together in person. I mean, I think everyone's talked about that. We benefit from being together, and we do a better job when we're together. However, this third alternative is troublesome to me. I agree with Phil. I agree with the comments of John Ugaritz and Butch, and I think that it's problematic to go partially. And I think if we can justify the council going together, particularly if the states are having troubles now, if we can still justify that, we ought to be able to justify our advisory panels meeting, particularly when they're going to be there anyhow, potentially. I'm really bothered by the prohibition of if this was a program, if this was a proposal that we accepted, that if you're a council member and you can't come, you can't be in on a virtual meeting as well. I know other councils have done that. In fact, I just spoke to someone from the Gulf Council this morning that said that they had done it. So I don't understand the prohibition there, but I guess it is. And I get in real life or in normal circumstances why we don't allow that alternates and things like that in council members. I get that. However, this to me is putting a lot of work into something we've been doing pretty well over the last 7 meetings and getting better at it every time. It's not perfect, but to do some halfway measure doesn't make sense to me. I think we should either jump in or jump out. I think we can live through another meeting. We don't have to change a bunch of the systems here that we've worked on to get working the way they are. I'm against doing this. I really am. I'm for, the concept of getting together the council, but I think we lose a lot by not just doing it like we always do with all our advisors and everybody in one place. So that being said, I'm really not in favor of it. Thank you.
Marcy.
Just want to acknowledge Butch's opening remarks about perception and equity and access to council members and the need to keep everyone on the same footing. Just to add a little more to that, we've gotten accustomed to the virtual platform. I don't know about all of you, but I think we're all using multiple monitors. I'm working off of a computer, a main computer, a secondary computer, and 2 cell phones to maintain all the communications that are needed between email and viewing different things on screens, etc. And I kind of fear the idea of trying to go and do that in person and sit around a table and, keep eye contact with my fellow council members and which is one of the benefits of being together in person, but then you add that into this multitasking that we're all trying to do, and it's a little frightening to try to conceive of doing that. I also want to just and then maintain contact with your delegation that's far away. Also wanted to just add a little bit to what John said about the state of California and our situation. And we have been asked and asked and asked about our status. And we are we do ask regularly to check in if there's any resolution or any new information available, and there hasn't been any. But I want to just explain that it's not going to be a simple snap your fingers and okay, now we can travel again. I think all of the states go through an out-of-state travel approval process, which we put the paperwork in back in April, which is what we traditionally do. We have no word on that. Don't know when we're going to get any word on that. But even if we get that word, that's different from the regular approval process that John's explaining, that doesn't exist. I mean, the blanket answer is, no travel. The other piece now is that we have new technology on our computers and a new directive about telework out of state. So it's a new hurdle to clear. We're not sure how to clear that yet. It's already caused a few problems for us. So all I'm saying is, we can ask for an answer, but to Brad's comment about, you'd think that the state would allow it. No, there's no special exception for going to council meetings. So I just want to make sure that, folks know where it's not that we're not trying, but there's only so many different doors we can knock on. So anyway, just wanted to elaborate a little further. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy. Maggie.
Thanks, Chuck. ODFW would be able to send council members in person in September. I know that I have not talked. We would have the ability for our staff who are members of management teams to travel, at least as our state rules stand at this time, and I don't see any reason to expect a change. I will say that as we heard, for example, in the GMT report, there is, I think there are a lot of folks leaning toward, well, if their meetings are remote, they would prefer to have everybody be remote and stay home. Having said that, I am in the camp of just preferring to wait until we can all be together at once and not do a hybrid model like September. I won't belabor or repeat the points everyone has made. I really share most of those. I can't wait until we can all be back in person. Long term, I think it will behoove us. Ryan has brought up the point of thinking about what the council operations look like moving forward. We also heard some really good, I think, comments in written public testimony under this agenda item, and I'll say that the carbon footprint of all our travel to council meetings, that topic really speaks to me, and I think it's something we ought to think carefully about, particularly given our line of work. But for September, I would be in favor of a remote meeting, and one important reason for that is the state of California. I just wanted to support and express understanding for their position therein, and I would not want to go forward with the uncertainty on that.
Thanks, Maggie. Heather.
Thanks, Chuck. Just to add the perspective from Washington, we did just get our email from the governor saying Washington's open and way to go. But in the conversations we've had at Department of Fish and Wildlife, we're actually it's a little bit of a tighter standard. So we're not with this announcement from the governor's office, just going right back to work. There's still a lot of safety protocols in place. Still a lot of working on the transition back to the office, transition back to work travel, and all of that. And while I think, we could get approval for Corey and I to attend, and probably even Whitney, we would have to follow the safety protocols for that. I think there's we would have a meeting and have a travel plan and all of that. So I think technically it's probably doable, but I just wanted to make the point that just because our state is reopened today, it's still a little bit different for WDFW. And but I also lean in favor of waiting and let this transition for all of the states happen a little bit or get a little farther down the road before we try to do a hybrid. I appreciate the thought that went into it and trying to figure out, can we take a step forward? A lot of our emails at our agency are reflecting on how hard it was to close things down, but in contrast, that opening things back up is sometimes equally as hard or maybe harder. So, I think waiting and seeing if maybe November is an opportunity for us all to get back together. Also appreciated the comments that the advisory bodies and management teams made in their reports. So I think for September, I'd be fine keeping us in one more virtual meeting, maybe, fingers crossed, that we can all be together in November. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Heather. Any more thoughts? Louis.
Well, thank you very much, Chuck. I really concur with what Heather just expressed, and also what Maggie expressed about carbon footprint and those very considerate things. I just was looking at the world news, and frankly, it doesn't look that good. And what's really bad about it is it doesn't make us look very good either. So I think optics and practicality come together here. So I support Heather's position. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. Virgil?
Thank you. I guess my concern is just listening to this discussion. My preference is we get together and have a meeting. It's been too long. We can make that work, and we know how to make it work. At the same time, my concern is we seem to be tending in the direction of justifying remote meetings more often than not. We're giving reasons why, for personal reasons, multi-monitors, travel, carbon footprints, family reasons. I mean, we can go on and on and on, and I've heard them all, and I get that. I really, really do get that. But our relationships, our ability to build those relationships, as was noted in one of the public testimonies today, there is just no substitute for that, period. And at some point in time, we've got to come out and go. Whether it's September or November, we have to make that decision and move on. And I truly am concerned about the functionality of the council in terms of its interpersonal relationship. If we didn't already have those relationships, this would have been very, very difficult. And with the changes that we've got with new members coming on, some of which I haven't met already and some that I'm sure I won't, it's going to get more and more difficult. And so the sooner we can verify with our entities that we're allowed to travel in Idaho, we don't have a problem, then we need to get on with it. And if a hybrid is what's needed to get us back together as a council, because other councils do it, let's do it. I'm concerned with that lack of interactive communication, being able to sit down and have that discussion after the meeting. That is so terribly important to how we do things. And so my preference would be to move forward with the meeting, but I understand the logistical issues involved, and certainly will support the decision that is necessary to move forward with. Thanks.
Thanks, Virgil. Anyone else? Bob.
I won't belabor this, Chuck. I you know, I agree with Virgil's take on this. However, I think I think November is really a better choice, and hopefully everything being equal, it will be. I would point to an email we got. We're trying to restart MREP, and everyone knows about MREP. We've seen the video, and thank you, by the way, for showing that video so many times this meeting. But we got an email from the agency. We requested an October startup for our science at one of the science centers, either Newport or San Diego. And we have a January meeting in Portland for our management segment. And the response was, October's unrealistic for an in-person meeting, and that even January, while possible, is not a sure thing. Most science center directors do not feel comfortable moving forward with planning for an October in-person event, regardless of location. So I get that, but it sure reinforces the fact that maybe September is not that great of an idea when we won't have our federal partners to help us along here. Doesn't appear. So I'm still in the same camp, but I can't tell you how much I want to get back together and meet in person, because Virgil, you're exactly right. We need to get this thing started again, but I don't know that September is the right time.
Okay, well, I think we've a pretty good discussion. Heard from most all the council members. Pretty easy to see which way the winds are blowing. I won't pretend I'm not disappointed, but it sounds like September is preferred to be all webinar based council meeting and advisory bodies, and we won't be meeting together in person until November at the earliest. So we will take that direction and make plans accordingly. And there, I guess. Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you.
All right. I see two hands up, Bob Dooley and Ryan Wolf, in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I just had a question for Chuck, and just so we could get a little pre-notice, a few people had asked that earlier. If we do go back, it looks like we are going back to a virtual, and our agenda shows working through the weekend, and we had the concerns about the ground, about groundfish items and from the GMT and such. Do you have an idea of what your proposal is for start and stop, and if there will be a pause in the middle as we've done the last couple of meetings?
I do not know that answer yet.
Ryan?
I was going to raise the same issue and support going back to no meetings on the weekends and supporting the GMT rep request. We will take that under advisement. I'll look at a number of schedules and see what we're able to do there.
Phil?
I support what we did this meeting. Taking Sunday off, working Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else for the good of the order? Is there any other business? And I'm not going to entertain a motion right now. Is there any other business that the council wishes to undertake before we adjourn? I'm not seeing any hands. I'm going to call on Louis Zim to see if he has a motion for us.
Why, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is my honor to propose a motion that we adjourn this June 2021 meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council.
Thank you, Louis. I'm looking for a second. Seconded by many, but Heather Hall was quickest. If any hands, let me just see if there's any discussion on the motion, which I don't imagine there is, but if a hand goes up, I'll call on you. Heather Hall? Oh, hand is gone. All right, I'm going to, Heather, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just hitting buttons, I think. It was only meant to be a second.
Okay, got it. All right. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Amen.
Opposed, no. Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. We'll see you all online in September, if not before.